The bouncers mercilessly kicked, slapped and punched guests outside the pub. Even women were not spared from their abusive behavior. These shocking scenes played out after an argument broke out between the guests and a bouncer. The incident happened on the 7th of August, but still no action has been taken against the bouncers.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000 and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narsimhan coming to you live from the CNN News 18 newsroom, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at some of these pictures. Can you believe the amount of cash that is stashed? If I were to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that these visuals, this cash, Income Tax Department took 13 hours to count this money. They had counting machines, but they took 13 hours to count this money. If you look at these pictures, ladies and gentlemen, it's stacked. You can count the layers of cash. These are all wads of 500 rupee notes. And there are some wads of 2,000 rupee notes, all stacked in the farmhouse. And this is in one remote small city in Maharashtra. This is the amount that they have stumbled up. Such is the collection that the property seized is nearing 400 crores. Nearly 390 crore is the amount. The total amount of gold that's been found is more than 30 kilograms of gold. The amount of cash, hard cash that's been found is more than 55 crore rupees. Cash, which is stacked. And who are these people? The information that we are getting, this cash stash that has been seized in Jalna belongs to steel companies. Owners of steel companies and steel manufacturers. There are 4 of them, and the details that we have so far is that 56 crore of cash, gold worth 14 crore, and it's taken 13 hours for the IT department officials to sit there and count this cash. The raids were carried out after it was found that steel companies that are also involved in construction were doing transactions out of the books. Most of the cash has been seized from the farmhouse of one of the owners of the steel plant. And in the current search, the IT has found unaccounted income to the tune of 300 crore rupees, if not more. The total amount is estimated to be about 390 crore. Ashish Merishi will be joining us here in the newsroom, but here is a ground report from one of our colleagues and collaborators at News 18 in Maharashtra.
स्टील कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया के नाम से मशहूर जालना के एमआईडीसी में आयकर विभाग द्वारा छापेमारी की कार्रवाई की गई। तकरीबन 8 दिनों तक यह छापेमारी की कार्रवाई चली। मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हो, यही है वो एसआरजे पित्ती स्टील प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी। इसी कंपनी से आयकर विभाग ने अपनी छापेमारी की कार्रवाई का आगाज किया था। इस कंपनी के साथ साथ 2 अन्य कंपनियों में भी आयकर विभाग ने छापे डाली। साथ ही साथ 2 निजी साहूकारों के दफ्तरों पर भी छापेमारी कर दफ्तरों को सील किया गया। इस कार्रवाई में 390 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की राशि जब्त की गई, जिसका कोई हिसाब किताब नहीं, जिसमें 50 किलो से अधिक का सोना और हीरे के जवाहरात होने की भी जानकारी हाथ लगी है। इस मामले में आयकर विभाग अब क्या कार्रवाई करता है, यह देखना काफी दिलचस्प होगा।
Well, Ashish Merishi is with us at this point. Ashish, tell us more details about who are these company owners and how did the IT stumble upon such a huge stack of cash?
So it's a proper gamut of things which are happening in Jalna, and it's nothing new. I remember in 2021 as well, in the month of September, there was an IT search and similar kind of cash, but the cash was a little less as compared to what we have found this time. But ultimately, what is happening in Jalna, one has to realize the fact that there are certain companies, there are certain individuals who are basically running steel furnaces, and everything happens in cash. So no GST paid, no income tax paid, companies are not registered, but these are all steel furnaces which are being run. It's a form of a cooperative, or you can say a form of a group of people who are running this show.
Is it a cooperative or a cabal?
Yeah, the right word would be cabal. So it's like a cabal, which, group of people who are basically running the show there. And there, you don't pay taxes, but steel is produced, then the steel is smuggled out of that state, and huge amount of cash is collected, and with that, the finances go to certain builders who are in Pune, in Mumbai, and various other. This is usually the process. So this is the inside story. But yes, 58 crore rupees is huge in cash. We remember in the case of Partha Chatterjee as well, it was around 50 crore, then there was so much of noise. But 50 crore rupees, it took the IT department around 13 hours to count. They started at 11 a.m. in the morning and ended at 1 a.m. in the night. So, it was a huge process for them. They found gold worth 14 crores, which is around 34 kgs. There are other diamonds and other valuable things as well. There are certain Benami properties, the documents have been found related to certain Benami properties. There are many more things which have been found, which the income tax department is looking at. But this is like, it's a regular process in that belt of Aurangabad, Nasik and Jalna, where steel furnaces are running illegally. And it seems to be that, the administration is very much hand in glove. And that is why, they are prospering like this. So 2 individuals, 2 companies have been raided. One is SR Steel, one is Kalika Steel. And most of the cash has been found from the farmhouse of one of the owners. Now, interestingly, the income tax department, they decorated their cars as if, the Baratis are going, and, there were around 260 odd people who raided at, various locations. So they had the police force as well, and they had the income tax department officials. So, but to camouflage the entire thing, they decorated their cars as if, the Barat is traveling towards that area.
Oh, it was like a wedding procession.
It's like it was
decorated like a Shadi ki Barat.
Yeah, Shadi ki Barat, and ultimately they divided themselves into five teams and then got into the various locations where they found cash. So they had an idea that something like this was happening, and we are already seeing those visuals and the huge amount of...
This huge amount of cash, and these are all 500 rupee wards which we are seeing. There are also some 2,000 rupee stacks which are seeing, but you are saying it was all found at the farmhouse of one of the owners.
Yeah.
Are these 2 owners linked with each other?
So that's what I was telling you. It's like a group. Everybody knows. It's a very small district in Marathwada, Jalna. Everybody knows each other. Everybody works with each other. No taxes are paid. the cabal is moving cash from one
So where
location.
does the steel come from? If it's a steel furnace,
Yeah.
so obviously
so it's basically the scrap.
ore.
It's basically the scrap. It's,
Okay.
So the scrap goes to the furnace. Then the steel is produced. Then it is smuggled out of the state without giving any taxes. It goes to various builders in Maharashtra. So it's
So then it is linked to the construction business.
yeah. So this is nothing new. You might have found huge amount of cash. People, in Mumbai was telling me that this is actually a small amount of cash as compared to the kind of dealings that these people do in Jalna. So this is a small amount as compared to what they actually
What the actual amount is.
Yeah,
So it's
what
the
they
tip of the iceberg
Yeah, it's
kind of
just the
thing.
tip of the iceberg.
It's terrible. But are there any political connections that are being seen?
Not yet.
And are there other furnaces also which are now going to be raided? Because if this is an open modus which is a norm there, so you said that there could be some administrative hand in glove. So,
we can
till where
expect-
will this go
It's
to?
very difficult to say. Entirely depends on the income tax department, because once they raid, they found various details about cash dealings. There are diary entries. There are open entries which are given by entry operators and others. So we still don't know where will it lead to. But certainly this kind of transactions, this kind of illegal working, it just cannot happen without the administration.
And so much
being
of
handled.
cash, there has to be hands in the till.
Yeah.
So there must be people who are at powerful places
Yes.
who must be allowing these operations to be conducted
Certainly,
and facilitated.
even if you run a
and there are
small-
many netas who are in the scrap business.
Yeah,
there are
so-
many netas who are in the construction business.
Yeah, very early to comment until and unless there is something official we hear from associates in the income tax department. But amazing, way of working of the income tax department. They went as Shadi ki Barat, and ultimately raided, and nobody had an idea that
There will be so much of cash that
Yeah,
will be
yeah,
found. So
yeah.
now, how many Benami properties, or are there other raids also which are scheduled? Do we
No,
know?
the raids are over as of now, but then obviously investigation continues, because I'm telling you, the modus operandi is very clear. It's a cabal, or it's a group of people who basically work, who cheat on taxes, who do not pay taxes, nothing on record, all transactions happen in cash, and that is why this kind of cash collection is visible on your screen. So this is nothing new. Everybody knows in that area that something like this is happening,
if there are
and it has been happening on a not. You
So,
might
but these
see
are
it-
incorporated companies. These furnaces are registered.
No, they're not.
No, they're not registered.
Most of the furnaces are not registered. These are
And they
illegal.
paid no taxes so far.
No taxes, nothing. So it is all cash transactions. आपने मुझे पैसे दिए, आपने steel ले गए, आप कबाड़ लाए,
So how
मुझे
did
बेच
the
दिए.
IT department get wind of it? And is it the income tax group in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, or is it somewhere from central?
No, it is happening from Maharashtra. But I am telling you, the income tax department would have raided now. In 2021 also they raided. So they also know that this has been happening for a number of years. It's the income tax deciding to knock at their doors now. So it's not that the administration is not aware that something like this is happening. It is not that the Maharashtra administration is not aware, or the tax department.
Where does the scrap come from? All across the country, or largely from Maharashtra? And you're saying the steel also goes from out of the state also it goes?
Yes, it goes out of the state. It is smuggled out of the state without paying GST. It is consumed inside the state without paying GST. It goes to various builders. In fact, I have been told by my sources, some people tell me that these people finance in cash to certain builders in Mumbai and Pune. So, because they have huge amount of cash with them, so they act as financiers as well. So,
and this money is again unaccounted for, because it's black, it's funding, and then they either convert it into white,
in
or
cash,
it comes back to
everything
them.
out of the books.
Everything is out of the books.
Out of the
Now the larger question, and I'm sure the viewers would also know, where has this cash been taken to, and where is all this gold and jewelry, all of this, where does it go and where is it housed? Does it now become government property?
So it is under the possession of the income tax department till the closure of the case. So there, the process is that the income tax department has to file an appraisal report. That usually happens within 90 days to 120 days. So the appraisal report ultimately goes to the assessees, wherever the assessee is assessed, in whatever circle he is assessed. Then the assessing officer decides what kind of taxes should be levied on this person. Then In case the income tax department feels that it is laundered money, it has come through a criminal process, then it goes to the enforcement directorate or to various other agencies.
Otherwise, out of this, say 300 crore, if they say that it's a 50% penalty, so 150 crore actually goes back to those who have been working without declaring tax return without
no,
papers.
it doesn't go back usually because there are so many taxes and penalties which are levied that in fact the person is charged usually more than what is seized.
What is seized?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is usually more. It is usually more. So if somebody
So
is
right
expecting
now it's
that,
gone to the state bank.
Yeah,
is it in the state bank now?
It is with the State Bank of Nashik, and gold is obviously it's with the Panchanama, so it stays in the possession of the income tax department. In case they are able to prove that this gold has been purchased with white money, there is nothing wrong, then obviously it can be returned, but it doesn't look to be because 14 kgs,
Well, Benami
34 kgs of gold is, it
clearly won't be white
kgs won't be found in your house.
58 crore in cash stacked in a farmhouse. That's a lot of money, and that too, these are the new notes. So it's all happened post demonetization, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to think about that too. Ashish Marishi, thank you for that input. So from Jalna in Maharashtra, let's head towards Bihar, ladies and gentlemen. On the day Nitish Kumar walked out of the NDA and resigned, that's that Tuesday, look at what is happening. Many on social media and in the political circles are also turning around and saying, is it a sign of things to come? Look at what has happened. Sign of things to come in Bihar as lawlessness comes to play. 3 instances of brutal crime that have been recorded in Bihar on Tuesday itself. Huge symbolism, like we said, when Nitish Kumar resigned as chief minister. First incident happens in Gopalganj, where a journalist, Gokul Yadav, is shot dead 5 times by miscreants. On the day Nitish quit as chief minister, 3 instances of brutal crime all across Bihar. First one in Gokulganj, where journalist Gokul Yadav was shot dead 5 times. Shot dead, he was shot at 5 times by miscreants. The next incident happens in Betia, where the priest of the Ram Janaki temple is not only murdered, he's beheaded and his head is carried across. They carry the severed head across to another Kali temple. Now, the reason for this is still under investigation, but then again, a brutal act that's come to fore. The third one happens in Patna itself, where 9 lakh rupees have been looted from a Toyota showroom, where private security guard was killed. Cash, 6 laptops were stolen by 12 looters, 12 miscreants. Saurabh now joins us live. Saurabh, on the day Nitish Kumar walked out of the NDA, it just looks like a brazen Gundaraj on display across Bihar. Is it a norm or does this come as a surprise? Because on that day, there were also many journalists, female journalists, who were harassed, heckled, teased, abused, who were doing their job. So is this a sign of things to come?
See, Anand, I have been tracking Bihar and Jharkhand both, and if we talk about the crime, these incidents are not a surprise because lawlessness is very much evident in Bihar. And I remember the statements given by, Tejasvi Yadav, who is now the deputy CM. Last year, he gave a statement. He said that Bihar is becoming the crime capital of India, and the state government is failing and is trying to protect the criminals. This is what he said last year, and his statement was against the Chief Minister, then Chief Minister, and also now Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. So crime is a major factor over here. It is also speculated that RJD, which had a perception of a Gunda Raj, Jungle Raj, these kinds of anecdotes were used against the party. Now it is to be seen whether the RJD, which is now in alliance with the same CM, protects the protects the law and order of the state, or whether Bihar is again heading towards Jungle Raj or Gunda Raj, as the earlier people used to say. So this is a major factor. We are also learning that the Home Department, which looks after the law and order situation in Bihar, will be either kept by Nitish Kumar himself, as earlier it was, or it will be given to Tejasvi Yadav. So we are not sure that the Home Department will be with whom, but certainly this is a major department which will be decided in the cabinet expansion in coming days. But the criminals here, they are on rampage, and they have very less fear of the police administration. So we saw these 3 incidents in a day where Nitish Kumar resigned, knowing very well that Nitish is going to be in alliance with RJD. So it can be speculated the return of RJD has given a boost to the criminals maybe, or will RJD will change its perception of protecting criminals as it used to do in early 90s. So this will be interesting that this new alliance, whether it will succeed in controlling crime or the criminals will roam free.
True. Well, do we have the details of the journalist who was shot dead? What is the background to that incident? What happened in Bettiah? And also Patna, this loot which has happened with the with 10 or 12 miscreants. Has there been any movement in cracking down the perpetrators and catching the perpetrators in all 3 instances?
See here, yes, the journalist Gokul Yadav was a local journalist of Gopalganj over there. He was shot at 5 times, but now police is on the crackdown. They are searching the criminals, but no arrests have been made so far. Similarly, in Ram Janki Mandir priest case, police is conducting searches, no arrests so far. And in Patna, loots are very common here, maybe because unemployment is more, and people thinks that looting shops and looting people here is easier than to do any job, because there are no jobs. Actually, the political parties, they promises job, but they don't give jobs to people. So the crime is very evident over here. And if we talk about against crime, Bihar has been on the top list of state crimes. I'm sorry, Anand, it's raining. I have to move inside.
Right. Thanks for your input, Saurabh. Get to safety, because it's inclement weather all across, and Bihar is also reeling under floods. That's going to be another challenge for the government at this time, because there is heavy rains even in Nepal, and once the Gandak River swells up, it all comes spoiling down straight into Bihar. So we will get on top of that also. But now shifting focus from Bihar to Bengal, ladies and gentlemen, where after Trinamool Congress's Partha Chatterjee and aide Arpita Mukherjee were arrested, another leader, Anubrata Mondal, has been arrested from his home. This comes after he skipped summons from the CBI. They say that more than 12 times, more than a dozen times he was summoned. He appeared only once. Now, Anubrata had written to the agency about summons in the cattle smuggling case, now saying that he was ill and hence couldn't attend. He attached copies of 2 doctors' prescriptions and asked for 2 weeks' time to appear before the CBI. Trinamool Congress sources telling us that they won't tolerate any corruption and that law will take its own course. The BJP has lashed out at West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, saying that she gives state protection to those who operate under crime and extortion syndicates under her watch. Let's listen into the reactions, and then we've got developments. We'll also have Ashish Merishi and Shogoto joining us on the story.
সঠিক কাজ করেছেন এবং আইনের আওতায় এনে তদন্তর যে প্রক্রিয়া আছে সেই তদন্ত প্রক্রিয়ার মধ্য দিয়ে তারা তাদের নিজস্ব ব্যবস্থায় করবেন, সে ব্যাপারে আমার বক্তব্য নেই। অনুব্রত মণ্ডল যে একজন মাফিয়া এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের প্রশ্রয়ে আশ্রয়ে একটা মুদির দোকান থেকে যে হাটে মাগুর মাছ বিক্রি করত, সে আজকে 1000 কোটি টাকার মালিক। মমতা ব্যানার্জির সৃষ্টি।
Shogoto joining us live, but Ashish is with me here in the newsroom. Ashish, the CBI says that multiple times they issued the summons. What are the grounds for arrest today?
So, he was not cooperating, one. Two, they had evidence with them which showed that he was beneficiary or a part of the cattle smuggling case. So there are 2 very important cases which are being investigated by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate in West Bengal. One relates to cattle smuggling, another relates to the coal smuggling case. We all know that that coal was smuggled out of abandoned coal fields of Eastern Coalfields Limited. So here, these 2 cases hold lots of importance. We already seen so many arrests in the past. We all know that a person called Vinay Mishra is on the run,
Yeah.
who was basically a senior neta of Trinamool Congress. He's absconding. There, we already know there is a red corner notice against him, and he's already taken citizenship of Vanuatu, which is a small island above Australia.
Yeah.
So, huge amount of money was produced. We have already seen senior IAS, IPS officers being questioned by the enforcement directorate in the past. But in this case, Anubrata Mondal was basically, the CBI wanted him to question him. Multiple summons were issued to him. Every time he used to say that, he can't come. He used to send lots and lots of medical reports, which in all likelihood were fudged. In fact, we are also learning that the doctor who gave the certificate of he being ill, he's giving a statement that he was under pressure, and then he issued that letter, or you can say which
Yeah.
the
But
doctor's
for the
advice.
CBI, they have enough.
They have enough evidence to show that he's one of the beneficiaries
And
of
they
the
have the
cattle
money
smuggling
to,
case.
and that's
Yeah,
a criminal offense.
Yeah,
Cattle
so
smuggling by default is a criminal offense,
Yeah.
and it's also enshrined that cattle protection or cow protection is enshrined in our constitution.
And most importantly, you remember that, since it joins Bangladesh, we all know that from West Bengal to Bangladesh, huge amount of cattle is smuggled, in which various BSF officials have also been indicted. So here,
and there has been a huge cleanup of and pulling up of certain
so
BSF
here they
officials
had
also.
ample evidence with them that he was one of the beneficiaries. He's a strong neta. He's never fought elections, but he's a strong face of Trinamool Congress in Birbhum.
Yes, in Birbhum, and Shogoto is joining us live. Shogoto, Anubrata Mondal was also involved at that where the burning of the homes of certain Trinamool Congress when the workers, when the internecine fights happened. And he at that time had tried to dismiss the whole thing altogether, and he copped a lot of flack at that time. So he's been under the scanner for a while, and he's also been infamous for his conduct and also his utterings.
That's right, Anand. And it's not just the coal or cattle smuggling cases that he is under the CBI lens for a while. He is also, being closely watched and observed by the agency for some post-poll violence cases. And these post-poll violence cases involves, murder of BJP workers in Birbhum. So obviously, once the CBI gets into those cases, life will become extremely difficult for Anubrata Mondal, because it involves charges of murder, no less. So obviously, the process, according to many observers, Anand, has only just begun, and probably the arrest of this the strong man of the Trinamool Congress in Birbhum has happened in a case which probably is one of the mildest of all cases that the agencies are actually looking at him at this point in time. At least that's what the perception is. Whether or not that would actually be translated into real terms,
most
is
minor
something that
crimes
one
can
must
be
wait
the
and watch.
undoing of netas who think that they can get away with far greater acts which are against the interest of society. Shogoto, thank you for your inputs. We've got a big news coming through. Ashish was just mentioning it now. Kamalika is also joining us with the inputs that one of the doctors who prescribed or whose prescription was quoted says that he was actually threatened and he was asked to sign on a blank piece of paper. That's what he's saying. He was forced to write a prescription for the Trinamool Congress leader. This is by the Bolpur Subdivisional Hospital Superintendent, saying he feared for his child. Kamalika now joins us. Kamalika, were you able to speak to this doctor, and what did this doctor say?
Yes, I spoke to this doctor for a long time yesterday night, and this doctor was totally terrified and he was scared. What the doctor was saying that day before what happened on Monday, Anubrata Mondal went to SSKM hospital, and there it was told that there is no requirement of him to get admitted. So from there he went back to Birbhum to his residence. But yesterday morning we saw that Birbhum Birbhum Super Speciality Government Hospital's doctor came in. The doctor came in, he saw Anubrata, and when he came out, he said that Anubrata is not well and he requires 14 days of rest. While he was going back, that point of time, there was somebody who contacted him and said that the hospital authorities, stamp cannot be used. It has to be a white letter, a white letterhead that has been issued by him. That also the super told him before he came to to see Anubrata Mondal. Before he came, super told him, he recorded that. And while he was going back, the same thing was told by the male nurse. Then, his conscience raised. That's what he told us, that, this is nothing right. And where he also told us that when he was talking to Anubrata Mondal clearly told him to give a prescription of 14 days he has to take rest. That Anubrata Mondal pressurized him to write. Now, as I said from the morning, as I'm saying, as Shaukat was also pointing out, Anubrata Mondal is the last word in Birbhum. And there nobody can say no to him. So he did that. And after that, his conscience raised and he was afraid. And he was afraid of his family. He said that, ma'am, I don't want more in TV because I am feared. I'm afraid. I have a small child. So this is the state what the doctor actually told us, and this is what Anubrata Mondal is all about. So definitely, it's a embarrassing day for Trinamool Congress today. But they are going to do a press conference at 5:30 with the conspiracy theory.
Well, but the point is that in terms of if there is hard evidence and if somebody is involved in cattle smuggling and is a beneficiary of cattle smuggling, and that many believe is just perhaps the most minor of the offences committed by Anubrata Mondal, then is it not a huge embarrassment for the Trinamool Congress, because this entire cut money charge that then stands levelled, cut money at all levels, and corruption being rampant or endemic within the Trinamool Congress leadership. That's the allegation that's being made. We'll get into that in just a bit, but Kamalika, thank you for your inputs. Big news coming in from Tamil Nadu. So shifting focus, ladies and gentlemen, where Rajiv Gandhi assassination case convict S. Nalini has knocked the Supreme Court seeking premature release in the case. Nalini has cited the judgment of the top court in the case of co-convict Perarivalan. Now, the Madras High Court, while turning down the petition, had in fact stated that the High Court does not have special powers that the Supreme Court has under Article 142 of the Constitution, and thus it cannot order the release like the Supreme Court did for Perarivalan. Now, we have Ananya joining us with more details. Yes, Ananya, when was this petition moved?
Well, yes, Anand, the petition has been moved today itself, and it's currently under defects and would be, in fact, cured with the defects by tomorrow itself. And in fact, now Ms. Nalini has basically sought a premature release into this case. Remember, she had knocked the doors of the Madras High Court in June this year. However, the court had refused to grant the release because saying that it does not have the power of 142, which is Article 142, because the Supreme Court has an extraordinary power under 142 of the Constitution of India, which it can pass an extraordinary order into a particular case in order to dispense justice. But the same power is not vested with the other courts in the country, and this is why it's the Supreme Court of India, the topmost court that Nalini has knocked now, challenging the order of the Madras High Court, clearly citing the judgment which was given by the topmost court of the country in the case of AG Perarivalan. Remember, it was the Supreme Court that had ordered for a extraordinary premature release of AG Perarivalan into this particular case.
Right. Now this is what the petition very clearly says. The petition has been moved, and the petition says that, like in the case of Perarivalan, I should also be allowed to be given relief. But the Madras High Court saying that it's not within our powers, it's the Supreme Court that can decide on the matter. You've got to go to the Supreme Court because they are empowered under Article 142 of the Constitution of India to take a decision on this matter, and that's exactly what Nalini's lawyers have now done. Ananya, thank you for your inputs. We're going to take a very, very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000 and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Rathar, who was murdered, Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, and television artist Amreen Bhatt was killed in today's encounter. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Himachal Pradesh and led to some hair-raising scenes.
In Chamba district, several roads were washed away due to incessant rains. But this group decided to risk their lives in order to cross the heavily damaged road. With rainwater falling like a waterfall, they pushed their motorbike over huge chunks of rocks and stones. The terrain was so tough that one person had to pull the front wheel of the bike to take it forward. They were right on the edge of a gorge, one false step and they could have fallen to their death. Together they lifted and pushed the bike and finally made it across the half-broken road.
Scientists have claimed that days on Earth are getting longer. Now, why exactly is that? The Earth's rotation around its axis has slowed down. In fact, the rotation of the axis is slowing down because of friction. 2.3 milliseconds have been added to the length of each day. The tidal changes have also increased. Therefore, the length of the day is also having an impact on how time is measured. It will also have an impact on technology like GPS. A former professor of Kolkata St. Xavier's University has moved the Calcutta High Court against the university authorities. This after she was allegedly forced to tender her resignation following complaints from a parent over some pictures of her wearing a swimsuit which were posted on her private Instagram. Justice Uday Umesh Lalit has been appointed as the 49th Chief Justice of India after President Draupadi Murmu signed his warrant of appointment. He will assume charge on the 27th of August, a day after the incumbent Chief Justice N.V. Ramana retires. Justice Lalit will have a brief tenure of less than 3 months. He will retire in November. Comedian Raju Srivastava suffered a cardiac arrest while working out in a gym in Delhi. The 58-year-old was working out on a treadmill when he had chest pain and he collapsed. He was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences where he was given CPR twice and revived. He's now said to be out of danger. A Samajwadi Party leader's car was hit by a truck in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri district.
The truck rammed into Devendra Singh Yadav's car on a relatively busy road and then dragged the vehicle for more than 500 meters before finally stopping. Bystanders ran after the truck and helped the passengers out of the car. The SP leader was in the car. He was returning home from the party office when the accident happened. His condition is believed to be stable. The errant truck driver has been arrested and an investigation is underway.
The centre has given the green light for biological ease Corbevax being administered as a precautionary dose. So those who've taken Covishield or Covaxin as their dose 1 or 2, they can take Corbevax as a booster 6 months after their second dose. This is the first time that the booster dose is different from the one that's been used for primary vaccine. Domestic airlines are free to decide what to charge passengers from the 31st of August. The government has done away with limits on airfares, which were placed when the pandemic began in 2020. The move is expected.
Back on the Nation at 5, ladies and gentlemen, with a big update on crypto. One after the other, there is news which only shows that this is a medium, and somewhere the government was right not in trusting or legalizing cryptocurrency. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now frozen 370 crore of another crypto exchange, and this exchange is the name goes by Vauld, V-A-U-L-D. It's the biggest seizure of assets by the Enforcement Directorate as far as cryptocurrency is concerned. Now, earlier we had given updates coming through on another platform, that is WazirX, which is also under scanner. But right now, Ashish Merishi with us with the details on Vauld, 370 crore rupees. What's the story?
So it's a big seizure. Never in the history of Enforcement Directorate such a big action on any cryptocurrency exchange. What we are hearing is that there are two people who basically founded this company called Vauld. It's a Singapore-based company. Darshan Bhatija and Sanju Soni Kurian. There are these two individuals. They're already facing legal issues in Singapore as well, where the creditors have sued them. But in India, we have my sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me that there have been various violations of the foreign exchange, due to which their assets have been frozen as of now. So as we speak, we'll get more details on the reason for their freezing of assets worth more than 370 crore rupees. But there is huge amount of illegality. That is what my sources confirm in the Enforcement Directorate. And assets worth 370 crore rupees have been frozen till now.
Assets, so 370 crore assets in India?
Yeah.
And they belong to Vauld, which is a Singapore-based company.
Yeah.
Now, what about the principals? You're saying the two founders already are facing legal action in Singapore and trouble in Singapore.
Yeah.
Do we know who are the people who had parked money here? Is the Enforcement Directorate,
So,
what are the grounds on which, or is it purely FEMA violations?
Anand, the government is worried because whenever you see in crypto exchange, we have already seen a huge crash where the valuation has been wiped out for more than 70%. So there are people who have lost money. 1, 2. The government is really worried on the illegal money, like the drug money, the terror money can also be parked inside the crypto exchanges, because nobody knows the name. It's only the 16-digit number through which you actually trade in various crypto exchanges. So the government is really worried on whether black money, illegal money, drug money, terror money, laundered money, whether this is landing into crypto exchanges. So that is why you remember that the government did not legalize it. They did not, they decided to tax, because the moment they decide to tax, at least they'll come into the net where the money is going. It is whose money, from where the money is coming, who's gaining, who's losing out of it. I'm told, various, corrupt officials have also parked their money. I know, I've been speaking to various bureaucrats, and they say various corrupt officials have parked their funds in crypto exchanges to hide the identity of the wealth. So the government is really worried on it. We're seeing huge amount of action from the Enforcement Directorate. There are huge violations, illegalities in which, and especially related to the foreign exchange, and that is why we are seeing seizure of more than 370 crore rupees on a company named Vault.
Right, we'll do a complete breakdown of the crypto infrastructure in our country, the amount of money. There was literally a parallel economy there with nearly 4 billion plus being parked in crypto, and soon after the government's position that it was taken, what happened thereof, and how many of these organizations have been dubious in their functioning. We'll do that detailed investigation maybe tomorrow. It all depends on this man right next to me who's getting all those details. So Ashish Merishi, the onus is on you.
We'll have some
on
details
the
by
Nation
tomorrow.
at 5. Thank you for that. Moving across, ladies and gentlemen, even as the Trinamool Congress is doing a press conference in Kolkata on the Anubrata Mondal issue, Anubrata Mondal has been shown a shoe. And there are protesters, there are people who have been questioning this leader. this is not the first time that one of those who've been charged with corruption and have been arrested by the central agencies have been shown a shoe or a chappal. In this case, we are given to understand that a shoe was waved or a chappal was waved at Anubrata Mondal as he was being taken away by the CBI. These are the pictures that have come through. Trinamool Congress addressing the press conference at this point. But let's go across to Shogato for more on this. Who are the people who are protesting there, and was a shoe thrown at him, or was he just shown the shoe saying that you need to be beaten with it?
Well, Anand, Anubrata Mondal has been produced before the special CBI court in Asansol just a short while back. And while he was being brought in, both BJP as well as left supporters who had gathered outside, in the court premises, were agitating against the Trinamool Congress leader from Birbhum. And the agitation, obviously was very high-spirited, given the fact that it seems that both the left as well as the BJP have been tolerating, whatever allegations that have been leveled against Anubrata Mondal for a long time now. So obviously, during the course of that agitation, which was very, very high-spirited, the Anubrata Mondal was greeted with the visuals of shoes being shown at him. They weren't thrown at him; they were just waved at him by these agitators, and they were also shouting, slogans calling Anubrata Mondal a thief. So obviously, these slogans high pitched, and these waving of shoes obviously tells a lot about the kind of resistance and opposition he currently faces in his home district, or at least in the vicinity of his home district, where he is currently being produced before a court. Anand?
Congress, the Trinamool Congress at this point is addressing a press conference. What is the Trinamool Congress's official position? We'll also try and get Kamalika for more on the fact that he was trying to fudge his medical records and that he was seen as perhaps the #1 Dada of Birbhum, and that nobody could do anything against his wishes. But today he's facing public ire, political protest, but more importantly, his hand in the till as far as the cattle smuggling scam is concerned. One of the perhaps smaller scams that he's been involved, acts of corruption. But Shogato, the Trinamool Congress will be feeling the pressure because this entire cut money charge, the fact that all of their leaders or a lot of their leaders have been involved in one scam or the other, this big aspect of corruption, this could be huge embarrassment. Paresh Adhikari, then Partha, then now Anubrata. One after the other, there are so many leaders.
Also, Anand, the Trinamool Congress is under a lot of pressure. And because the Trinamool Congress is under a lot of pressure, it is having to come out with these kinds of statements that we will not compromise with any corruption, we will not compromise with any kind of wrongs. And the current press conference that is being addressed by Chandrima Bhattacharya, another senior leader of the party, on behalf of the party after Anubrata Mondal's arrest, where she is, besides, talking about the fact that the party will have a no-tolerance policy vis-a-vis corruption and any other kind of wrongdoings, is also uttering in the same breath, or questioning the neutrality of the central agencies which are probing these charges. And here, the Trinamool Congress leaders are also naming, some of the other BJP leaders. For example, Himanta Biswa Sharma is being named by Chandrima Bhattacharya just a short while back, alleging he was also named in the Sharada scam, the Ponzi scam, and yet there has been no investigation against him. So obviously, besides talking about the kind of stand the party is taking vis-a-vis some of its leaders who are being officially tainted on account of these agency probes that are going on. For example, Partha Chatterjee has already been removed from both his positions in the government as well as within the party. The Trinamool Congress, it seems, compared to Partha Chatterjee, it has taken a softer stand vis-a-vis Anubrata Mondal, not directly indicted the Birbhum leader in any manner, and have also not removed him from any of his positions so far. He is still the president of the party in Birbhum district, and it seems that as far as Anubrata Mondal is concerned, the stand of the party, besides obviously maintaining that it will go with a zero tolerance policy on corruption and other kinds of wrongdoings, it seems that it has taken a softer stand vis-a-vis Anubrata Mondal as compared with Partha Chatterjee.
Well, clearly, we'll try and get we'll get Kamalika also with more on this, because Anubrata has been trying to fudge details and also jump the CBI summons. Huge amount of public anger, charges and counter charges also being waived, leveled. We'll try and get a reaction from the BJP on what the Trinamool Congress is alleging. But right now, it just looks like huge embarrassment for Anubrata Mondal, who's been taken away, whisked away by the CBI. I have Mr. Shogat Roy at this point. Mr. Shogat Roy's shoe has been shown at Anubrata Mondal as he was being taken away by the CBI after he was being arrested. He's been arrested. Meanwhile, the Trinamool Chandrimaji is addressing a press conference at this point. She is saying that this is selective targeting. There is no neutrality as far as the central agencies, as far as cracking down on corruption is concerned.
Yes. Yes,
but how would you react to the public anger, Shogato-ji, against Anubrata Mondal?
No, there is no public anger. Some BJP and CPM people are showing. Like, if Trinamool got its cages on the roof, these people would run away. This is just some people trying fishing troubled waters. There is no spontaneous reaction by the public.
We seem to have lost Shogat Roy there, but Priyanka Tibrewal of the BJP with us. Priyanka Tibrewal, the Trinamool Congress has turned around and said this is not a neutral crackdown on corruption. This is selectively targeting, and that too targeting Trinamool Congress leaders.
No, first they should accept that whether there is corruption or not. If they are accepting that yes, there was corruption and TMC people involved in that corruption, then kudos to ED and CBI for doing their work. Now, who is targeting whom? That's not the question. Because you see these investigations are being done by independent agencies like CBI and ED. So there is no point, crying foul, or there's no point, putting the allegations on BJP. There is an acceptance by TMC that their netas are involved. That is the reason they have suspended Partha. Now they should have the courage to suspend Anubrata Mondal also. And then let law take its own course.
But they are saying that if there is corruption, and in all these cases where the Trinamool Congress leaders are being investigated, there are former Trinamool Congress leaders who are now part of the BJP who have been given a clean chit. Why are they not being questioned? Is the question that the Trinamool is asking.
Yes. So in that case, again, I will say that BJP is not answerable to them. They should ask such questions if they have any kind of doubt on these agencies. The court is open. They should go to the Supreme Court, file their petition, and then let there be an order from the Supreme Court. Nobody is
TMC saying they're going to do a rally tomorrow demanding neutrality of the CBI.
See, this is nothing new. We have always seen that how brazenly when their leaders are arrested, the Chief Minister herself, she goes to the offices, gives dharna, sits on dharna. When the Commissioner of Police, when the CBI went to raid his house, the Mamata Banerjee sat outside his house. So we have seen all these nautankies, and these will not help. Rather, she should have been, initially when all this was happening in Trinamool, under her nose, she should have seen and looked into all this. But I believe that there is a support from the hierarchy. Otherwise, all these things cannot happen at the ground.
But now it is one after the other. Now, if we had Partha Chatterjee, who's been now caught as far as a huge amount of the cash stash, in this case, it is cattle smuggling with Anubrata Mondal. Do you believe that the Trinamool Congress needs to answer as to why so many of its leaders are being caught? Is this entire charge of cut money being rampant, this corruption being rampant among the Trinamool Congress leaders, does that stick? Where does the BJP stand on this? Or does the BJP believe that anybody and everybody who's corrupt should be under the lens? Because that's what the Trinamool is saying.
See, the BJP believes that these law agencies should be allowed to do their work, and specifically there is order from the Honorable High Court in both the cases, where even Mr. Anubrata Mondal, when he was trying, not to answer on the summons of the ED and when he was trying to seek protection, the Honorable High Court has refused to give any protection to him and said that go face the agency. So where is the question of BJP coming into this?
Because they are saying that the BJP, which is in power at the center, is using the central agencies to deliberately corner the Trinamool.
Sir, do they believe in the independence of judiciary? If yes, they can proceed, because we have seen recently leaders like Chidambaram, leaders and the others, they went to the Supreme Court where they had filed their claims regarding the ED. What was the order? So that is what I am saying, that even if Trinamool has any kind of doubt in their mind, they should proceed to the court.
Well, clearly, right now, there is public anger against Anubrata Mondal. Partha Chatterjee was shown a through shoe. In this case, also a shoe being shown to Anubrata Mondal as protests are being raised. The Trinamool Congress turning around and saying, where is the neutrality? Why only our leaders? But the larger question is, when you say, why only our leaders, does that mean you are accepting that your leaders have indulged in acts of corruption? We leave it at that question. We will debate that later tonight on The Right Stand. Priyanka Tipperwal, thank you for your inputs. We're going to take a short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us.
Patrons outside Casa Danza Club in Millennium City. The bouncers mercilessly kicked, slapped and punched guests outside the pub. Even women were not spared from their abusive behavior. These shocking scenes played out after an argument broke out between the guests and a bouncer. The incident happened on the 7th of August, but still no action has been taken against the bouncers.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000 and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Ratar, who was murdered, Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, and television artist Amreen Bhatt was killed in today's encounter. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Himachal Pradesh and led to some hair-raising scenes.
In Chamba district, several roads were washed away due to incessant rains, but this group decided to risk their lives in order to cross the heavily damaged road. With rainwater falling like a waterfall, they pushed their motorbike over huge chunks of rocks and stones. The terrain was so tough that one person had to pull the front wheel of the bike to take it forward. They were right on the edge of a gorge, one false step and they could have fallen to their death. Together they lifted and pushed the bike and finally made it across the half-broken road.
Scientists have claimed that days on Earth are getting longer. Now, why exactly is that? The Earth's rotation around its axis has slowed down. In fact, the rotation of the axis is slowing down because of friction. 2.3 milliseconds have been added to the length of each day. The tidal changes have also increased. Therefore, the length of the day is also having an impact on how time is measured. It will also have an impact on technology like GPS. A former professor of Kolkata St. Xavier's University has moved the Calcutta High Court against the university authorities. This after she was allegedly forced to tender her resignation following complaints from a parent over some pictures of her wearing a swimsuit which were posted on her private Instagram. Justice Uday Umesh Lalit has been appointed as the 49th Chief Justice of India after President Draupadi Murmu signed his warrant of appointment. He will assume charge on the 27th of August, a day after the incumbent Chief Justice N.V. Ramana retires. Justice Lalit will have a brief tenure of less than 3 months. He will retire in November. Comedian Raju Srivastava suffered a cardiac arrest while working out in a gym in Delhi. The 58-year-old was working out on a treadmill when he had chest pain and he collapsed. He was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences where he was given CPR twice and revived. He's now said to be out of danger. A Samajwadi Party leader's car was hit by a truck in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri district.
The truck rammed into Devendra Singh Yadav's car on a relatively busy road and then dragged the vehicle for more than 500 meters before finally stopping. Bystanders ran after the truck and helped the passengers out of the car. The SP leader was in the car. He was returning home from the party office when the accident happened. His condition is believed to be stable. The errant truck driver has been arrested and an investigation is underway.
The centre has given the green light.
अभी कुछ समय पहले दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने मानो झूठ बोलने का नया कीर्तिमान बना दिया, झूठ की एक कड़ी लगा दी। अब ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि दिल्ली मॉडल हो गया है फेल, अरविंद केजरीवाल आकर झूठ की लगा रहे हैं रेल। और जो करते हैं ये वादा, उसका पूरा नहीं किया आधा। मैं सबसे पहले इस मंच से चुनौती देता हूं श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को। अभी 1 घंटे पहले ही आपने एक प्रेस वार्ता करी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, और जैसे आपकी राजनीति बड़ी सतही है, उसमें गहराई नहीं, विश्वसनीयता नहीं, वैसे ही आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी होने लगी है। और इसीलिए शुरुआत करेंगे जो 3 बड़े झूठ बोल के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लगा हर बार की तरह मैं निकल जाऊंगा। नहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जब आपको चुनौती देने भारतीय जनता पार्टी आती है तो वो विश्वसनीयता के आधार पे आती है, ठोस आंकड़ों के आधार पे आती है। और मैं
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. After Partha Chatterjee, it's now the turn of Anubrata Mondal, another senior TMC functionary to be arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. And embarrassingly so, Mondal is being linked to a massive cattle smuggling scam. The TMC predictably saying that all of this is the centre using agencies like the ED, CBI, etc. as instruments to settle political scores. But the bigger question is, how long can Mamata Banerjee continue to defend such rotten apples? At some point, will the allegations not stick to right at the top?
Two weeks, two aides of the Bengal Chief Minister, two big setbacks for the Trinamool Congress. After the Enforcement Directorate arrested former State Minister Partha Chatterjee in the SSC scam, today the CBI arrested TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in a cattle smuggling case. He was arrested for not cooperating in the probe after twice failing to turn up for questioning. This morning, a CBI team of 8 officers turned up at Mondal's house, but he locked himself in a room on the second floor. He allegedly refused to sign the arrest warrant brought by the CBI team. Only after the CBI threatened to bring in paramilitary forces to break open the door did he reluctantly step out. Mandal is known as the Bahubali leader of the TMC in Birbhum. He is the founding member of the party in the district and is a close aide of Mamata Banerjee. He popularized the political slogan Khela Hobe, which dominated the 2021 West Bengal Assembly elections.
Khela Hobe! Anubrata Mondal je ekjon mafia এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের প্রশ্রয়ে আশ্রয়ে একটা মুদির দোকান থেকে যে হাটে মাগুর মাছ বিক্রি করত সে আজকে 1000 কোটি টাকার মালিক তো মমতা ব্যানার্জির সৃষ্টি
এটা একটা ওয়েল অর্গানাইজড ক্রাইম হয়েছে ওয়েল অর্গানাইজড সিন্ডিকেটের মাধ্যমে হয়েছে যেখানে পুলিশ জড়িত তৃণমূল জড়িত নেতা জড়িত বিএসএফ জড়িত
Days after Partha Chatterjee was arrested, the TMC removed him from all posts, claiming it has a policy of zero tolerance towards corruption.
Trinamool will be the last one to tolerate any kind of irregularity or corruption when it comes to such kind of incident which is cropped up in the public domain. And there will be zero tolerance approach towards corruption.
But with the arrest of 2 prominent leaders, does TMC's zero tolerance policy claim ring hollow?
All right, we're just getting in breaking news. After Anubrata Mondal's arrest, the TMC will now hold a protest at 3 p.m. tomorrow, questioning the neutrality of the CBI. This, of course, has been a pet peeve of the opposition parties, that agencies like the CBI, ED, etc. are being used by the central government to settle political scores. Let me go across to Shogoto Mukhopadhyay, who's joining us with more details on this. Shogoto, so the TMC now to hit the streets in a way for Anubrata Mondal that they did not do for Partha Chatterjee. Why is that?
Well, clearly, Jaka, there seems to be 2 different party policies that are being, worked out as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, vis-a-vis Partha Chatterjee and Anubrata Mondal. Whereas in case of Partha Chatterjee, we did see that the Trinamool Congress, although initially had spoken about Partha Chatterjee's charges or the allegations against him, we first proved in a court of law, and only then would the Trinamool Congress take adequate steps. But we did see that in a couple of days later, the party took a U-turn and removed him from all positions, both within the government as well as in the party. As far as Partha Chatterjee is concerned, we do know that the case has not even gone for trial at this stage. However, for Anubrata Mondal, the party seems to be singing a different tune so far, and from what we are gathering from the official comments that are being made by leaders like Chandrima Bhattacharya and Shomi Chakraborty, is that the party, besides stating that it would stick to its zero tolerance policy on corruption and other wrongdoings by its leaders, however, is also raising the question on the neutrality of the central agency, stating that it is only selectively targeting the Trinamool Congress leaders here in Bengal, and that's the reason why they are planning a protest. The party is planning a protest of its student and youth workers in Kolkata tomorrow.
Okay, Shogoto, we'll leave it at that. Let's see how the story plays out tomorrow. As far as the TMC is concerned, they are hitting the streets tomorrow at 3 o'clock to protest against the lack of neutrality of the CBI, as they put it. Let me now go across to our guests who are joining us on this broadcast. Priyanka Tibrewal is spokesperson of the BJP in West Bengal. Manojit Mondal, TMC spokesperson. Professor Gargi Roy, political analyst. And Kabir Shankar Bose is a lawyer with the Supreme Court. Manojit Mondal, let me start with you. So first it was Partha Chatterjee in the recruitment scam. Today it is Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling scam. There are also senior IPS officers linked to a coal scam. How long can Mamata Banerjee seek refuge in the fact that, these are lower lung officials? She doesn't know what is going on with them, because at the end of the day, these allegations will stick and will stick at the top.
But these are, after all, allegations. Despite the fact we do have a zero tolerance to corruption, but you have to think about in the context. If suppose, just give me 1 minute, there are issues about cattle smuggling. Where are they coming from? Why do they go? Who are responsible? Is it the handiwork of only 1 or 2%? It cannot be, because for all the benefit of your people, West Bengal, it does not produce this cattle. They come apparently from the northern part of India. So even you have to, if you go for inquiry, and then where do they go? Where do they go? Out of the country to apparently to Bangladesh. So there is a huge network. If at all there is a case, I repeat,
Is it your contention that these cattle are smuggled from Hindi? No, 1 second. Manojit, 1 second. Manojit, 1 second. 1 second. Manojit, is it your argument, is it your contention on national television that these cattle are being smuggled from UP and Bihar, brought to your state and then taken into Bangladesh or wherever, and it is some kind of all-India nexus and your leaders have nothing to do with it? Surely the CBI has some case against Anubrata Mondal. Surely those cattle are not just walking away from UP and Bihar, making their way into Bangladesh.
You will give me some indulgence to speak. If I'm saying something, let me speak, let me come. If there is a case, BSF people have been arrested. What are we talking about? BSF people have been arrested. This case is, I think, 5-6 years old. Maybe you are not aware of the cases. And again, I'm repeating, if there is a case, we want to know the exact network of this case. But you people are, even in the BJP and the CBI, they have singularly targeted only TMCs. Many people argue that in Murshidabad, there is a very big leader who doesn't belong to TMC, who has been doing this for the last 30 years. With whose help? And if, again, I repeat, if there is a case, why do they go? If they are crossing the border, who is responsible? It is the central government under their nose, border security force.
Okay, Priyanka Tibrewal, respond to both those charges. One, this is another example of the central government using agencies like the CBI, IT, ED, etc. to settle political scores. And B, obviously, if this cattle is being smuggled into Bangladesh, then what is the BSF doing about it?
So firstly, I will like to say that this arrest which has come, that was very imminent, and we all knew that this would happen, because this investigation in these matters, and not just the cattle smuggling, he is involved in many other matters, which are, even the coal scam is there, and other many cases. Recently, the Baktui Kand, which happened in Birbhum. So whatever Mr. Mandal is now saying is to shift the focus. But you see, nothing matters, because no matter how much they cry foul, because they are at the receiving end, and they will do so. If they have any kind of difficulty, they can proceed to the Supreme Court or to the High Court, wherever they wish to. Initially, Mr. Anubrata Mondal, when he was aggrieved by the 160 notice which was given to him by the CBI, he did go to the High Court a number of times, seeking protection, asking for, deterring these notices, showing his several ailments. But he did not get a relief, and the court told him that go face the investigation.
But ma'am, what about the question I asked? Ma'am, what about the question I asked? If these cattle are being smuggled into Bangladesh, surely the BSF should have known about this.
That is what I'm saying. What Mr. Mandal said, that there were many arrests which were made. Many officers were arrested. Even in this coal scam, there are many IPS officers, there are many IS officers who have also been given notices. They will all be questioned. We have no difficulty. Whosoever is involved should be arrested, and they should be questioned. Now today it is Anubrata Mondal. It's a matter of shame, and how brazenly TMC is defending. They were defending Partha Chatterjee also a few days back. Then what happened?
No, but I think there's a clear difference. There seems to be a
Can I
clear difference.
respond?
No, 1 second, Manojit. I've got two other guests also. I want to go to them before I come back to you. But there seems to be a clear difference in the way the TMC almost dropped Partha Chatterjee like a hot potato, but they are going all guns blazing against Anubrata Mondal and the kind of treatment that he is allegedly receiving at the hands of the CBI. But anyway, Professor Gargi, Nandi Roy, the point is simply this. I think whether it is the recruitment scam, whether it is this cattle smuggling, whether it is the coal scam, all of it seems to be pointing to this familiar idea of cut money culture, this syndicate, allegations that opposition have been making, not just the BJP, the Congress has been making that, the left front has been making that for a number of years against Mamata Banerjee. But she seems to be winning election after election, including the historic third term that she got last year. The question is it not sticking to her, or is it only a matter of time before it starts sticking to her?
I think it has started sticking to her. It is quite obvious to the people also now that the rise of Anubrata Mondal from a fish seller on the footpath to the owner of 1,000 crores and to the stature of Chota CM in Birbhum, what he has been known as. And why only cattle smuggling? He is the kingpin of coal smuggling. He was the mastermind behind post-poll violence. If you have heard him, Zaka, I don't know if you have heard him, he openly asked his men to hurl bombs at the police. He is not an MLA, not a minister, not an MP, yet he summons the district magistrate and superintendent of police. So that is his power. People had to flee Birbhum. So what is Mr. Monojit Mondal is an educated person. He is in such a mode of denial. I know he has to defend the indefensible today. It is very difficult job that he is doing. And Mr. Anubrata Mondal, he has been heard. He is telling, কথা শুনছে না গাঁজার কেস দে দে means anybody is not listening to him. He's openly saying, asking them to frame in drug cases. Such was his power, and the administration with full force tried to save him. So tell me one thing, Zaka, if he had 1,000 crores, his bodyguard, a constable getting a salary of 20,000 has 150 crore property. Imagine the money that went up. So it was not done by Anubrata alone. It is a corporatization of corruption. You know, the tragedy is the land of Tagore, Birbhum, is now known for a mafia, for a Bahubali like Anubrata. And that saddens us. And you know, the political rot in Bengal has gone so deep that it has caused a socio-cultural degeneration. And the backbone, the spine of a section of Bengali society is broken. Be it a section of medical fraternity, police, or even the intelligentsia. They don't speak.
But I want to ask Kabir Bose a very simple question. A very simple question. The contention of Mr. Mondal's lawyers is cattle trade is not illegal as per law, certainly not in the state of Bengal. If there is illegal smuggling that is happening, then by all means, if it has to cross the border, then what are the security folks there doing, this BSF which guards the Indo-Bangladesh border? It is they who should be held to account first. And secondly, the point that they are making that, trading in cattle, yes, the CBI is today saying it's illegal smuggling, but trading of cattle, as long as it's not deemed illegal by the state, anybody is free to trade in cattle.
Zaka, this is just the beginning. Anubrata Mondal has been arrested today. And just give it time. We'll have to give it time. We can't jump to conclusions that what's illegal, what's not illegal. Look, Mandal, a district president of TMC with 1,000 crores in his bank. His security guards, 150 crores. Where is the money trail? Where is the money trail heading to? There have been many voices in West Bengal which has continuously been saying that the highest leadership of the ruling party, they are involved in all these illegal activities.
Okay.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. We've seen Partha who is denied that it's his money. We've seen other cases also where people say, okay, time will say where this money is going to, or what is the root of this corruption. Now, coming to your other question, whether there's illegality or not, why has Mr. Mondal, Anubrata Mondal, been avoiding the summons? He's avoided about 10 summons. Law should take its own course. He tried to go to SSKM hospital once again, which has been shamed by the Honorable Calcutta High Court as a haven where TMC politicians take umbrage. He tried to take umbrage there. He was refused admission, and then the arrest came. Therefore, give the investigating agency time to go to the root of this. what illegal activities have taken place and where does the money trail lead to.
Manojit,
Time will
let
speak who
me
all of-
ask you, at a time when Mamata Banerjee is being very open about her national ambitions, at a time when she's throwing her hat in the ring to be one of the potential opposition faces, if you will, to take on Mr. Modi in 2024, these images of some of her closest people, whether it is a Partha Chatterjee, today an Anubrata Mondal, tomorrow we don't know who, are coming out, and these pictures of wads and wads of cash being recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's flat. I mean, doesn't this undermine Mamata Banerjee's own credibility and her own ambitions for a larger national role? Because she has to explain to the people of India, forget about the people of Bengal, but to the people of India, why is this happening right under her nose?
I expect your gracious indulgence because this is a 4 versus 1 debate, so it will be equal time.
You're capable of
Fact
taking on more
remains
than
that-
3, Manojit, don't worry.
No.
You're more than capable
I'm a
of
very humble
Of
professor
course,
doing the job for my party,
Yes,
right?
yes,
The
yes.
fact remains that this has been doing around for the last 5-6 years. Look at the kind of mechanism, the kind of muscle power, media power, money power you had 1 year back. Two of the most powerful men in Asia to take on one single lady, probably 5'6", 1 inch height with Hawaii chappal and so on. And yet she could defeat.
Hawaii
right?
chappal and sari
That's
story
the
will
image
no
of
longer do, Mr.
please,
Mandal.
Jaka.
Ma'am,
Jaka,
one
this
second.
is
Let him
why-
finish. Let him finish.
That chappal
As
story
he
is
says, it's
people
3 against
are
1.
you
So please,
by hurling
please bear him some
I
indulgence.
could
Okay,
understand. I
Manojit.
could
But
understand
Manojit,
it will
finish.
be worked
Hey, no,
out.
but Manojit,
Yeah,
Manojit,
the
why
fact
don't you
remains-
stick to
let
the
me
why don't you
speak.
stick to the question that I asked you? Yes, Hawaii chappals and white sari
You're
is
asking
fine.
about you.
But
Yes,
please,
precisely,
how does one
I'm sticking
explain
to
such
I'm
high-profile
sticking to the
corruption
question.
scams right under the chief minister's nose?
No, that's what I'm sticking to the question. I come back to the same analogy. When the banks were getting looted, these people were being shown with the prime minister. I mean, did the prime minister know everything about it? When Mr. Jai Saha's property went up to whopping 1,600 or 16,000% in 2-3 years, did Mr. Amit Shah know about it? When Nitish Pramanik had these 12 cases of murder, dacoity, rape, and whatnot, did Mr. Amit Shah know, and that's why he was made the home minister for the state? I mean, let us not go into all this detail. If there is a case, again I repeat, if there is a case of cattle smuggling, and it has to be credibly proven by the agency, which should be apparently neutral. There is no neutrality. You are saying that one person dropped Anubrata's name. First of all, we really don't know whether he is arrested as an accused, and apparently saying that 160 is not an accused, for an accused is meant for a witness. So if you are the witness, is arrested for non-cooperation or whatnot, we really don't know.
Mr. Mondal, there are two points. No, once again, there are 2 points which beg an explanation. There are 2 points which beg an explanation. There are apparently direct linkages that the CBI is claiming that that Mr. Mondal was directly in touch with the prime accused Inamul Haq. Now, number one, what is a senior TMC leader doing directly in touch with the prime accused of a cattle smuggling case? And number two, once again, number 2, let me just finish. Number 2, Mr. Mondal was served as many as 10 notices by the CBI.
Right.
If he was so innocent and if he was so above board, why didn't he just show up? Why didn't he just appear for one of the notices?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, very quickly.
If on the basis of dropping off his name by someone and accused, if you arrest him, then why are you not arresting Shubhendu Adhikari? Because he's also charged in a corruption case. Again, that case is happening under the Supreme Court direction. CBI is inquiring, ED is inquiring. What about Hemanta Biswa Sharma? There lies the question of CBI neutrality. If one person is someone arrested for the corruption charges, you cannot discriminate.
So Priyanka Tibrewal, respond to both those points. Number one, there are allegations against leaders of your party. Once again, Manojit, let me ask Priyanka Tibrewal. Let me ask the question that you asked. There are leaders of your party, Shubhendu Adhikari, Himanta Biswa, all of whom there were charges against them in Narada, Sharada, etc. What has happened to those cases, number one? Number 2, and I think this is an important question, when Mamata Banerjee faced re-election in 2021 last year, this was under the cloud of Sharda and Narada. clearly the people of Bengal gave her a historic third mandate, a bigger one than the first two, because Sharda and Narda didn't seem to matter to the electorate of Bengal. So why should cattle smuggling or recruitment scam matter?
No. Now again, I will answer to this question that it is not about TMC or Mamata Banerjee. It is about corruption. It is about the smuggling which is going on. It is about any kind of illegality which is happening. And BJP is not responsible or taking care of all these things. It is being done on the order of the Honorable Court. It is being investigated by the ED and by the CBI. Now, no matter how much they cry foul, I am just saying that whatever Manojit Mandal is asking BJP, he should go and ask the ED and CBI. If they do not answer, go to the court of law, ask your questions there, and shamelessly and brazenly laughing, they are so thick-skinned. When chappals are being heard,
I pity you, madam, for answering like this. I pity you. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing out of pity.
It is a matter of shame. Mamata Banerjee should answer why one after the other our people are involved in such crimes, and that is the reason they are being arrested. And this chappal which is being thrown on them is actually meant for the TMC party and their supremo.
Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, again, it's not just Mamata Banerjee who's saying that agencies are being used by the central government. We have seen that Aam Aadmi Party saying that same thing here in Delhi. We've seen the Congress Party in the back of, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi being questioned by ED. So, many opposition parties. Uddhav Thackeray has said that part of the reason why his party split was because of the fear of ED. Many opposition parties are accusing the centre of using ED, CBI, etc.
Can you just
No.
repeat?
I said it is not just.
It's
not just Mamata Banerjee. It's a whole host of opposition parties who are accusing the centre of using agencies like ED and CBI. So, is there some credibility, some merit in that argument? Because it's not just one opposition leader who's saying this.
I think that is a very easy excuse for the opposition. Everything is in the open. Be it the ED in Maharashtra or be it in Bengal, we have seen how many people are suffering because of the teachers scam, teachers recruitment scam. So it is very open. And about the public perception, Zaka, today also when the police was taking, the CBI was taking Anubrata, people were shouting chor chor. The other day when he was as SSKM, people were shouting chor chor, goru chor. So the perception is very bad. Even about the CBI, the perception of people in Bengal is CBI was not working properly because he evaded 9 times. And imagine an entire system tried to save. So this is just an excuse. And problem with TMC people are that if you ask them a question of math, they will give you answer of history or geography. They will do all sorts of whataboutery, forgetting that when Shubhendu Adhikari was in their party, he was innocent. Now again, after coming back to BJP, Mukul Roy and Arjun Singh went back. Now they are innocent. So they do everything with convenience. And when they give example of Mehul Choksi and all, may I please remind my respected Mr. Manojit Mondal that Mehul Choksi was never part of BJP, never part of parliament, never a MP. But the Kesto Anubrata was the closest aide of Mamata Banerjee. And Kesto was never, she did all those reshuffling in the party, but Kesto was never changed. Why? He was known as the highest collector. Do you know that? Highest collector.
Okay, I'll give the final word. I'll give the final word to Kabir. Let's pull out from the political spokespersons. Kabir, final word. Again, it comes back to, many of these cases, you can keep the pot boiling. They will go on. We know the criminal justice system. We know the time it takes in our courts. Ultimately, very, very few cases of corruption in India have been proven against political netas who have occupied office. So why should we believe any of these cases, whether it's Partha Chatterjee's recruitment scam, whether it is Anubrata Mondal's cattle smuggling scam, will get proven in a court of law in a reasonable period of time?
That's speculation, Zaka. Time will say. Time will tell. I mean, and also pictures don't lie. If you recall, also on your channel, also on every national channel, those mountains of cash which were recovered from that lady's home, Arpita Mukherjee, the threats given by Anubrata Mondal, these are all on record. What will happen in a court of law will happen in a court of law. It is time consuming, but the law has to take its own course. Let that law take its own course and let the guilty be punished. That is the process of law, without blaming that any political party is involved or something like that. These people are
Only for the
corrupt.
TMC.
I mean,
Okay.
we've seen the money, we've seen the threats, we've
Law
seen
and
the
ethics
cash.
goes only for
These
the
people.
TMC.
All right, I've got to wrap up. I
That's
want to
the same
thank
thing
all our
again.
guests. Thank you very much, Manojit Mondal, Priyanka Tibarwal, Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, and of course Kabir Bose for joining us with their thoughts into what is yet another massive embarrassment really for Mamata Banerjee, because one of her closest aides, Anubrata Mondal, the TMC strongman of Birbhum, has today been arrested by the CBI. Meanwhile, the other big political story, the war over freebies, going to a whole new low today. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal launching an all-out attack on Prime Minister Modi and questioning the centre's financial conditions. AAP chief alleged that the centre is opposing freebies because it does not have money after waiving off loans of its super-rich friends. Without mincing words, Kejriwal further attacked the centre and asked why the 8th pay commission has not been mulled yet, and also asked why is the centre not able to give pension to veterans. This comes a day after the Prime Minister said that Revdi culture is a burden on the economy and barring India from becoming Atmanirbhar.
ये रेवड़ी कल्चर जो होता है, दरअसल ये टैक्स पेयर्स के साथ भी और उस जनता जिसकी मदद करनी सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है, उसके साथ ये सबसे बड़ा छलावा होता है.
इन्होंने अपने दोस्तों के, इन्होंने बहुत सुपर रिच लोगों के, जो अरबपति लोग हैं, ऐसे लोगों के इन्होंने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए के कर्जे माफ कर दिए.
झूठ बोलने का नया कीर्तिमान बना दिया. दिल्ली मॉडल हो गया है फेल. अरविंद केजरीवाल आकर झूठ की लगा रहे हैं रेल. जब आपको चुनौती देने भारतीय जनता पार्टी आती है तो वो विश्वसनीयता के आधार पे आती है, ठोस आंकड़ों के आधार पे आती है.
All right, we're getting the government's reply now to Arvind Kejriwal. The government source is saying that nobody is saying that free benefits to the poor are wrong. It is wrong to classify loan write-offs as some kind of freebies. The government is ready for a debate on freebies on this issue with Arvind Kejriwal. Let me go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who has more details on this. So, the government seeking to introduce a distinction between welfareism on the one hand and freebies on the other. But how are you going to explain that to the people?
Yeah, so what the government, to just quick example, talked about free electricity. That has been the hallmark of the urban India. Pretty promised that in other states as well. Government sources are telling me is that, for example, you made a promise that you are going to provide free electricity, but you also made a promise to all the distribution companies or the discoms that you are going to pay them. That payment hasn't happened. Punjab Chief Minister comes to Delhi, appeals to the Prime Minister that at least I want a 1 lakh crore special fund for Punjab, which means you don't have the money. So if you don't have the money, why do you make these kind of promises? This is freebies. When you talk about a tax waiver or you talk about loan waiver, farm loan waiver, they are welfare measures. They are not freebies. This is what government sources are making a distinction between. And I think the big point which the government is trying to tell us also that if Arvind Kejriwal really wants to have a debate and discussion on freebies, don't indulge in a perverse, inaccurate argument that the government is also treating health and education as freebies, which is actually not correct. And therefore, we are open to a proper debate and discussion on this on the floor of the House.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Pallavi Ghosh, many thanks for joining us with those details about the government's response now to Arvind Kejriwal. We'll have more on this at 7 o'clock on Plain Speak. On the other side, Anusha will join you with the biggest exclusive tonight.
The big news that's coming in that the forces have gunned down 3 terrorists of the Lashkar, and that includes the commander of the Lashkar, Latif Radar.
Let me ask you, how was that moment for you when the national anthem was played and the national flag went up after your
That if price rise, unemployment, these were the real issues in breaking the back of the middle class and the lower middle class in this country, Dr. Chandra Sen. Why is it then that the BJP is winning election after election?
Mr. Lavajit, my question to you is, should you be celebrating or really ensuring that this alliance actually functions? Because we have seen what happened in Maharashtra. You were celebrating and the ground beneath Uddhav Thackeray's feet shifted.
Good evening, hello and welcome to the special broadcast. I'm Anusha Soni. Does the present Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basuraj Bommai, actually enjoy the support of his party unequivocally? There are murmurs of dissent brewing within his party, or this is merely an allegation by the opposition Congress? Beyond the question of Mr. Bommai, is there a larger attempt? There's also a larger tussle to somehow make sure that the present Lingayat vote bank stays with the BJP. A tussle of sort to hold on to power that Mr. Yediyurappa is involved in, perhaps with his own political party within the BJP. That's what the critics argue. How will this political hustle really turn out for the BJP? Will it affect the party's prospect in 2023, or perhaps the national leadership will rein in at the right time? We debate and discuss all these issues on the special broadcast today evening. First up, a special report.
It is amusing me. These people are trying to do time and again, and they think that they can bring instability in the minds of the people.
Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai on the defensive amid speculation of a possible leadership change ahead of the high-stakes assembly elections in the state. The rumours have been growing stronger after Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Bengaluru last week. Then former BJP MLA Suresh Gowda added fuel to fire by indicating that if there is any change, it will happen before the 15th of August. But this was categorically denied by former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಸತ್ಯಾಂಶ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ 7-8 ತಿಂಗಳಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದುವರಿತಾರೆ. ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಟಿವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ.
But the Karnataka Congress took a dig at Bommai, putting out tweets claiming that the puppet Chief Minister is on his way out. This too was downplayed by Congress strongman Siddaramaiah.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದ್ರಿ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುರೇಶ್ ಗೌಡ ಯಾವ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಪ್ಪ? ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿರೋದು.
Bommai completed a year in office towards the end of July. A year that has seen several controversies rock the state. From a series of hate crimes, particularly in the Dakshina Kannada region, to the ban on hijab in educational institutes, the alleged saffronization of textbooks, and the 40% commission charge.
The opposition says where your government has not lived up to the challenge is the issue of corruption. They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this Contractors Association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a Chief Minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming Chief Minister. After becoming Chief Minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented.
Adding to the BJP's headache is the massive show of strength at Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday bash. So is there any truth to the rumours? Will there be a leadership change in Karnataka?
Will there be a leadership change in Karnataka, or the BJP remains united behind the present Chief Minister, Mr. Bommai? Joining us on the broadcast is Mr. B.C. Nagesh. He is the Education Minister in the state of Karnataka. Let me quickly take a word from him as well. So thank you so much for speaking to us. Various speculations have been doing rounds about the lack of faith in leadership of the present Chief Minister. Congress party has questioned whether the Chief Minister has any actual powers or he is merely a puppet Chief Minister. How do you respond to all these allegations?
Congress has become bankrupt. It doesn't have any thing to say about the government. And as you know, after Siddharamotsava, the internal fight within the Congress has gone to such an height. They are unable to finalize the things and they are unable to settle their disputes. So they spread such rumors, and I generally, as you know, that I doesn't answer for the rumors. But one thing I can say, the Congress is totally bankrupt. It cannot fight the development work done by our Chief Minister Bommai, and it is unable to take any issues. So they always speak when they doesn't have any issues. They speak like this, and they want to see that their internal problems doesn't come out.
Not to forget, it's a very crucial time, just about a year to elections in the state. Has the party resolved the issue of leadership in Karnataka?
BJP is a political party which is based on karyakartas and ideology. So always we are dependent on the karyakartas who has firm belief in the ideology and the upliftment of the country. And the same basis we are going to for the elections.
No, but sir, let me ask this to you straightforward. Is it true that there are internal differences within the BJP over who should be the leader?
See, as I said, that BJP is a different political party which is working for only for the upliftment of the country, for the upliftment of the lost person of the Samaj. Though Deen Dayalji, who gave the ideology, gave the program of Antyodaya, Antyodaya can be explained simply that the lost person of the society should be safeguarded. We should work for the upliftment of that person who doesn't have any strength by himself.
Well, you said you're a karyakarta. So do you, as a karyakarta and minister in the government right now, have full faith in the leadership of the present Chief Minister?
I said that clearly when Yediyurappa and our national president has said it, I need not again repeat that.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Nagesh, thank you so much for giving us your time and joining us on the broadcast. Let me also take these questions to our guests who are joining us on the show. We have Mohan Vishwa, who's the spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP. Lavanya Malal, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party, is also joining us on the broadcast. R.K. Upadhyay, who's a senior journalist, and Mr. Nasir Hussain, who's the senior leader of the JDS, is also with us on the show. Mr. Mohan Vishwa, let me come to you. The minister we spoke to, Mr. B.C. Nagesh, said that all these are rumors. These are rumors spread by the Congress party. But there were certain ex-BJP MLAs who made certain statements, and that's why this entire round of speculation in the public domain actually started. How much of it is really rumor, and is there any truth to it?
Anusha, as you said, it's purely a rumor. Okay, so nowadays what has happened is Congress had they don't have any other work than to, project something which is not true. That is what they have been doing from past, 2 to 3 years in the state of Karnataka. And I heard that, and also JP Nadda, national president, he has categorically told that there is no leadership change till the 2023 election. So it was very clear when the top leadership, when our High Command himself has told that there is no question of changing leadership. And also, if you listen to Mr. Suresh Gowda's statement, which is making to this controversy today, he has never ever said, okay, initially you should see the entire video clipping, what the reporter asked, what he says. Okay, at the end he says if something is going to happen, it might happen before 15th. That's what he meant. He never said that there is no leadership change, something like that. And also Mr. Siddaramaiah, what he said when you go in front of him, he said he don't want to comment on this. Okay, so even within the Congress itself, there is a bit of confusion. They won't understand. They just want to deviate the people from the development activity that we are doing in the state. This they are doing for several years, I can say, not several months or when we came into power. Okay, and also I heard that they were calling our CM as a puppet CM. Come on, entire world knows, entire India rather knows who is the puppet prime ministerial candidate from Congress, okay, who is the, enjoying the power just because of his dynasty. First, they should understand their puppet president and their puppet leader. Then they should comment on.
Let me take these questions to the opposition.
BJP.
We have the Congress and the JDS on the broadcast. Lavanya, you want to respond to that? You want to hide your own problems, and that is why you're taking pot shots at the BJP. You don't have your own house in order. That's what he's accusing you of.
Well, BJP seems to have forgotten all the leaders who have made noise about this change of CM candidate, and as well as who have spoken about Nalin Katil being changed. They were all from BJP. They are not Congress leaders. They came from BJP party. It was Mr. Gowda who said, yes, the CM is going to be changed. It is Mr. Yatnal, a very senior leader of BJP, who said, if you pay 2,500 crores, you too can become the CM. It is the BJP which has BJP leaders who have been taking pot shots at Bommai. It is the BJP leaders who have been constantly saying, I want to be the CM. It is Mr. Yediyurappa who said, yes, Nalin Katil's term has come to an end, so he'll be changed. Whereas Nalin Katil says, no, who can say that? My term has not come to an end. So there is a huge lack of communication within the party. It is not the Congress which has been raising these issues. It is their own leaders who have been speaking about it in the public. And this is what they're saying. And clearly, look at the revolt that happened a few days ago when their own Karyakarta passed away, was murdered. And look at how BJP reacted. Look at how the Karyakartas reacted towards the minister. And there is no unity in the state. There is no administration in the state. And let us look at the track record of BJP government in Karnataka. Last time, they have given us 3 CMs. So are you saying that this time there will be only 2 CMs, that Mr. Bommai will complete the term till the elections is the question? And is he also going to be the CM face in the next election for BJP? Okay. Unfortunately, BJP with its internal problems is making a scapegoat out of Karnataka. The development
But Lavanya, let me flip the question to you. Is it not true that there is an infighting within the Congress party as well?
Absolutely not. It is a creation of the BJP, which time and again they pick it up because they want to claim.
The top 2 leaders of the Congress party fighting is a creation of the BJP, is what you're arguing.
Absolutely. Have you seen any political decision taken by DK Shivkumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah where they do not agree with each other? Political decisions. Yes, there will be disagreements between 2 people because they are human beings. They may not agree with every decision taken, but do you see them fighting in public like BJP is fighting? Look at how it's not saying 2,500
Mohan Vishwa, I'll come back to you, but before that, I also want to bring in Mr. Nasir Hussain. Mr. Hussain, please go ahead and share your point of view as well. JDS is an important political party, and when you see the Congress and the BJP, to a certain extent, there's infighting within both the parties. While they may deny it, how does JDS perceive it? Is there a political opportunity for you there?
Definitely now, there is no leader. Now the present Chief Minister of the BJP, he is not an elected Chief Minister. He's been nominated from the BJP and he has come down. And we have seen the events which have been taken up in the past 6 months. It is only one agenda, with a single agenda, the BJP is working here. And it is polarization and spoiling the communal fabric of the state. This has been the basic structure. There is no leader from the BJP who will be accepted pan-Karnataka as the Chief Minister will face. They do not have any leader after B.S. Yediyurappa. This is the truth. And one side, we have seen the Congress party, which has already been tried and tested with Chief Minister as Siddaramaiah, and the ultimate, with all the bhagyas which was given to the state, the number of seats were 79. And now we see Congress is a fighting house and without any clear leadership.
But
and here
Karnataka, one day your allies at one point in time.
We are very much clear. Janata Dal Secular is the only party, and we have got a leader who is Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy, And I think he's been accepted Karnataka, and entire party is working and projecting H.D. Kumaraswamy to be the next chief minister, who has been strengthening the organization with various programs, the Pancharatna program, the Jaladhare program, and various, and his achievements are still remembered by the people
Mr. R.K. Upadhyay, before I come to you, Mohan Vishwa, a quick word from you. The argument is that Mr. Bommai is not an elected chief minister, he's a nominated chief minister. That's what JDS is arguing. The Congress party also says that look at what has happened recently with the murder of a Yuva Morcha leader, and you had Hindu organizations which were traditionally supporting the BJP out on the streets. You were facing flack as far as law and order situation is concerned from your own supporters. How do you respond to these criticisms?
See, it's so unfortunate that Lavanya Ballal, who's from the same coastal region, who criticized our Hindu Karyakartas in the past for their work, is today talking about the life of Hindu Karyakartas. But that too from the same Congress party, who never bothered. The same Congress party during Siddaramaya's rule withdraw more than 175 cases against SDP and PFI Gundas, who are mainly accused in the murder case of Mr. Praveen Nettar, who is our proud Karyakarta. Let me tell you, Anusha, yes, ours is a party where we do accept the critics from our own Karyakartas. Unlike Congress, where the G23 members, when they criticize, they will be thrown out from the party. They don't listen. They are there only for the dynasty politics. But our party is not like that. We do accept the critics, and we have solved the issue also, and we know how to take care of our Karyakartas. We need not learn from Congress, who is bending always for a dynasty, who don't have a proper Karyakartas. At the same time, Mr. Bommai is the elected chief minister. When the election happens, people vote for the party. Please remember, they voted for Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay? And also, I want to comment on JDS, which has its presence hardly in some 2 to 3 districts. And Mr. Kumaraswamy, who is hungry for power each time. One side, he comes with us for power. One more time, he goes to Congress. He don't have any clarity on his ideology. Okay? Except for family, he don't have anything. He rules only, he thinks that only Padmanabh Nagar, which is the head office of JDS, from there only he rules. You take his party. All the key positions are occupied by either himself or his son or his wife or his brother or his brother's wife or his brother's son.
Mohanji, you made your point. You made your point. Nasirji, respond. Nasirji, respond.
Now, the gentleman from the BJP is very much... I don't think he has lost his mind, the way he is speaking. Now, let me tell, Janata Dal has come up with an open political party. It has waived off loans. Now, what happened when Mr. Yediyurappa left BJP and joined KJP? What was the state of BJP here in Karnataka? It hardly won around 40 seats. Now, minus B.S. Yediyurappa, BJP will be of the same thing. Now, you are telling, you are alleging JDS of supporting the
Kumaraswamy are not able to.
Okay. One at a time, please. One at a time, please. Mohanji, let him speak. I gave you the opportunity to talk. Let him speak.
Vijayendra will be the vice president. His son will be the member of parliament. How many names do you want me to suggest?
All right, we've had the political whataboutery. Mr. R.K. Upadhyay, sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I want you to bring some sanity and perhaps some analysis to this discussion. What we are witnessing within the BJP right now, how do you see it? And do you think this problem can be contained, or as a political observer, you see it further going worse?
Anusha, we just had Ashad Masa, which means we have a lot of heavy winds. So, when there are winds, people like to, do the kite flying.
Yeah.
So I feel this is one of those kite flying, situations where, one former BJP leader, announcing that, Bommai will be replaced. I mean, this man, Suresh Gowda, has 1 foot outside BJP. I mean, as far as I know, he's angling to join the Congress. So from that point of view, I think it was a very well-crafted move by the Congress to create some kind of confusion. So I tend to believe what the BJP leaders are saying, that this is done to camouflage the infighting within the Congress, because we have seen what's happening between Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar. because see, this leadership issue has been going on for a long time.
But
Recently,
Mr.
when
Upadhyay,
Mr. Upadhyay,
is it not true that various political observers and critics have said that Mr. Bommai, who has the blessings of the top leader, of course enjoys a patronage from the Lingayat community, there have been murmurs and dissent and opinions within the party that perhaps they should have another leader. There have been criticisms about law and order situation after what happened, after the murder of Praveen. Multiple instances that have put his leadership under question.
That's true. I don't deny that. I think he has lacked leadership, lacked administration abilities when it came to dealing with these situations. But we are talking about the leadership change. I believe that the time has passed now. With only about 7 months left for the elections, I don't think BJP is in a position to change him now. I mean, with the model code of conduct coming and all that, they will hardly have 6 months. And Karnataka is a big state. It's not like Uttarakhand where, they could change a chief minister in the last minute and still win the election, where they had only 80 seats. Well, you have 224 seats in Karnataka, and they are putting, heavily in Bommai's favor. Okay. And even today, JP Nadda has spoken to Bommai, saying that there is no question of change of leadership.
So you believe that this is kite flying which is happening after the month of Ashar, which happens each year. Okay, Lavanya, you want to come in there. It is being said that the Congress party is somehow engineering these problems so that the BJP looks as bad as the Congress party.
So BJP, every time there's a crisis and BJP claims Congress is engineering the whole thing. It gives us a lot of credit. It makes me proud. I think Congress is so powerful, even as the opposition, that we are engineering a dissent within BJP party, which is supposed to be, very ideology-oriented party, right? So it's incredible that they are giving us credit for that. Having said that, the question to BJP person here is, why aren't they banning the SDPI and PFI? They are in power from the last 2 years. What have they done to give justice to the youth that were murdered before 2018? Now, I would like to ask him, Sharath Mariwala was murdered in 2018, just before elections. His father said, we have been used as political tools by the BJP and we have got no justice for the murder of our son. Look how lightly they speak of their own karyakartas who have been murdered. Look at Tejasvi Surya's statement. He says, we cannot provide protection for everybody who's walking on the road. This is the kind of value they give for their karyakartas' lives, which is very sad and shocking. It is like our youth are fodder for their political agenda. And they're talking about Siddaramaiaji's government taking away the cases against SDPI. That is a false information. Let me make it very clear. Okay. He is misconstruing the judgments that has happened. Also, I would also like to remind him, Mr. Bommai, when he was the Home Minister of Karnataka, was caught on camera in the Mangalore airport.
I take all your arguments, but I want to restrict the discussion right now over what is happening within the BJP to stick to the merits of the case. And I will take all these questions to Mohan Vishwa as well. Mohan, I give you the opportunity to respond about what all has been said, but more importantly, is the Congress party so powerful that it can engineer or create a problem within the BJP? Is that your argument?
Anusha, that is what do you say? The creating a false narration, is some sort of a false narration, basically. I can't say it's a right narration. So that is the basic thing of Congress, which has been doing. Since, decades they are doing it. Especially from past 10 years, why they are not successful is basically because of social media, or rather the regular media like you, who are exposing their life every now and then, whenever they claim something. So here also in this case, it is very clear. You take an example of Siddharamotsava, where Mr. D.K. Shivakumar opposed openly. He said he don't want to worship any personality, and his brother also openly said, okay, even after that, Mr. Siddaramaiah went on doing a Siddharamotsava, that too when a Hindu karyakarta who Lavanya is mentioning in your debate has been killed just a week ago, then what kind of, moral, what do you say, the message they're giving it? And they're coming here and they're talking about this.
Okay, Mohanji, just pause for a second. Lavanya, quick question and then I'll take a response. I'm short of time.
I'm sorry or not, you're giving your platform for misinformation.
No, I'm not giving my platform for misinformation, ma'am. I'm in fact allowing you to interject because you wanted to interject. So stop attacking the platform and please ask a question if you have, ma'am.
Give me 30 seconds, Anusha.
Yes, Mohan, go ahead and then I'll go back to Lavanya.
I will tell you the life, okay? They started with Bitcoin, okay? Even till now, they are not able to give any basic document about Bitcoin, okay? Post that they came out with 40% commission, a letter which is written by a contractor, for which Ishwarappa has given a clean sheet by a separate team itself. For that also, till now, they are not able to give any proof.
I'm very short of time, and it's only fair that I give the
false
Congress
allegation.
and the JDS the opportunity to respond. Lavanya, first to you. Please go ahead.
Bitcoin and other cases he's talking about, I would like to remind him it is a BJP government in power, and it is BJP government's failure to ensure there is an investigation.
Mohanji, let us speak. Mohanji, let us speak. Please, please. All right. Nasir Hussain, I'm coming to you. The JDS might be critical of the Congress and the BJP, but if at all there's a chance of JDS ever coming back to power, alliance is the way ahead for the JDS.
No, now we are looking at forming the single majority here in Karnataka. People are realized, seeing at the governance of the BJP in the previous 6 months, only communalization, be it the hijab issue, be it the Jhatka halal cut issue, be it the Dakshin Karnataka, where youths, 3 youths, one is Mr. Praveen and one Masood and one Mr. Another youths. Here you have seen the government here is trying to take a side, is trying to polarize. The Chief Minister of Karnataka is no more a Chief Minister. He is a puppet of the Nagpur. He visits only Mr. Praveen's house. He avoids other issues.
Okay.
Here, people are seeing no development. People are seeing that the BJP administration is only behind.
Mohanji, 30 seconds to you, and then I'll take in a last word from Mr. R.K. Padhyay. Mohanji, 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
Anusha, just to give an example, recently our government has approved a project worth 18,000 crores, which generates more than 50,000 employment. 3,661 crores has been invested by Toyota Kirloskar company, and 722 crores is invested by one more semiconductor chip manufacturing company. Mysore is getting 22,500 crores worth of semiconductor manufacturing facility, and you have an idea which is invested 3,000
I want to close this debate, Mr. R.K. Padhyay. You said that
this
this is mere kite flying which is happening. There is no truth to these rumors. But ahead of the crucial elections in the state next year, do you see the Congress and the BJP prepared?
Congress and the BJP?
Prepared well enough to take on this contest?
Pardon? Congress and the BJP?
Prepared well enough as a political party to take on each other or to win the elections, as both would want to?
Absolutely. It's going to be a straight fight between Congress and the BJP. And
of course the JDS. Of course the JDS. I'm sorry, I missed that.
With a clear leader,
I don't see JDS doing much better than what it has done last time.
Please go ahead, Mr. Padhyay.
Just about 37 seats last time, and they don't look like improving upon that. So they will remain a third option.
Future H.D. Kumaraswamy is the Chief Minister of Karnataka.
All right, that's your assertion. Nasirji, I mean, my best wishes, and people of the state of Karnataka will decide what exactly do they want and what is the leadership they want to be under. Mr. Mohan Vishwa, Lavanya, R.K. Padhyay, and Nasir Hussain, thank you everyone for joining us on the broadcast. There's also some latest information which is coming in. Let's go to that. And Anubrata Mondal has been remanded in CBI custody till the 20th of August, 10 days custody for CBI. This is one of the cases that the Central Bureau of Investigation is currently looking at. She's a TMC leader who was on Thursday arrested by the CBI in a cattle smuggling case after failing to appear for questioning thrice in just about 2 days. The officials went to her residence, and now she was produced before the court, and now her custody has been granted to CBI. Shogato Mukhopadhyay with us on the broadcast. Shogato, could you elucidate the grounds under which a custody has been granted to CBI?
Well, the CBI has already, before the court, submitted and made out a case of Anubrata Mondal's, suspected involvement in the cattle smuggling case, which the agency is currently probing, and has put forward before the court the facts of the case that the agency has investigated so far in terms of arresting Anubrata Mondal's personal bodyguard some time back, and the kind of statements that the agency has received from Saigal Hussain, the bodyguard, which has given the agency enough grounds to question Anubrata Mondal. Also pointing out that Mondal has not been cooperating with the agency probe so far, and obviously, the 10 summonses that were issued to Anubrata Mondal in the past, and Anubrata Mondal, evading 9 of them, appearing before the agency only once, has obviously gone against him. But the agency had sought for a 14-day custody. The maximum term for Anubrata Mondal. The court, however, has granted 10 days of custody till 20th of August, and that is when Mondal would be produced in court next. But it is also relevant to point out at this juncture, Anusha, is that Anubrata never, interestingly, moved any bail application on his behalf. Rather, he himself submitted before the court, talking about his physical ailment. And stating that he is ailing on multiple, organs, including the heart, his lungs, kidney, and fistula ailments, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
And that the court should keep that in mind.
The medical conditions also in mind while granting the custody. Shogata, thank you so much for elucidating all the details. 10-day custody has been granted to CBI. This is a cattle smuggling case after he failed to appear before the agency despite being summoned multiple times. We'll continue tracking that and much more. Shivani Gupta joins you next.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The Freebies war is getting fiercer by the day. It's not surprising that the Aam Aadmi Party is coming out all guns blazing on this issue, as Arvind Kejriwal did today. Because this is very much an existential question for them. The Aam Aadmi Party has made a name for itself with its free water and electricity promises that they repeat in every state after Delhi. This promise is so potent that one often forgets to ask, in the near 10 years that the Aam Aadmi Party has been in power in Delhi, exactly what has changed? The BJP, also worried about this trend that has given them tough competition, is very keen to curb this menace of freebies free fall, and no wonder is opposing it tooth and nail versus its own welfare model. Where does welfare stop and freebies begin? Is that a fine line or an obvious one? We will take that to our guests in just a bit, but first, let me break down what transpired in court today. Remember, this battle has been taken cognizance by the Supreme Court that has also expressed worry over this general culture that is increasing. So today, the Solicitor General has once again gone on record to say that if freebies are considered to be welfare, it will lead to disaster. Remember, the Solicitor General has batted for a panel to look into this. That was first mooted by the Supreme Court as well. The Aam Aadmi Party has also now made itself a party as far as this case is concerned. They are saying that there is a difference between welfare schemes and freebies. But they come under attack that their freebies are actually freebies and not really welfare. What has the Supreme Court said? The Supreme Court has raised a red flag. It has said that the economy is facing serious issues due to quote-unquote freebies. Like I said, the SG went on to push for a panel that will include the following: the central government secretary, state government secretaries, representatives of all political parties, the Reserve Bank of India, Finance Commission of India, National Taxpayers Associations, and those who are supporters of freebies. The Election Commission, though, refused to be a part of any such panel, saying that they are a constitutional body and therefore they would not like to share space in a panel that can be very much political. So the big debate that's coming up today, do shortcuts really help the Aam Aadmi? We'll get you that in just a bit, but before that, listen into how the rhetoric and the high-pitched battle over freebies is also escalating.
झूठ बोलने का नया कीर्तिमान बना दिया। दिल्ली मॉडल हो गया है फेल। अरविंद केजरीवाल आकर झूठ की लगा रहे हैं रेल।
इन्होंने अपने दोस्तों के, इन्होंने बहुत सुपर रिच लोगों के, जो अरबपति लोग हैं, ऐसे ऐसे लोगों के इन्होंने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए के कर्जे माफ कर दिए।
All right, let's go across to our guests who are joining us. RP Singh is joining us from the BJP, Priyanka Kakkar from the Aam Aadmi Party. Also with me on the show today is Kishore Subramaniam, who's a financial expert and really will cut through the political rhetoric. But let me start with Priyanka Kakkar first up. Priyanka, you know, we have discussed this earlier, and it is not sufficient to just say that you have written off certain bad loans. And that is why what the Aam Aadmi offers as freebies is okay. These are apples and oranges. The two cannot be compared. Is it not misleading the country when you compare write-offs with freebies?
Absolutely not, Shivani. The intention or the rationale behind that is that when you can write off 11 lakh crore ka loan of the few favorite corporate friends, you could very well invest this money onto the public. But having said that, it's not just that aspect, Shivani. Since the BJP spokesperson is sitting with us, I'd like to ask a very simple question. So you cut the Manrega budget by a 25%. You cut the health research budget by a 35%. You cut the education budget by a 8,000 crore is the amount that you cut there. Then you cut the defense budget by 80,000 crores. Then you do not, then you introduce an Agniveer scheme. The rationale behind introducing that scheme is that they are no longer able to pay the pension of the army personnel. So you cut the pension of the army men. Then you cut the, you collect about 3.5 lakh crores per year when you increase the rates, rate of petrol 78 times. Then there are 100 PSUs that you sell for about 2.5 lakh crores, or they are in the process of being sold. Then where is this money gone, Shivani? Where is this money gone, you know? And 11 lakh crore on one side you write off of your corporate friends. Secondly, you also give them a corporate tax rate cut which amounts to about 3.5 lakh crore per year.
But is that not good for businesses?
What is the situation?
Is that not what the industry wanted? Do you want India to be business unfriendly?
That's a very complex question and will require a separate debate altogether.
Okay.
We will then have to discuss how many companies have left India, how many companies set up in India, what is the reality of Make in India. That will require a whole
I'll take your question of where is all the money going. You talked about the Agniveer scheme. It is also possible to talk about the defense acquisition that has grown over the last few years. But I'll take that to RP Singh of the BJP. Ashwini Upadhyay, who's the petitioner in this case, is also joining us, and I do thank you for your time. But I just want to establish one more time. Write-offs as far as bad loans are concerned does not mean the money is lost. That money continues to be recoverable. So let's not say that that money has just vanished. So that is something that we have to be accurate about.
For 1 second,
let's not really, let's not be economical with the truth.
Let me please.
I'll come back to you. Priyanka, I'll come back to you. Before I go to Ashwini, I'll give RP Singh an opportunity to respond to you. The primary question that Aam Aadmi Party today is asking and Arvind Kejriwal is asking, you're cutting everything. You're minimizing everything. You want to be leaner, meaner everywhere. But then where is that money going? And why do you object if they want to give free healthcare, free education and free electricity and water to their citizens where they are in power? Why?
Okay, Shivani, let me start with where you're ending. I mean, free healthcare. I give you a challenge. Today, there is no free healthcare in Delhi except those mohalla clinics where animals walk in and walk out. I mean, there's no free healthcare. I appreciate next time Mr. Kejriwal or his family member or his cabinet members get unwell, God bless, they should not, but if they get unwell, they should go and get themselves treated in government hospital. They go to all private hospitals, they go to Max, they go to some other celebrity hospitals, Fortis and other hospitals. None of them go to any of the government hospitals. That's the condition of the Delhi. Give me a second, Shivani, give me a second. No, this is health. Let's talk about education. I give you a challenge. More than 50% schools don't have principals in Delhi. Vice principal in Delhi. Temporary teachers in Delhi. The administrators of the officers of the Delhi Education Board go to classes and say, आप क्वेश्चन के आंसर की जगह क्वेश्चन भी लिख दो, हम आपको पास कर देंगे. There's the condition. More than 75% of schools don't have science as education, as a subject. This is the education model of the Mr. Kejriwal.
Okay, but come to the central question they're asking.
Give me a second, Shivani.
Central government का पैसा कहाँ जा रहा है?
5 seconds. कहने कि मैं अभी दे रहा हूँ, आंसर दे रहा हूँ. आपके सारे एक आंसर. मैं चैलेंज दे रहा हूँ मिस्टर केजरीवाल को. उनकी अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में बापू धाम नाम से एक एरिया है. एक हफ्ता वहां का पानी पी लें और उसके बाद सरकारी अस्पताल में इलाज कराएं. मेरा चैलेंज सरकार करें. He can't drink that water which has been served to those people in Bapu Dham for 1 week, and man will be hospitalized for months together. This is the condition of Delhi. अभी बारिश का सीजन है. More than 177 places will have waterlogged in Delhi, and then Year after year, which happens in winters, we suffer from pollution. There is not a single road being built in Delhi in last 7 years. Not a single flyover, not a single hospital, not a new single college, not a single school in Delhi. What are you talking about?
Okay,
This is
fair
the
enough.
model of
I'll take that to them,
Freebies.
but I want to ask
Accept-
you the primary question that is being asked today कि आप सब जगह से पैसा कम कर रहे हो, तो वो पैसा जा कहाँ रहा है? सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट पे ये सवाल उठाया है आज.
पहली बात तो अच्छा हाँ मैं सॉरी सर लेट मी कंप्लीट. अभी वो कह रहे थे कि 100 PSUs have been sold. I give another challenge. After this, immediately after this debate or during this debate, let us give the list of those 100 PSUs. अरे झूठ बोलकर they said when they came to power they said हम लोग बड़े बड़े कॉर्पोरेट्स की जेब में डाका डालकर आपको हम फ्री बिजली देंगे. Rather they are giving subsidy to those corporates now. They are giving subsidy of 6,000 crore rupees every year to corporates to provide for some little electricity which comes to certain people, not for complete Delhi. Although other taxes have been added.
Sir, you're not answering my question.
Also. But that point aside, I'm answering that. कहाँ कट हुआ एजुकेशन पे? अगेन फॉल्स. No, it's no cut on education budget. There's no cut on defense budget. This all false propaganda. And then, as you said, when that 10 lakh crore is being set aside, it's not that that money is gone. That money is recoverable. And then government of India is recovering each and every penny with each and every corporate. And as for giving certain corporate tax, give me a second, Shivani, you gave a long period. As far as corporate tax goes, India is the most favorite destination today in this part of the world. As far as the investment comes, and then who gave food to 80 crore people during the corona? ये तो भाग्य थे यहाँ से. ये तो इन्होंने लोगों को भगा दिया था. They shoot with the people from the border to go back to their houses. They promised that हम will provide money to each and every provincially, every worker in Delhi. Not a single has been provided with any assistance in Delhi. Other than that,
Okay, sir, one second. Now hold on. Let me go across to Ashwini Upadhyay. Ashwini Upadhyay, बहुत से लोग ये सवाल आज पूछ रहे हैं कि वेलफेयर और सब्सिडी में क्या फर्क है, क्योंकि आप पिटिशनर हैं इन केस में. जब गरीब कल्याण योजना के तहत अनाज दिया जाता है गरीब लोगों को, पैंडेमिक में दिया गया है, क्या वो भी फ्रीबी नहीं है? फिर फ्रीबी और वेलफेयर को आप कैसे सेपरेट करेंगे?
नहीं शिवानी जी, रोटी कपड़ा मकान की व्यवस्था करना, बिजली देना, पानी देना, अच्छा स्कूल देना, अच्छा हॉस्पिटल देना, ये वेलफेयर स्कीम है. ये हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भी कहता है. लेकिन कलर टीवी, वॉशिंग मशीन, फ्रिज और लैपटॉप, स्मार्टफोन और फिर सीधे और भी अलग चीजें जो दी जा रही हैं वो फ्रीबीज है, वो मुफ्तखोरी है. आप जरा इसको समझिए. मैं तू मैं नहीं जाता. मैंने किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को अपने PIL में पार्टी बनाया था. ये तो आम आदमी पार्टी दौड़ी चली आई. वो कहते नहीं चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका, वो भागी सुप्रीम कोर्ट आई. अदरवाइज इतनी सारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां, राष्ट्रीय पार्टी कोई आई नहीं, कांग्रेस आई नहीं, बीजेपी आई नहीं, सपा बसपा, RJD, RLD या TMC तो कोई आया नहीं. एक इकलौती पार्टी आई है.
क्योंकि उनको लग रहा है आप उनको अटैक कर रहे हैं. उन्होंने आपके ऊपर पर्सनल अटैक भी किया है कि आप बीजेपी का एजेंडा चला रहे हैं PIL के तहत.
नहीं, वो तो चलाते रहे. हम तो 150 PIL कर चुके हैं. हम एक दो नहीं, 150 PIL कर चुके हैं. इलेक्शन रिफॉर्म, पुलिस रिफॉर्म, जुडिशियल रिफॉर्म पे मेरी इस समय 2 दर्जन से ज्यादा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में PIL चल रही. मैं उस पर नहीं जाता. मैं तो सिंपल ये कहता हूँ, अगर आप चलो आम आदमी पार्टी आई इसलिए उसी को रिस्पॉन्ड कर देता हूँ. बड़ी सीधी सी बात है. इस समय भारत में 150 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा है. सेंटर और स्टेट मिला के 150 लाख करोड़. स्टेट्स के ऊपर लगभग 70 लाख करोड़, सेंटर के ऊपर 80 लाख करोड़, दोनों मिला के 150 लाख करोड़. आने वाले टाइम में अगर इस कर्जे को नहीं कम करेंगे, ना हमें वर्ल्ड बैंक पैसा देगा, ना हमें अमेरिका देगा, ना जापान देगा. और स्थिति यह है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, खासतौर पे जो जितने भी राज्य यहाँ पे हैं, चाहे वो पंजाब सरकार हो, चाहे कोई सी और सरकार हो, अपने एम्प्लॉइज को सैलरी नहीं दे पा रहे हैं. और सैलरी छोड़ दीजिए, जो उन्होंने कर्जा लिया उसका ब्याज नहीं दे पा रहे. जहां तक मैं दिल्ली की बात करूं, जो मुफ्त की योजना कह रहे हैं, मैं तो कह रहा हूं, आप दिल्ली का कोई एक स्कूल बता दीजिए जहां पे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक, सांसद या आम आदमी पार्टी के जो ऑफिस बियर रहे हैं उनके बच्चे पढ़ते हो. आपके बच्चे प्राइवेट स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं आपने स्कूल को वर्ल्ड क्लास बना दिया. आपके बच्चे, आपके परिवार के लोग, सांसदों के, विधायकों के परिवार के लोग कभी गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में जाते नहीं. आपने कह रहे कि हॉस्पिटल बहुत अच्छा कर दिया.
बट वो तो डिलीवरी की बात हो गई ना अश्विनी जी. वो बात हो गई कि आप सरकार की परफॉर्मेंस को असेस करें. इसमें फ्रीबीज का मामला नहीं है. आपको फ्रीबीज जो दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से, क्योंकि दिल्ली सरकार कूद गई है इसमें, आपको क्या लगता है ये फ्री वाटर, फ्री इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जो एक सर्टेन लेवल तक वो देते हैं, क्या वो फ्रीबी है? क्योंकि वो तो वही डिपेंड कर रहे हैं.
नहीं शिवानी जी, आप जरा समझिए. पहले आप लोगों को शुद्ध पानी दे दीजिए. ऐसा पानी दे दीजिए जिससे कि डायरिया ना हो. आप शुद्ध पानी दे नहीं रहे. आप दिल्ली में वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगा नहीं रहे, लोगों को गंदा पानी दे रहे हैं मुफ्त में। आपने 50 रुपए का पानी दिया, वो पानी पीने के बाद गरीब परेशान हो रहा है, उसका इलाज कराना पड़ रहा है, उसकी जो दिहाड़ी थी वो बंद हो गई है, अब उसको 14-15 हजार रुपए का आरओ का प्लांट खरीदना पड़ रहा है। तो भैया ये 14-50 रुपए के पानी में आप गरीब के ऊपर बर्डन क्यों बढ़ा रहे हैं? उससे बढ़िया आप 2-4 वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगा दो, सबको डोर टू डोर, आप 24 घंटे छोड़ दो, 4 घंटे 5 घंटे आप उसको नल से जल दे दो। आप नल से जल अच्छा पानी देने की बजाय आप उसको गंदा पानी पिला के उसको बीमार कर रहे हो, उसको दिहाड़ी खराब हो रही है, उसको हॉस्पिटल जाना पड़ रहा है, उसको आरओ और वाटर फिल्टर खरीदना पड़ रहा है। आप वो नहीं कर रहे हो। आप गवर्नमेंट का स्कूल ऐसा बना दो जहां आपके साथ, भाई मनीष सिसोदिया के बच्चे क्यों नहीं सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ते? इनके आम आदमी पार्टी के जितने नेता पदाधिकारी हैं, ये क्यों नहीं सरकारी स्कूल पढ़ते? अगर गवर्नमेंट दिल्ली का सरकारी स्कूल वर्ल्ड क्लास हो गया तो क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that to the Aam Aadmi Party representative. But Ashwini Upadhyay, what is your primary hope from this petition? Exactly क्या रोकना चाह रहे हैं आप? सरकार आएगी और उसकी परफॉर्मेंस तो जज होगी, वो तो अलग चीज है। उन्होंने पानी दिया, अच्छा दिया, नहीं दिया।
मैं 2 चीज रोकना चाह रहा हूँ।
बताइए।
मैं घूसखोरी और मुफ्तखोरी। दुर्भाग्यवश आम आदमी पार्टी, किस लिए मैं नाम ले रहा हूं कि ये पार्टी बनी थी घूसखोरी रोकने के लिए। इसने घूसखोरी तो रोका नहीं, घूसखोरी रोकने के लिए कोई कदम उठाया नहीं, घूसखोरी को भी बढ़ाया और मुफ्तखोरी को बढ़ाया। भाई मैंने 7 लोगों का एक मेंबर, हमने पैनल सजेस्ट किया सुप्रीम कोर्ट को। उसमें मैंने कहा कि चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर हो, फाइनेंस कमीशन के चेयरमैन हो, आरबीआई के गवर्नर हो, कंट्रोलर एंड ऑडिटर जनरल हो, नीति आयोग के चेयरमैन हो, फाइनेंस का लॉ कमीशन के चेयरमैन हो। अब ये इंडिपेंडेंट बॉडीज अगर मिलके एक कुछ देश के लिए एक अच्छा सा सजेशन देगी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट उस पर जजमेंट देगा, तो फिर आपको दिक्कत कहां से है? आप भागे भागे क्यों आ रहे हैं? सुप्रीम कोर्ट कह रहा है कि नहीं ये काम करो जी, इस पीआईएल को सुनो ही मत, इस पे आगे बढ़ो मत।
That is the question. Exactly, why is the Aam Aadmi Party so nervous? Do you feel that your performance is so low that if you weren't able to promise free water and electricity, nobody will vote for you?
Let me answer. Let's not pass judgment calls, Shivani. Let me answer. I've heard both of them. I've heard you. The Aam Aadmi Party has intervened and said, like Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay just clarified, कि वो वेलफेयर स्कीम्स के अगेंस्ट नहीं हैं, वो फ्रीबीज के अगेंस्ट हैं, जैसे कि सिलेंडर, गैस, ये लैपटॉप, ये सारा काम बीजेपी करती है। और आई एम सॉरी टू टेल यू द ट्रूथ, जो इन्होंने पिटिशन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में डाली है, इन्होंने भाजपा का नाम तो नहीं लिखा, पर कांग्रेस सपा का नाम जरूर मेंशन्ड है। आई एम ऑल्सो सॉरी टू ब्रिंग अनदर फैक्ट टू योर नोटिस that Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay is on bail after he was organizing an event for BJP and was arrested on charges of hate mongering. So obviously his view is definitely biased, Shivani, and also
that may be so. I am not presenting him as an independent voice here. We all know his affiliation to the BJP. No, Priyanka, I'm sorry. When you make personal allegations against a member of the panel, I have to intervene. That doesn't mean that the questions he is raising are not legitimate.
I'm not making personal allegations. It is a fact that he is biased and your audience must know it.
No, that does not mean that you don't have to answer the questions that I am asking you. And you've gone to the Supreme Court. He didn't bring you to the court.
I am telling you the bias where it is coming from. I have not used any incorrect language. I am stating facts. If facts are hurtful, what do I do about it?
No, you are bringing something else into this petition. It has no bearing on this petition.
I am saying that his point of view is not neutral.
Okay.
He definitely, when he says that he is not against welfare schemes and says schools, hospitals. Let me finish, sir. I did not interrupt while you were speaking.
Okay, but Priyanka, finish quickly.
Now. So when he is very clearly saying, that welfare schemes are good education, subsidized water, good schooling, and at the same time then he is questioning the schooling. Both your panel members said हमारे MLA विधायक के बच्चे क्यों नहीं पढ़ते? एक simple Google research कोई भी कर लेगा, दिख जाएगा कौन पढ़ता है कौन नहीं पढ़ता. I don't want to go into that because the mudda right now today, which I'll bring back to the mudda is, जैसा अश्विनी उपाध्याय जी ने कहा कि रेवड़ियों का मतलब, फ्रीबीज का मतलब सिलेंडर गैस है, तो ये कौन दे रहा है? One is that aspect. Secondly, मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ आरपी सिंह जी से दोबारा, जो उन्होंने नहीं उत्तर दिया. उन्होंने कहा कि राइट ऑफ मतलब रिकवरेबल है. सर, कब रिकवरेबल है? 10 साल बाद आप 11 लाख करोड़ आज राइट ऑफ कर देंगे, उसके बाद आप जनता का दही और पनीर पे टैक्स आज लगाएंगे, उनसे बाद में रिकवर करेंगे, उसका क्या तात्पर्य निकाला जाए?
Okay, one second. Mr. Subramaniam has not spoken, but Ashwini Upadhyay is here with us for a limited period of time, so I'll allow him to finish. But the point here really is that if cylinders and TV and color sets were the issues, I'm not sure why the Aam Aadmi Party jumped into this fray. Nobody has ever accused you of giving free color sets.
No, because...
But you also had a guilty conscience, no? That's why you went to court over freebies, because you thought that free water and electricity will be curbed.
That is not how law works, Shivani.
Exactly, then why did you jump into this? Nobody was training their guns on you. Anyways, let Ashwini finish, then I'll come back to you.
Because we are an interested party. Suddenly, अगर आप माहौल बनाएंगे, आप 8,000 करोड़ का बजट में से शिक्षा पे काट देंगे.
One by one, let him finish, I'll come back to you. Let him finish, I'll come back to you. Ashwini, please.
देखिए, पहली बात तो इनके आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता और खास तौर पे मुख्यमंत्री ये टीवी पे कुछ और बात कह रहे हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कुछ और बात कह रहे हैं. अगर इनके पास कोई डेटा है कि 10 लाख करोड़ का लोन माफ हो गया, तो जब इन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में इंटरव्यू किया मेरी पीआईएल में, तो 10 लाख करोड़ का डिटेल दे देना चाहिए था, नाम भी बता देना चाहिए था. इन्होंने क्यों नहीं दिया? आप इनकी जरा पिटीशन पढ़िए. इन्होंने केवल एक बात कही है, प्लीज आप इस पीआईएल को मत सुनिए और इस पे आगे मत बढ़िए, फ्रीबीज को मत रोकिए. अब इनके नेता, इनके प्रवक्ता टीवी पे आके कहते हैं जी वो दोस्तों को खर्च कर दिया. अरे ले आओ ना, आप केजरीवाल बताएं कि जितनी बात वो टीवी पे बोलते हैं और उनके प्रवक्ता टीवी पे आके बोलते हैं, वो बात तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिकॉर्ड में क्यों नहीं ला रहे? अगर आपको लगता है कि हाँ 10 लाख करोड़ का लोन माफ हुआ और गलत माफ हुआ, तो आपको शर्म आ रही थी सुप्रीम कोर्ट को बताने में. सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आप केवल ये कहने चले आए अश्विनी उपाध्याय की पीआईएल मत सुनो, इस पे आप कमेटी मत फॉर्म करो, फ्रीबीज को मत रोको. क्यों भाई? आप आके बताते हैं कि ये गलत है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट.
Ashwini Upadhyay, my final question to you before I go across to Mr. Subramaniam. जल्दी सर, टाइम की कमी है.
इनकी पिटीशन में कहीं कुछ नहीं लिखा. इन्होंने केवल टीवी पे बतौलेबाजी कर रहे हैं. एक्चुअल में केवल इस मामले पे डिबेट नहीं चाहते, इस मामले में डिस्कशन नहीं चाहते.
अब तो डिबेट हो गई इस मामले पे, वो तो शुरू हो गई. एंड गवर्नमेंट सोर्सेज, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सोर्सेज आर आल्सो टेलिंग CNN News 18 they are very ready to debate this issue in parliament also. Ashwini Upadhyay, where have you gone? All right, it seems like we've lost his link, but Mr. Subramaniam, you've been listening very patiently. Yes. Is there a lot of political rhetoric that is entering what is purely an economic conversation? Do you find these arguments that, you know, there are bad loans that are written off of the balance sheets, and then, you know, there are other fraudsters, for example, who fraud banks, that none of that has a bearing on what governments promise during elections? And this is predominantly a question of what governments promise. Do you feel that there is a slippery slope today where governments are promising the moon without looking at the expenditure of the state?
Yeah, primarily let me answer your question first, that governments across the world, not only in India, but across the world, promise the moon. Because first of all, government does not have any money to spend on its own, and what it is spending is taxpayers' money. And I would not spare any party here, be it the left, right, or the center. Every single party does this. And if it was a welfare scheme, let me first clarify to all panelists here, whatever political affiliations you might have, if it is a welfare measure, it is not announced before the election. Now, whether it is a color TV, whether it is a cycle scooter, I don't care what it is. But the primary fact that you announce it before an election clearly proves that it is a quid pro quo. So the state, the people are getting bribed. To put it long story short, governments do not have the authority to bribe the people for votes, and that too, it is being taken from my right pocket and given into my left. And that is the simple problem. See, every single party has its reasoning behind it, and they hide behind these reasons, saying that this is something very important, this is welfare, this is for the poor. But never has it come that a political party has the gumption to admit that yes, this is vote buying out.
No, I think you've simplified this issue. Over the last few days, we've been wanting to simplify this issue. And Mr. Subramaniam, you've done that. When you announce these as election promises before the elections, it is a quid pro quo. Welfare schemes are announced after you come to power under government AGs.
And welfare schemes, and welfare schemes are announced when you have surplus money. We are not Singapore where we have surplus in our budget. We are already running fiscally down as a nation, as a state. Look at the power finance corporations of individual states. We are bleeding. We do not have money to pay salaries. We are not able to pay our bonds. The OMCs are in a bad shape. There is this absolute problem of fiscal discipline with regards to states. And states left, right, and center. Today, Mr. Kejriwal has gone to the court. I don't think so. He has any locus standi, despite being the fact that I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the right or left.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is Mr. Kejriwal has no locus standi saying that this is a welfare scheme.
Okay.
For the simple reason, if it is a welfare scheme, you need to have fiscal prudence. As the Prime Minister said, you cannot build highways or roads or do infrastructure projects if you are left, right, center going to dole out such things.
Dole out such
and
freebies.
buy out
All
votes.
right. Buy votes. That's the crux of this issue, and that's why
Absolutely, yes.
even a body like the Supreme Court has gotten involved, because essentially this is about something we hold very dear, that elections need to be free and fair. And if these freebies become about buying votes, then it hits at the very crux of our democracy. I've run out of time. I'm sorry, I've run out of time. I promise I will get all of you back, because this debate is not going anywhere. This debate is just starting. Thanks a lot for your time today. Time for a very short break. On the other side, a special presentation, a Commonwealth Games 2022 special. India's new icons. We'll get you them face to face and personal. Stay with us.
As the 49th Chief Justice of India after President Draupadi Murmu signed his warrant of appointment. He will assume charge on the 27th of August, a day after the incumbent Chief Justice N.V. Ramana retires. Justice Lalit will have a brief tenure of less than 3 months. He will retire in November. Comedian Raju Srivastava suffered a cardiac arrest while working out in a gym in Delhi. The 58-year-old was working out on a treadmill when he had chest pain and he collapsed. He was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, where he was given CPR twice and revived. He's now said to be out of danger. A Samajwadi Party leader's car was hit by a truck in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri district.
The truck rammed into Devendra Singh Yadav's car on a relatively busy road and then dragged the vehicle for more than 500 meters before finally stopping. Bystanders ran after the truck and helped the passengers out of the car. The SP leader was in the car. He was returning home from the party office when the accident happened. His condition is believed to be stable. The errant truck driver has been arrested and an investigation is underway.
The centre has given the green light for biological ease Corbevax being administered as a precautionary dose. So those who've taken Covishield or Covaxin as their dose 1 or 2, they can take Corbevax as a booster 6 months after their second dose. This is the first time that the booster dose is different from the one that's been used for primary vaccine. Domestic airlines are free to decide what to charge passengers from the 31st of August. The government has done away with limits on airfares, which were placed when the pandemic began in 2020. The move is expected to help the aviation sector recover from large losses. China's military says it completed tasks around Taiwan, but now plans regular patrols in response to Nancy Pelosi's visit there last week.
Beijing is signaling an end to days of war games, but at the same time, it's keeping up pressure on Taiwan. Fuming over US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island, China had extended its largest ever exercises around Taiwan beyond the 4 days originally scheduled. The drills included launching ballistic missiles, some of which flew over capital Taipei, and simulated sea and air attacks in surrounding skies and waters. PLA's Eastern Theatre Command said it had successfully completed various tasks around Taiwan and effectively tested the integrated combat capabilities of its troops. But China warned that its forces will keep an eye on changes in the situation in the Taiwan Strait and continue to train and prepare for combat.
Moscow's 40-year wait for a strategic bomber could finally end. The Partha is expected to start test flights in 2024. The Partha is a new nuclear-capable bomber. The Partha is Russia's counter to the US B-21 Raider. The full production of this bomber remains uncertain. Western sanctions over Ukraine war are looming on Russia, and therefore it is difficult to maintain the supply chain required to produce the Partha. Loud explosions have rocked a Russian military airbase in western Crimea. Plumes of smoke were seen rising up in the sky, and eyewitnesses said that at least 12 explosions took place. Ukrainian media claimed that it was a missile attack, but the Russian Defense Ministry says that it was not an attack, but a detonation of ammunition in which one person was killed. Former US President Donald Trump invoked the Fifth Amendment and refused to answer questions under oath today in the New York Attorney General's long-running civil investigation into his business dealings. This decision comes just days after the FBI searched his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida as part of an unrelated federal inquiry into whether he took classified records with him when he left the White House. A shocking video from Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir shows a truck full of liquefied petroleum gas falling down a steep valley. The truck driver tries to cross a narrow stretch on a mountain, but loses balance in the process, and then the huge truck is seen falling into a ravine. A Mumbai bus driver lost control of his vehicle on a busy street. Watch what exactly unfolded.
The BEST bus first rammed into an auto and then a stationary tempo and a roadside shop in Gurugram. The auto was smashed, but the driver had a miraculous escape. Post the crash, shocked bystanders ran after the bus to try and rescue the passengers. The horrific accident happened after the brakes of the bus failed. 2 passengers of the bus and the auto driver were injured. Police have filed a case and the BEST is investigating the accident.
A day after dumping the BJP and allying with the RJD again, Nitish Kumar took oath as Bihar Chief Minister for a record 8th time today. Tejashwi Yadav was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. Just minutes after the ceremony, Nitish Kumar took a pot shot at Prime Minister Modi, asking if he is
12 days of breathless action, incredible performances by athletes, stories of a lifetime, and an impressive 61-medal haul. The 2022 Birmingham Commonwealth Games witnessed some of India's top athletes living up to their reputation and many punching above their weight to make a name for themselves. Over the next half hour, we will hear from the new icons of Indian sport, fresh winners that these games threw up, to listen in to their incredible stories. But first up, with a total of 61 medals, India finished 4th on the table, winning 22 golds, 16 silver medals and 23 bronze. Now this tally was 5 medals short of what we won in the last CWG and far behind our best show in 2010 when we won a whopping 101 medals. But a closer analysis shows that India's performance was still extremely impressive, since our most successful sport in CWG history, shooting, was not part of this edition. In 2018, India had won 16 medals from shooting alone. So if you take that out, India has superseded that previous count. And behind India's impressive medal tally, despite shooting, archery and Greco-Roman wrestling not being part of the Birmingham Games, are new heroes from new sports and historic firsts. For example, the gold medal in women's lawn bowls. Rupa Rani, Lovely Chaube, Pinky and Nayan Moni beating South Africa 17-10 in the final. Then Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty winning a historic gold medal, a straight sets win, giving India its maiden doubles gold for shuttlers. Bronze for Tejashwin Shankar in men's high jump. This was India's first ever medal in this discipline. Saurav Ghoshal won a bronze in squash singles. This was India's first ever medal in singles in squash at the Commonwealth Games. Silver for Priyanka Goswami in race walk. She became the first Indian woman to do so at the Commonwealth Games. Avinash Sable won a silver in 3,000 meter steeplechase. He also became the first male athlete to win a long distance medal at the Commonwealth Games. So first up, let's listen in from the women lawn bowls team, a sport that was nearly unheard of in India until this 4-woman squad of Lovely, Pinky, Nayan Moni and Rupa created history and etched their name in Indian sporting history. ये जो विन है आपका, ये जो जीत है आपकी, ये आपके लिए इतनी इमोशनल क्यों थी? क्योंकि हमने देखा जब आपने फाइनल जीता, सेमीफाइनल जीता, तो आंसू निकल गए, आप एक दूसरे से गले मिलके रो रहे थे. Why was this win so emotional for you? Pinky, if you would like to start.
क्योंकि एक्चुअली हम पिछले 11 साल से काफी हार्ड वर्क कर रहे थे इस दिन के लिए, तो 11 साल आपको ही पता मायने रखता है, उसमें कितनी रातें हैं, कितने दिन है, कितनी सुबह है, कितनी टेंशन है, कितना हार्ड वर्क है, कितने कॉम्प्रोमाइज है। तो ये सारी चीजें जब एक साथ उसका जो रिजल्ट निकला, जो आप सबने देखा है, गोल्ड मेडल, तो ऑब्वियसली उस समय खुशी के आंसू आने ही थे।
रूपा, how would you describe this win, this moment? क्या मायने रखता है ये गोल्ड आपके लिए, जो इंडिया के लिए एक हिस्टोरिक गोल्ड था?
हाँ, ये हमारी जीत एकदम ऐतिहासिक जीत है, जैसे आपको पता है। और इस ऐतिहासिक जीत के पीछे हम चारों का टीम वर्क है। हमने एक टीम वर्क बना के कि जिसकी जो पोजीशन है उसमें हमें अपना आज तक का बेस्ट करना है, ये हमने सोचा था। और हम चारों ने ये भी ठाना था कि ये जो 2-2.5 घंटे हमारे मैच के हैं, वो हमारे जिंदगी के बहुत महत्वपूर्ण घंटे होंगे, जिसमें हमने आज तक जितना ट्रेनिंग लिया है, जितना कुछ भी सीखा है, उन सबको इस 2.5 घंटे में हमें अप्लाई करना है। एक दूसरे का साथ देके, और जो बुद्धि, ज्ञान और समझ जो गेम के दौरान हम चारों को रखनी थी, एक दूसरे का उत्साह बढ़ाकर, एक को मोटिवेट कर, वो सब हम चारों ने अपने पुराने मैच में किया है। एक-एक का हमारी टीम के पीछे एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है, किसी एक के भी बिना हम चारों अधूरे
जी,
थे इस गेम के लिए शायद। तो आज ऊपर वाले ने भी हमारा साथ दिया है, हमारी मेहनत को देखा है, तो बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक रहा हम चारों के लिए भी और हमारी लाइफ के लिए।
बिल्कुल ऐतिहासिक तो रहा है, और आपकी वजह से लॉन बॉल्स जो एक स्पोर्ट है उसको लोग दुनिया में, इंडिया में जानने लगे हैं। लवली, आप सबसे सीनियर मोस्ट प्लेयर हो इस क्वार्टेट के। आप लोगों ने एक चीज जो दिखाई है वो ये है कि एज इज जस्ट अ नंबर। आप सबकी उम्र 30, 35, 40 साल की है, उससे भी ऊपर है, लेकिन उस एज में भी हिस्ट्री बना सकते हो। अगर आपका कोई ड्रीम है आप उसको फुलफिल कर सकते हो। स्पेशली महिलाओं के लिए आपने ये बहुत बड़ा मैसेज दिया है।
जी, ये तो महिलाओं के लिए बहुत मतलब अच्छा मैसेज है, हम लोग चारों ने दिया है। और हम चाहेंगे कि आगे बढ़ चढ़ के वो लोग इस इवेंट को खेलें और आगे बढ़े। मतलब एज किसी चीज में मायने नहीं रखता, अगर आप ठान लोगे तो एज कोई मायने नहीं रखता। एज इज ओनली नंबर।
जी जी। देन मोनी, आप बताइए, हाउ हैज लाइफ चेंज्ड फॉर यू? जीत के बाद कैसा रहा वो ओकेजन? उसके बाद जो विशेस आपको मिली हैं, जो लोगों के मैसेजेस आए होंगे, सबसे ज्यादा अच्छा आपको क्या मिला? क्योंकि इस गोल के बाद आपके बारे में इंडिया में सब लोग बात कर रहे थे, लॉन बॉल्स के बारे में सब लोग बात कर रहे थे।
बेस्ट मीन्स मेरे बेटी ने जो मुझे विश दिया, तो मम्मी कांग्रेचुलेट किया, तो फिर मुझे वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। और हम लोग का, जैसे कि हम असम से है, हम लोग का असम गवर्नमेंट ने मुझे बहुत अच्छा से मीन्स विश किया, कांग्रेचुलेट किया, सबने किया, मेरा एसोसिएशन ने किया, मेरा मम्मी पापा, क्योंकि मेरा मम्मी ने तो बोला भी है कि मुझे अभी ऐसे लग रहा है, ऐसे मीन्स कैसे समझाऊं आपको, कि आपको मैंने जन्म नहीं दिया है, क्योंकि आप मुझे जन्म दिया है। मेरे मामी ने मीन्स इस वर्ड के साथ मुझे मीन्स कितना अच्छा फील करवाया, हम मीन्स बोल भी नहीं सकते अभी आपको।
जी बिल्कुल। और आप इंटरेस्टिंगली सब चारों लॉन बॉल से पहले कोई और स्पोर्ट खेलते थे। जैसे कि आप क्रिकेट खेलते थे, आप क्रिकेट के टीचर भी हो, आपने क्रिकेट कोचिंग भी करी हुई है, क्रिकेट कोचिंग का कोर्स किया हुआ है। तो आप सब डिफरेंट डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट्स से लॉन बॉल्स में आए हैं। आप अपनी जर्नी के बारे में बताइए, क्रिकेट से लॉन बॉल्स कैसे हुआ?
मुझे तो ये डेस्टिनेशन पता ही नहीं था कि ये मेरी डेस्टिनेशन होने वाली है। क्योंकि मेरी डेस्टिनेशन जो मैंने एक करियर बनाया था वो क्रिकेट में ही बनाया था। तो जब मैंने डीपीएस आरके में ज्वाइन किया, दैट टाइम इज 2005, तो उस समय वाइस प्रिंसिपल हुआ करते थे डॉक्टर डिगा सैनी, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के वाइस प्रिंसिपल हमारे स्कूल के थे। तो उन्होंने मुझे इस गेम में, उन्होंने मेरा हार्ड वर्क देखा, उन्होंने मेरी बैकग्राउंड देखा, मेरी एजुकेशन वगैरह सब उन्होंने देखा हुआ था, और उनको लगता था कि यार इसमें कुछ है। तो जब भी लॉन बॉल का वहां पर कभी भी कैंप लगा, कुछ भी, और फिर नेशनल गेम्स हुआ 2007 में, मुझे वहां भेजा गया, देन आई वन देयर सिल्वर मेडल। तो उसके बाद से वो जर्नी स्टार्ट हो गई। और उस समय गवर्नमेंट के अभी तक, जैसे बीएफआई है हमारी, बॉलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया, उनका भी एक बिग रोल है कि हमेशा हमें बकर भी किया, मोटिवेट किया कि कोई नहीं, कि इस बार ही नहीं आया, इस बार ही नहीं आया। आईओ ने भी हम पे भरोसा किया, तो उस भरोसे को नहीं टूटना देना चाहते थे हम चारों, जबकि हम चारों फर्स्ट टाइम खेल रहे हैं इस कॉम्बिनेशन में। तो कहीं पे भी आपने सेमीफाइनल फाइनल देखा होगा कि इट्स अ वेरी क्रूशियल एंड, कि कहीं हम इक्वल हुए, कभी अप हुए तो कभी डाउन हुए। तो फिर हम आपने ये भी देखा था, हम चारों मिलके भी आए एक बार दोबारा,
यस यस
जब 11th और 12th एंड तक, कि कोई बात नहीं हम करेंगे लेकिन जाएंगे नहीं खाली हाथ इस बार। तो वो इतना मायने रखना था कि जब वो जीते हम रोने लगे इमोशनली, कि यार मतलब इस बार हमने कितनी मेहनत की, हर एक चीज का हर एक को जवाब देना। अब आपको भी पता है, मैंने अभी अभी जस्ट रीड आउट किया है कि जिस दिन ये लॉन बॉल का हमने मेडल लिया, इट्स 7 करोड़ समथिंग लोगों ने देखा उसको, इट्स अ रिकॉर्ड इन गूगल कि 7 करोड़ मिलियन लोगों ने मतलब देखा है कि यार ये होता क्या है।
होता क्या है।
तो ये गोल्ड मेडल की हमारी उपलब्धि जो मिली है हमें, मतलब हम मीडिया को भी थैंक यू कहना चाहते हैं कि अब मीडिया के थ्रू भी अवेयरनेस जा रही है हर जगह कि कैसे ये गेम है, ये चारों कौन है, कहाँ से आए हैं। तो एक गर्ल का होना, एंड देयर इज नो एज बार। मैं खुद कहूंगी कि गर्ल्स को क्या बॉयज को भी, हर एक को कम प्ले देन थिंक।
ओके रूपा, व्हाट अबाउट योर हिस्ट्री? आप कबड्डी प्लेयर रह चुके हो, तो आपका शिफ्ट लॉन बॉल्स में कैसे हुआ? क्या सोच के आपने किया कबड्डी से लॉन बॉल्स में शिफ्ट?
ऐसा तो कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मेडल हो पाएगा। जब मैं कबड्डी खेलती थी तो एक मेरे भैया थे, उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि एक नया गेम है जिसमें इंडिविजुअल भी खेला जा सकता है, अगर तुम कोशिश करोगे तो कुछ कर सकती हो। यही शब्द उन्होंने यूज किया था। तो मैं गई थी कि चलो मैं ट्राई करके देखती हूँ, और वो मुझे गेम अच्छा लगा था और इंडिया में नया भी था। तो कबड्डी टीम गेम है तो मैं इंडिविजुअल खेलना चाहती थी। तो जो मेरे भैया थे उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि ट्राई करो, तो मैंने ट्राई किया, मुझे अच्छा लगा। फिर मैंने कबड्डी को पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखा, क्योंकि मुझे वहां पे भी ये बोला था कि आप दोनों में से केवल एक गेम खेलो, या तो आप लॉन बॉल खेलो या तो आप कबड्डी खेलो, ऐसे मुझे किसी ने कहा था। तो मैंने बोला ठीक है। तो फिर मैं लॉन बॉल की तरफ गई, और लॉन बॉल में जब देखा तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। मुझे लगा कि ये कॉमनवेल्थ का कोर गेम है और इसमें भी इंडिया कुछ कर सकता है।
Well, it's never too late to reinvent yourself or to do something new. That's really the primary message from your win. Lovely, I want to ask you also, आप athletics में थे, आप long jumping करते थे, तो आपका shift कैसे हुआ? और जब आपने shift किया, क्योंकि lawn bowls इंडिया में नहीं खेला जाता है इतना, जबकि ये कॉमनवेल्थ में core sport रहा है, इसके equipment, इसकी facilities, क्या training करने में आपको दिक्कत आती थी शुरुआत में?
हम पहले एथलेटिक्स करते थे, उसके बाद हमको कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गया था, तो फिर हमको छोड़ना पड़ा। उसके बाद एक भैया है, वो हमको बताया एक नया गेम आया झारखंड में, तुम ट्राई कर सकती हो। फिर हम जाके ट्राई किए तो हमको अच्छा लगा, उसके बाद करना चालू किए। और जो इक्विपमेंट का बात है वो हम लोग खुद से अपना लेते हैं।
अच्छा, इक्विपमेंट खुद से लेते हैं। नयन, आप बताइए, आपकी जर्नी वेट लिफ्टिंग से लॉन बॉल्स में आई है।
जी, मेरा बैक पेन हुआ था बोल के हम साइंस स्टूडेंट था, तो मेरा क्योंकि इवेंट नहीं था लॉन बॉल, फिर बोला कि नया इवेंट आ रहा है, 2007 नेशनल गेम में हुआ था लॉन बॉल असम में, तो वहाँ शुरू किया था। पहले बोला कि नया इवेंट आ रहा है, आप खेल सकते हैं, आपका बैक पेन में इतना प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा ये गेम खेलने से। तो हम लोग का साई का जो सर है, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर और हम लोग का वेट लिफ्टिंग का कोच जो है, उन्होंने बताया कि आप ट्राई कर सकते हैं। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, अच्छा लगा, तो मैंने खेलने शुरू किया, जो मीन्स अच्छा लगा मुझे। फिर धीरे धीरे नेशनल खेला, फिर इंडिया टीम के लिए ट्राई किया, तो मीन्स इंडिया टीम के लिए ट्रायल मिला भी है मुझे, हम इंक्लूड भी हुआ। तो धीरे धीरे बढ़ते गया, तो अच्छा भी लगा। 2-3 अगर मेडल मिला तो नेशनल गेम भी खेला, नेशनल गेम में भी मेरा गोल है। तो एशियन चैंपियनशिप भी खेला, उसमें भी गोल है। तो मुझे लगा कि हम देश के लिए कुछ कर सकता है। जब 2010 कॉमनवेल्थ में हुआ तो मुझे और अच्छा लगा वहाँ पे गेम देख के, क्योंकि मैं भी थी वहाँ पे। तो गेम पूरा देखा, हम कंपटीशन देखा, तो अच्छा लगा। और ऊपर से ये है कि कॉमनवेल्थ में ये क्वालिफाई कर दिया गया था, तो इसीलिए लगा कि हम लोग कुछ कर सकता है।
राइट। तो पिंकी, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आप लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि आप ये जरूर चाह रहे थे कि आप खाली हाथ वापस नहीं आएंगे, लेकिन ये ऐसा स्पोर्ट है जिसमें भारत ने कभी कोई मेडल जीता नहीं था, तो क्या आपके अंदर वो बिलीफ था कि आप मेडल जीत सकते हैं और गोल्ड जीत सकते हैं?
नहीं, बिलीव ये था कि हम लोग मेडल जीतेंगे, लेकिन ये बिलीव नहीं था कि इट्स अ गोल्ड मेडल, क्योंकि वी जस्ट कम हियर कि हम इस कोऑर्डिनेशन खेल रहे हैं। क्योंकि अभी हम प्रैक्टिस जब कर रहे थे, तो हम सबकी एक इनर पार्ट कहते हैं ना, एक इनर कोड होता है, वो कहता है कि इस बार कुछ अच्छा होगा। तो वो हो रहा था और कोऑर्डिनेशन बहुत अच्छा हम चारों में बहुत अच्छा चल रहा था। तो यही होता था कि हम चारों क्यों ना उतरे इस भाई कॉम्बिनेशन से, कभी खेला नहीं है। और इससे पहले ये नहीं कि हम चारों ही जो यहाँ पे हम चारों बैठे हैं, रूपा, नयन, लवली, माई सेल्फ, हम चारों ने एशियन, एशिया पैसिफिक और इवन क्वालिफाई किया हुआ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए। उसमें भी हमारे मेडल है 2009 टिल 2018 अभी तक जितनी एशियन चैंपियनशिप है, हम चारों ही गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट भी है, सिल्वर भी है, ब्रॉन्ज भी है इन कॉन्टिनेशन। लेकिन वो वजूद, वो जो आज मिल रहा है, वो अवेयरनेस नहीं थी तब भी लोगों में। लेकिन जो आज आज पता चल रहा है कि यार जैसे गोल्ड जब से आया, वो भी CWG, तो ये अलग ही चार्म है इसका। अब लोगों को अवेयरनेस हो रही है और हमें इतना अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि ओके हमारे लिए हो गया, लेकिन अब इसको मेंटेन रखना भी उतना ही जरूरी हो गया।
रूपा, आज जब याद करते हो इस सक्सेस को, तो फिर क्या याद आता है? कुछ स्ट्रगल याद आती है फैमिली की तरफ से, आपकी अपनी तरफ से? आपकी तो शादी भी शायद रिसेंटली ही हुई थी।
हाँ, एक है मेरे फैमिली से, मेरी अभी जस्ट जनवरी 30 को शादी हुई थी और मार्च 15 से दिल्ली में इंडिया का कैंप था।
राइट।
तो 1 महीने ही हुए थे हम मेरे शादी को फरवरी में, और दिल्ली से न्यूज आ गई थी कि आपका सिलेक्शन हुआ है, तो इतना दिन का कैंप है, आपको रहना पड़ेगा। तो मैं पहले अपने फैमिली से झिझक रही थी बात करने के लिए कि अभी शादी हुई है, अभी यहाँ से जाने के लिए बोलूंगी 4-5 महीने के लिए तो उनको प्रॉब्लम होगा या फिर क्या बोलेंगे वो लोग। तो मैंने इस बारे में इससे पहले हस्बैंड से बात की। मैंने बोला कि पूछो हमारे जो ससुर है उनसे पूछो क्या बोलते हैं, या ये लोग जो है। तो उन्होंने बोला कि अगर नहीं ये आई है, अगर इसको इच्छा है तो जाना चाहती है तो जा सकती है इस टाइप का। तो मेरे हस्बैंड ने भी मुझे परमिशन दिया कि इससे पहले भी तुम शादी के पहले खेलती थी तो अभी भी कंटिन्यू रखो। फिर मैं ही झिझक गई, फिर पीछे हट गई कि नहीं मुझे नहीं जाना है, लोग क्या समझेंगे। वाइफ को भेज दिया 4-5 महीने के लिए शादी के जस्ट बाद। और फिर बीच में प्रॉब्लम आई थी कैंप के दौरान, मेरे हस्बैंड की तबीयत खराब हो गई थी, तो मुझे वो बार बार मैं उससे बात करती थी तो खराब लगता था कि मैं उसके साथ में नहीं हूँ। तो ससुर की भी तबीयत खराब हुई थी तो उसमें भी लगता था कि गलत किया मैंने शायद। लेकिन वही लोग हिम्मत देते थे कि लास्ट है, या फिर इतने महीने रही तुम तो 1 महीने और सही। तो लगातार मैं उसके फरवरी के बाद मार्च से टीम के साथ हूँ। 1-2 बार मैं रांची गई थी, अपने हस्बैंड या फैमिली से मिली थी। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मेरे लिए ये भी है मोटिवेशन अपने फैमिली की तरफ से कि उन्होंने मुझे सपोर्ट किया शादी के बाद भी।
राइट।
मैं हिम्मत हार रही थी लेकिन वो हिम्मत नहीं हार रहे थे, मतलब ये बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। तो वो चीज भी एक बैकबोन था पीछे हम सबके साथ में। हम सबकी फैमिली है और हम सबकी सब फैमिली ने हम सबको
बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट किया। मेडल हम लोग जीते हैं लेकिन उनको देख के लगता है कि वो लोग जीते हैं।
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing those stories with us. Now also to another history maker who almost missed the bus to CWG and had to fight a court battle. High jumper Tejaswin Shankar, who clinched the bronze and won India's first ever medal in this discipline. Tejaswin, many congratulations and thanks a lot for speaking to us. You nearly did not make it to Birmingham. You had to fight a court battle to even be there as part of the Indian team. Is this medal, India's first ever in high jump, especially sweeter because of that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's sweeter just because of that. But yes, it's been a roller coaster of a journey to be able to get here. And that being said, I feel like I'm just so happy. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Is there any hard feelings that you had to fight this court battle to be there? You had to take the Athletics Federation to court despite achieving the qualification mark.
I wouldn't say there's any hard feelings, but at the end of the day, we all, be it Athletics Federation of India, be it SAI, be it IOA, be it anybody, be it the athlete, the only thing that everybody is concerned about is trying to maximize the medal tally for the country, and everybody has their own ways of doing it. And yes, there might be difference of opinion, and in this case there was, but ultimately everybody realized that okay, I'm glad, I was given the opportunity at the end and I was able to make the most of it. And at that point, the only thing that I could have done was to bring a medal and contribute to the tally. And the fact that I did that, I'm just grateful that, okay, कहते हैं देर आए दुरुस्त आए. So in the end, I was given that opportunity, and in the end, I was able to make the most of that opportunity. So that's what matters to me. It doesn't matter if, you know, I had to fight a court battle or whatnot. Ultimately, we were able to get a medal for the country, and that's just a medal through me. It's not my medal, it's the country's medal, and I'm just so happy I am the bearer of that medal for our country, and that just makes me so happy.
Yours is now a historic achievement. How does that make you feel? As I said, this is India's first ever high jump medal at the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's all right.
It's all right. Don't you feel great that you've scripted your name into history forever?
That's okay. I feel like, you know, I mean, that's for you guys to figure out. I mean, for me, I just go there, compete, come back. Like, I don't really look back at what I did and how many centimeters or millimeters. For me, it's just like, okay, I did my best on that day. Like, since then, I haven't even watched videos of my high jump because I just feel nervous and anxious. I just don't want to go back and live that moment again. So for me, the competition part is over. Now I just want to celebrate, spend time with my family, you know, just hang out with my friends. I think that's the better part for me. If I go back to watching videos of my competition, I'll just be like, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that.
Yeah.
I don't want any regrets or any expectations out of my performance. I'm just happy that I was able to bring a medal and on to the next competition. That's how I look at it, and that's how I will go.
Let me just ask you finally, what does this bronze medal mean to you after everything that you've been through? And how are you going to celebrate this?
It just means the whole world to me and my family. And, you know, before coming here, the only person who was, I mean, like, we didn't really hope to come here to the Commonwealth Games. We like feud even like 5-6 days before the Commonwealth Games. Like, even the opening ceremony, I was sitting in my house and with my mother. So my mother jokingly said, she said, like, I really don't think you're going to come here. I was like, please, mom, don't say all these things. I say, Apshagun mat bolo, acha bolo. So then next day we found out that we were going. So everything just happened so fast that we never really had the time to process or, you know, had the time to get excited about the possibility of competing at the Commonwealth Games, get excited about, you know, competing with all these stalwart athletes. So for me, it was just a pick up your bag and just go moment, because it's still sinking in. So I'm just excited to go back home, spend time with my family, show it to my mother. I had a WhatsApp call with her yesterday, WhatsApp call with our family, and everybody was so excited. My grandmother was up watching, you know, the competition on TV, and you know how, like, in our family or in any family, you've made it in life when you're on TV. So for my I made it in life. So now I just want to go back home and show her the medal and just enjoy my time with my family.
Now, weightlifting produced as many as 10 medals in this edition, including 3 golds. Of course, there was Mirabai Chanu doing it again, Jeremy Lalrinunga and Achintya Shuli. We in fact spoke to the 19-year-old Jeremy, who became an instant youth icon in the country with his gold, performing with cramps on the day. Listen in. You have become the youth icon of Indian sports. Just 19 years of age, you started weightlifting just 10 years ago. Just share with us your emotions after winning the gold.
मैं बहुत खुश था और मैंने जो भी ट्रेनिंग में किया था और मैंने जितना एक्सपेक्ट लेके आया था कि इतना करना है, उतना कर नहीं पाया, लेकिन मुझे जो चाहिए था, ये गोल्ड है, जो मेडल था, वो जीत कर आया, वो बहुत खुश हूँ मैं।
जी, आपने बहुत पेन में और इंजरी के साथ परफॉर्म किया। कैन यू डिस्क्राइब कैसा रहा परफॉर्मेंस आपके लिए, कितना मुश्किल था?
मैम, जैसे हमने स्नेच स्टार्ट किया था, स्नेच में तो काफी सही चल रहा था बॉडी, और जैसे कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का भी रिकॉर्ड बनाया था स्नेच में, और क्लीन एंड जर्क में भी काफी प्रिपेयर किया था मैंने इसके लिए। और हमने जैसे ही वार्मिंग अप स्टार्ट करने शुरू किया और मेरा मसल दोनों 28 और मेरा दोनों इन 28 जो है क्रैम होने लग गया और दोनों एकदम कैच हो गया था। मैं चल भी नहीं पाया और बैठने से भी पेन कर रहा था और खड़ा भी नहीं हो पा रहा था सीधा, तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था। लेकिन वार्मिंग अप में भी मैंने 120 तक किया था मैंने हमने तो सोच के आया था कि हमने वार्मिंग अप में 160 तक करेंगे और 160 के बाद स्टेज में जाके सीधा रिकॉर्ड लीफ लगाने के लिए या टोटल इम्प्रूव करने के लिए हमने सोचा था, लेकिन ऐसे बिल्कुल भी नहीं हुआ क्योंकि गेम में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है और किसका ऊपर क्या होगा कुछ पता ही नहीं होता। फिर भी कोच साहब ने बहुत मोटिवेट किया मुझे और रोया था भी बहुत। मैं उस टाइम पे क्लीन एंड जेल का टाइम पे बहुत रोया मैं। समझ में नहीं आ रहा मैंने कितना जो भी कोच साहब ने दिया था कम करके एकदम 154 भी मतलब यहाँ लिफ्टिंग खत्म होने के बाद मुझे पता चला कि इतना केजी है बोल के। बिल्कुल हार्ड भी था मैम, लेकिन खुश है अभी बहुत।
मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आपको प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी हेल किया एज अ यूथ फेस, सिर्फ 19 साल 20 साल के आप हैं, तो
जी
आपको
मैम।
आपको रिस्पांस कैसा लगा भारत की तरफ से और आपके होम टाउन से, होम स्टेट से कैसा लगा रिस्पांस अभी तक का?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है मैम। काफी मैसेजेस आया है और ट्विटर में भी काफी हमारा प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर ने और बाकी और भी ने बहुत ट्वीट भी किया मेरे लिए। इतना सारे
जी।
प्यार दिया है हमारा जनता ने और मैं इन सब को देख के और भी इंस्पायर है हूँ और मोटिवेट भी मिला है मुझे, खुद मोटिवेट भी हो गया और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा है। और अगले जो टारगेट हमने रखा है ओलंपिक्स के लिए, उसके लिए भी काफी मेहनत मुझे हेल्प करेगा इन सब में।
जी जी, ये वो ओलंपिक्स आपका नेक्स्ट टारगेट है अब, बिल्कुल, है
यस
ना?
मैम, यस मैम।
अच्छा, तो आप ये विन आप किसको डेडिकेट करते हैं? कौन रहे हैं आपके करियर में बहुत सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट?
मैम एक ही को नहीं दे सकता हूँ क्योंकि बहुत मेहनत किया है इसके लिए और इतना मसल प्रॉब्लम और वार्मिंग अप, बिना वार्मिंग अप होते हुए भी इतना गोल्ड के लिए मैंने लड़ा है, तो मैं एक ही को नहीं दे सकता। पहले तो मेरा पूरा इंडियन, मेरा हमारा देश को मैं डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ और हमारा कोचेस और हमारा जो भी सपोर्ट स्टाफ फिजियोस है और मेरा फैमिलीज और मेरा ग्रैंडफादर और ग्रैंडमदर।
जी जी जी, मैं आपके फैमिली के बारे में पूछना चाहती थी कि
जी
आपके पेरेंट्स ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया होगा क्योंकि आप 6 भाई बहन हैं और आपके
जी जी।
फादर मदर ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया है सारे बच्चों को, तो क्या हार्डशिप्स आपने देखी हैं जब आप छोटे थे, बच्चे
आ,
थे?
बहुत मुश्किल टाइम गुजारा है हम क्योंकि पापा पीडब्ल्यूडी लेबर है और महीना का कमाई उसका 6,000 7,000 का होता है और हम फैमिली में मेरा भाई है, हम 5 भाई है और मम्मी है और मतलब मैनेज करने काफी मुश्किल होता है। लेकिन अभी मैं खुद अभी इंडियन आर्मी में हूँ, अभी थोड़ा कमाने लग गया हूँ तो अभी सही चल रहा है हर चीज। और काफी मेरा फादर भी बॉक्सर है, नेशनल में भी काफी टाइम मेडल ले चुका है और खुद का एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करता है मुझे क्या अच्छा होता है और कितना मेहनत करना पड़ता है इसके लिए, हर चीज मुझे शेयर करता है और पूरा मेरा फैमिली बहुत इंस्पायर करता है मुझे। मेरे 2018 में यूथ ओलंपिक जाने से पहले मेरा ग्रैंडफादर का एक्सपायर हो गया था,
अच्छा।
तो बहुत बुरा भी लगा था, घर भी नहीं जा पाया। और उसके बाद 2018 में ही दादा जाने का थोड़ा देर के बाद दादी भी चला गया था। उन दोनों को मैं इसीलिए डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ। हाँ जी।
जी, और अपनी फैमिली से क्या बात हुई आपकी?
बहुत बात हुआ और इतना भीड़ भी हो गया था। मेरा घर में सभी गांव वाला आया था हमसे कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करने के लिए और अलग अलग न्यूज से भी। मम्मी पापा भाषा तो नहीं आता लेकिन फिर भी जितना हो सकता है उससे मीडिया की तरफ से भी प्यार बहुत मिला है मेरा फैमिली को भी और मुझे को भी बहुत अच्छा लगा मेरे।
Another one of our top draws was the sport of boxing that produced 7 medals, 3 of them being gold. Now, apart from Nikat Zareen and Amit Pangal, both of whom have already won many laurels to their name in the past, these games also threw up a new star in Neetu Gangas, who won the gold in her very first Commonwealth Games. Listen in from her.
ये आपके करियर की सबसे बड़ी जीत रही है। आपको क्या लगता है कि इस जीत के पीछे सबसे बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन किस चीज का रहा है?
ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। जो मैंने इतने सालों से मेहनत की थी उसका रिजल्ट मुझे मिल रहा है और मैं आगे भी ऐसे ही अपने कंटिन्यू रखूंगी, मेहनत और भी ज्यादा करूंगी और देश के लिए ढेर सारे मेडल जीत कर लाऊंगी।
तो आपकी कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में जो परफॉर्मेंस रही है, जिसकी वजह से आपको गोल्ड मेडल मिला है, आप अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को कैसे देखते हो, कैसे रेट करोगे, जो आपने सारे बाउट्स खेले हैं और फाइनल में स्पेशली?
जो भी मुझे मेरे कोचेज हैं, भास्कर चंद्र भट्ट सर हैं मेरे, और कोचेज हैं, जो भी मुझे बता रहे थे तो मैं वही फॉलो कर रही थी। तो उनको पता है मैं इतने सालों से उनके पास ट्रेनिंग कर रही हूँ, तो वो जानते हैं मुझे कि किस बॉक्सर के साथ कैसे खिलाना है, तो वही प्लानिंग करके हम रिंग में जा रहे थे।
जी, तो लास्ट के 24 घंटे कैसे रहे हैं नीतू आपके लिए? और घर वालों की तरफ से, फैमिली की तरफ से, आपके पापा ने बहुत सैक्रिफाइसेस करे हैं आपके करियर के लिए। कैसा रिस्पांस रहा है, कैसा रिएक्शन मिला है आपको अपनी फैमिली वगैरह से?
मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड थी ये फाइनल बाउट खेलने के लिए, क्योंकि मुझे पता है इसके बाद मुझे गोल्ड मेडल मिलने वाला है, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था। और पूरे सब फैमिली में सब खुश हैं, और पापा यही फील कर रहे हैं कि जैसे मेरी जगह वही है यहाँ पे, वही मेडल पहन रही, बहुत खुश हैं।
तो आज जब आपके हाथ में ये गोल्ड है, एक तो वो गोल्ड मेडल आपने शायद पहना हुआ है, तो हमें जरूर दिखाइए। और जब आपके हाथ में और आपके गले में वो गोल्ड मेडल आज आप है आपके पास, तो आपको क्या याद आता है? अपने 12 साल की उम्र में शायद बॉक्सिंग शुरू करी थी, तो आपको क्या याद आता है जब आज आप कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स चैंपियन बन गए?
मुझे ये गोल्ड बहुत मुश्किल से मिला है। मैंने इतने सालों से इसके लिए ट्रेनिंग कर रही थी। मुझे इंजरीज भी हुई और भी काफी परेशानियां आई, लेकिन मुझे कहीं ना कहीं यही लग रहा है कि जो मेरे अभी तक परेशानियां आई हैं, जो भी मुश्किलें आई हैं, उन्होंने मुझे इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग बना दिया इस चीज के लिए कि मैं आज ये हासिल कर पाई हूँ।
जी जी, तो आगे अब आपके क्या टारगेट रहेंगे नीतू?
अभी हमारे इस साल बहुत कंपटीशन है, तो मैं हर एक कंपटीशन पे अपना पूरा फोकस करके, अपना अच्छी ट्रेनिंग हार्ड वर्क करके ऐसे ही मेडल जीतती रहूंगी।
जी, मेनी कांग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन नीतू। अच्छे से एक बार अपना गोल दिखाइए।
थैंक यू मैम।
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I am Anand Narasimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, ever since the Prime Minister has called out this Revdi Bantu politics, that is freebie politics, and he's called out this act of selfishness, there has been a bit of an argy-bargy going on between the BJP and the opposition led by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has waded into this very clearly, and she has come out and lashed out at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal post his press conference for calling health and education as freebies. She has actually walked around and she has said that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has given a very, very perverse twist to this entire debate on what is freebies and what is welfare, and that Arvind Kejriwal is trying to bring in a sense of worry and fear in the minds of the poor. She has called for genuine debate on this matter. That's what the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has said, that unnecessarily stoking fear and worry and bringing in health and education into this entire freebies debate, acts which are social welfare and not trying to draw the line between welfare and free is indeed unfortunate, and this is unnecessarily trying to create or stoke fear among the poor, saying there should be a genuine debate on this matter. Pallavi Ghosh joins us with more on this. Yes, Pallavi.
That's right. So this is a statement which has been issued by the Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, and it's a very, very strong statement. Essentially, what she has also said is that if you look at the narrative which is being pushed by the Delhi Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party, it's a negative narrative. First of all, there's been no cutting as far as the Manrega scheme is concerned. There's a difference between freebie and a social welfare scheme, because he seemed to be making a caustic comment about the fact that why is it that the BJP is not looking at itself when it makes those announcements of many farm loan waivers or tax exemptions. There she's tried to make a difference between the two of them, that these state governments, some of them, where she spoke specifically about Punjab, instead of looking at some long-term incentives to improve the economy and social welfare, actually come out with these kind of schemes which are called freebies because they don't have that money. And then they come up to the center and appeal for extra funds. And this is what exactly a freebie is all about.
Well, so clearly the freebie debate rages on. We've debated this here on Right Stand. Can there be a difference between freebies? Are we a freeloading nation? Are our votes for sale, that somebody gives us something for free and will we give our votes to them? That's the other way of looking at it. We'll continue to keep tabs on that. But right now we're building up to this face-off between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress, even as another tall or senior Trinamool Congress leader was arrested, and this time by the CBI, and that is Anubrata Mondal.
অনুব্রত মণ্ডল যে একজন মাফিয়া এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের প্রশ্রয়ে আশ্রয়ে
মুর্শিদাবাদে কারা কারা মদত করেছিল, মুর্শিদাবাদের কোন কোন পুলিশ অফিসার মদত করেছিল, কোন কোন থানার ওসিরা মদত করেছিল।
And even as we speak, and we are waiting for Bharti Ghosh and Saket Gokhale to join us, Bharti Ghosh of the BJP and Saket Gokhale of the Trinamool. There is a Trinamool Congress press release after their press conference this evening at 5:30 p.m. The Trinamool Congress has also released a press statement. And in the statement, they have very clearly come out and said that they will not back anybody who's corrupt. Again, with what happened with Partha Chatterjee, it's a similar play where the party is saying the actions of one person does not link directly to the party. We want a thorough, unbiased probe. They're distancing themselves from Anubrata Mondal. They are coming out and saying that zero tolerance for corruption. If somebody is found guilty of corruption in an act of corruption, take action. They say, but this is important. The probe has to be speedy and unbiased. That's what the Trinamool Congress is saying. Trinamool Congress has underlined that we do not back corruption. If somebody is found being corrupt, then go ahead and crack down on that person. But more importantly, it should be unbiased. Shogotono joins us. Shogoto, so the press release coming in, and is there an effort as the news tightens around Anubrata Mondal, saying this is just the tip of some of his wrongdoings? Is the Trinamool trying to say the party is not the same as Anubrata Mondal?
Well, that's definitely it. But, I have this hunch, Anand, that the strong stand that the party had taken in the instance of Partha Chatterjee, it seems that the stand of the party is a tad bit different as far as Anubrata Mondal is concerned. Although both these leaders have been, allegedly involved in corruption, and while the party has, already removed Partha Chatterjee from his positions in both the government as well as in the party, even before the case has gone to trial, we haven't seen any kind of similar steps being taken by the party for Anubrata Mondal so far. Instead, while the Trinamool Congress in its press conference and now formalized in the form of a formal press statement have said that the party has zero tolerance for corruption, it has in the same breath added that the party demands an unbiased investigation into issues of corruption as far as the central agencies are concerned, and alleges that the leaders of the BJP who are similarly accused of such corruption cases, the agencies are not proactive about
while
any
asking
of them.
for parity and saying it should be unbiased, the counter question that has emerged is the Trinamool Congress saying yes, these people are guilty? Is the Trinamool Congress accepting that those who are under the scanner, who are behind bars or who've been pulled up by the central agencies are all guilty? If that is the case, then is the entire charge of cut money being rampant and this entire cut money culture being rampant. When I say cut money, this is corruption. So everybody gets a cut, everybody indulges in an act of corruption. Is this rampant within the Trinamool? That's the question that's being asked. Now, but these are the various cases when Trinamool Congress netas have faced this entire corruption heat. Anubrata Mondal is the latest. He's been arrested by the CBI. This is in the cattle smuggling scam where the CBI says they have evidence that his hands were in the till. The other person behind bars is Partha Chatterjee, Industry and Commerce Minister, who's been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. This is in the SSC scam. The Manik Bhattacharya, another MLA who's been questioned by the ED, is under the radar for his involvement in the SSC scam. Paresh Adhikari, he's also been sidelined. The MOS Education, he's also been booked by the CBI in the same SSC scam. Abhishek Banerjee and his wife, the Enforcement Directorate investigating the role. Allegations have been made that money has been carted out. That is in the coal smuggling scam. Again, Molloy Ghatak, Labour Minister in the coal smuggling scam 2021. There are serious charges, the ED investigating the role. Also under the scanner with the ED investigating role is Sushanto Mahato, who is in the coal smuggling scam. In the Narada case, it is Trinamool Congress leaders accused of accepting cash from fictitious company. Many leaders who are part of this CBI probe has been on since 2017. Rose Valley scam 2013, 2 Trinamool Congress MPs have been arrested by the CBI in 2017. Over a dozen Trinamool Congress MPs and MLAs have been questioned by the CBI in the Sarada scam of 2013. For nearly a decade of the reign of the Trinamool Congress, some of these scams have been going on. There are many who have now moved out of the Trinamool Congress, and the Trinamool Congress has come out and said, what about them? Why aren't you investigating them? That's the question. We'll get that answer in the debate from the BJP, but the larger question is this cut money culture rampant in Bengal? Bharti Ghosh, BJP national spokesperson, and Saket Gokhale of the Trinamool Congress with us this evening. It's a straight face-off between the two parties. So the floor is yours. And my only request, allow each other to speak and then you can counter. Bharti Ghosh, is everybody in the Trinamool Congress guilty of corruption? Or is the Enforcement Directorate looking at only at Trinamool Congress leaders, and those who have left Trinamool, joined the BJP, are all now holier than thou?
You see, if we take Bengal's history to the late 18th century, between the late 18th century and the early 20th century, there was this Bengal Renaissance. And you know that Raja Ram Mohan Rai, this Renaissance father, and Kavi Guru Rabindranath Tagore and other people, they actually headed this movement of Bengal Renaissance. So this is Sonar Bangla. In 2011, when Mamata Banerjee talked of Parivartan, and we had already suffered 34 years of misrule by the left, people were expecting Parivartan, and people were expecting that Bengal Renaissance period to come back, where art, literature, culture would flourish. What we have seen total criminalization of politics. And here we have today Anubrata Mondal, who will go down in history as the greatest political mafia that West Bengal has ever produced, and whose contribution to politics is total mafiaism, total criminalization of Birbhum politics, and being the fundraiser and close aide of the chief minister and the strongman of the political party in Birbhum, henchman, fundraiser. So this man goes to jail after avoiding 10 notice of CBI, and the opposition cries foul. Why are you crying foul? Why are you crying foul? Are you saying that there is no tolerance in your cabinet? If there is no tolerance, what about Saigal Hussain? Saigal Hussain's 150 crore property was found. Did you dismiss him? Why you did not dismiss him? He is a main constable, 20,000 rupees salary. So this is Trinamool Congress. One has to understand that they have corrupted the whole system, and they have actually employed top police officers in the fund route, the route in which the funds came from Birbhum to Kolkata.
If it
Now
is so
these
black
police
and white,
officers
if
are
it is so
involved.
black and white, if it is so black and white, then no agency under irrespective of no central agency, irrespective of which government, should take 11 years to try and even prove some of the charges. That's one aspect. The other thing is that those who have now been co-opted into another political party, they should also not be absolved if their names are there. So that's another question. But let Saket Gokhale respond. Let Saket Gokhale respond.
First, let me speak on this.
We come back to you because I'll allow you your counter. Let Saket Gokhale respond. The point is, it's a slew. When the Trinamool Congress, Saket Gokhale, when the Trinamool Congress releases the press note, the latest one that's just come, does it say that Anubrata Mondal is guilty? Is the party saying he is separate, we are separate? And when you say keep it unbiased, are you saying they are guilty?
Not at all. I mean, I would like to go in sequence first. In response to what the BJP spokesperson said, it's quite ironic that this individual herself was a part of the Trinamool Congress for the longest period of time. And then suddenly during the elections, the washing machine called and whatever might be the reason. But it's funny how there's suddenly newfound voice, where apparently if such things were going on since 2011, this person did not have a voice to speak up about it. Second thing, the BJP spokesperson talks about the government apparently co-opting police officers. I think as a former IPS officer who entered politics, it's better you don't comment on things like these. Number three, it is very clear, we are not a court of law to decide who is guilty and who is not. The fact is, what we have said is any kind of corruption will not be tolerated, and all we have said constantly, even in the case of Partha Chatterjee, even now in the case of Mr. Mondal, is that there should be a time-bound probe, because often we've seen that agencies send summonses, they conduct investigations, charge sheets are never filed. We can look at the dismal conviction rate of the ED, which is less than 0.6%. The other thing I would like to add is in the beginning, you very nicely showed a graphic talking about the different alleged scams. There was a Sarda scam, there was a Rose Valley scam, I saw the names there. Himanta Biswa Sharma, Suvendu Adhikari, who suddenly has a very loud voice today, who is an accused in this scam, who's been caught on camera in the Sarda scam accepting money. It's funny that these agencies don't see that. Again, if you look at the way the agencies function in India, the West Bengal police right now is conducting an investigation into MLAs who have been caught with cash. One of them has filed an FIR saying Himanta Biswa Sharma had called them to Guwahati to give them money to topple the Jharkhand government. I do not understand why toppling of an elected state government is a matter which the agencies do not think is important for them to take up for investigation.
Bharti Ghosh, respond.
You see, my respected friends, first of all, when you attack a person, you should know the background. It is me as a SP who threw Vinay Mishra out of the district when he came to collect money. It is me who resigned with my head high, and the Supreme Court has heard 7 times this case. Matter is sub judice. I am under total protection, and everybody knows the truth. So you should also make some research on the background. Now, coming to the present context of Anubrata Mondal, you did not say a single word about Anubrata. You took us to Himanta Biswa Sharma. You took us to Suvendu Adhikari. Are you aware that the Honorable High Court just dismissed a petition by a person, a public interest litigation, asking for Suvendu Adhikari or making a prayer for Suvendu Adhikari to be investigated and to be interrogated by CID, state CID? The entire petition has been dismissed by the High Court. Are you saying that the Honorable High Court is not aware of the fact and has taken a wrong decision?
Officer, you should get your facts right, police officer. The PIL asked for a CID probe. It was dismissed because there is an ongoing CBI probe, but the CBI is not investigating him.
Yes, I'm saying that. There is an ongoing
so get
CBI
your facts
probe.
right.
Now, if you want the CBI to do more, like many people have gone to the Calcutta High Court asking for ED attachment into the property assessment of 19 more TMC leaders, and that has been done. Why don't you do it? Why don't you file a petition? Why do you have to cry always on Suvendu Adhikari when Partha gets caught?
You're saying that when it is an opposition person,
when Pita Mukherjee gets caught,
what
when
you're saying, madam, what you're saying very clearly here is that when it is an opposition person,
is TMC going for no tolerance? Then why is
Sorry,
Mr.
let me answer
Gyanendra
this.
Singh as ADG Law and Order and ADG CID? Are you not aware of the High Court judgment that he is directly implicated in the Rizanur case? Why is a tainted officer put over there? Why are many tainted officers who are involved in this cattle smuggling who are involved in this koila smuggling? Why are they in the different powerful positions of the state? Why is the chief minister saying that
or is it only a one-person traffic?
Strong organizer. Why is Anubrata Mondal being in the same car with the chief minister?
Okay. Now, Bharti Ghosh, you have to yield for him to respond. Otherwise, he will keep speaking over you. You will keep speaking over him. Nobody will hear. It's just the two of you in the debate.
To moderate, right?
It's just the two of you to debate. So I am leaving the floor open for you to moderate. That's how I started. I said one should yield, the other should be allowed to speak. That's what I said. I will.
Moderator for a reason, right?
I will. Like I said, I am stepping in, and when both of you start speaking over each other, or one refuses to yield to the other. So I'm stepping in. So one minute. Now Saket Gokhale, respond.
Yeah, so first of all, clear response. It's very funny. This is the same argument the BJP uses every time, saying if you want a BJP leader to be investigated, go to court. So the takeaway from this is that when it comes to the opposition, the ED and the CBI will be proactive. But when it is a tainted BJP leader, you have to go to court and file a PIL. They will not take cognizance. Agencies do not need directions from the court. This is an IPS officer. I'm very shocked to see that this is an IPS officer sitting on the other side who is pretending that agencies need directions from court to investigate.
What the IPS officer, what the ex-IPS officer now... what the ex-IPS officer said is that if you feel that the agency is not doing its job properly, you can go and seek directions from the court instructing the agency to do its job properly. That's what she said, and I heard that. Now please complete.
Yeah. Is the agency very clearly acting against individual? For example, now if you look at Himachal Pradesh, on what grounds, on what locus standi am I going to the court and filing a petition? Am I going to file it under Article 32? So it's very easy to, if you think an agency is not doing its job. So by that logic, if you think the government's not doing its job, go to court. File a PIL against the government. I mean, this kind of ridiculous. This is basics of law, boss. If there is an agency that's not doing its job, if there is an agency, how many times has Suvendu Adhikari been investigated ever since he joined the BJP? How many times has he been called in for questioning? Number one. How many times have BJP leaders in other states? I mean, just compare the number of opposition leaders who have received summonses or being investigated. Vyapam, hundreds of people died. What happened to Shivraj Singh Chauhan? Look at Raman Singh. What happened to him in Chhattisgarh? Nothing. Narayan Rane in Maharashtra? Absolutely nothing. MLAs of the Shiv Sena from the Shinde camp who had ED cases against them, the moment they joined, some of them have been sworn in as ministers now, all cases against them go into the cold storage. I mean, does it really need rocket science to see that there is only one side which is protected? No. The point is that if you join the BJP, you're safe, and this is the gun that is being put to people's heads.
So in your state, right now, when I say let's talk about Bengal, the decision, the question about the debate today is not about what about him, what about him, what about him. No, the debate right now. So you made a point. So now let me ask a question straightforward. I am asking you, in Bengal, it is the Trinamool Congress which has an overwhelming mandate. In Bengal, it is the Trinamool Congress's government. In Bengal, it is Mamata Banerjee is the chief minister. She is also the party president. In Bengal, it's a litany of members, and that's a question that the BJP also just now asked, including Anubrata Mondal, who have been given powerful positions and who have been given patronage for nearly a decade. And today, the Trinamool Congress has released a press release saying that if he is guilty, please do a speedy and unbiased investigation. My question is once again.
Look, Anand, if this is an agenda-setting
debate, my question is, what is happening in your own state? If they are corrupt, who should crack down on them?
You don't interrupt the BJP spokesperson. I think there is one.
Answer the question. The question is around Anubrata Mondal. The question is around Partha Chatterjee.
Time to talk. If you want to listen to the answer, you might have to be silent for a second to listen to an answer. You're claiming this is about Bengal. Our ED and CBI Bengal state agencies, no, they're central agencies. So no, we will talk about everything in the country.
No. So Anubrata Mondal is the minister in the Bengal government. Partha Chatterjee, minister in the Bengal government. We are talking about Anubrata Mondal, Partha Chatterjee, Paresh Adhikari. We are talking about SSC scam, cattle smuggling scam.
You will not let me answer the question. Mr. Anand BJP Narsimhan, let me answer the question. Okay. Please tell me how many convictions since the ED
My
and
right
CBI
to
started
ask a
probing
question does not give you any right to try and make insinuations against me, Mr. Saket Gokhale. You are coming here as a Trinamool Congress spokesperson. The question is about the leaders of the Trinamool Congress. If you can answer the question, don't try and get personal with me, sir. Please.
If you're behaving like a BJP
No, that is not your purview to answer. Your purview is, as a spokesperson of a political party, it's your responsibility to answer and answer. What does your press release mean? What does your press release mean when you say make it unbiased? Are you holding your leaders guilty? If that's the case, how is it that they've been given such positions in your government? Even after Saigal Hussain? That's the question. So can you answer the question? Then I can turn around and ask my question of the BJP spokesperson. Will you answer the question, Mr. Saket Gokhale, and fulfill your responsibility as a spokesperson of a political party?
Again, I am a spokesperson. At least I admit I'm a spokesperson.
If you are a spokesperson, then answer the question. Oh, no. Are you doing your responsibility as a spokesperson, or are you here to try and play the role of a troll? So I'm asking you. Answer the question on Anubrata Mondal.
How dare you call someone?
So how dare you affix names against me? How dare you affix names in between my name? My name is Anand Narasimhan, and who gives you a right to affix any name in between that? So sir, the door swings both ways. So let's get back to the debate. If you want to get back to the debate, answer the question on Anubrata Mondal and Partha Chatterjee, the response of the party.
You behave like a moderator.
So I'm asking you a question, you behave like a spokesperson, please.
If you keep interrupting, I'm not going to answer your question. Because, like I said, there should not be two BJP spokespersons on one show. Okay, clear? Now let me speak. Very clearly, being investigated versus being convicted are two completely different things. We have seen agencies filing different probes, initiating different probes. I will give you an example. Post-poll violence probe that the CBI started. It's been over a year and a half. What has been the progress? Nothing. What has been the progress report submitted to the High Court in any of the ongoing cases? Nothing. In our press release, we clearly said today, if somebody is guilty, we are not the court of law to decide. At the end of the day, if somebody is guilty, let them be punished by a court of law. What we demand is a time-bound probe. But here's the thing. Allegations tomorrow, if the West Bengal police were to get up and start arresting people of the BJP every day, are you then going to say BJP is a tainted party? Because we can very well do that. We choose not to do that because that's the difference between the BJP and us. If we decide to go after the BJP in the state of West Bengal, will you then tomorrow host a show and say, oh my God, look at this, 30 cases against 30 BJP leaders. That means BJP is a completely corrupt party. Is that the question you're going to ask? Does being charged, forget charge, there's not even a charge sheet filed.
Answer the questions on Anubrata Mondal. 14 summons given by the CBI, only one answered. Every by grounds of medical grounds given, and the doctor alleges that it was under threaten, that he was asked to sign on a blank paper to give a medical prescription, and that medical report given was false. So these are the allegations against Anubrata Mondal. The CBI has arrested because he ignored 14 summons that were sent to him. The third part, that they believe they have proof that he has hand in the till. The press conference and the statement of the Trinamool Congress says if he is guilty, clearly the party is distancing itself, saying his actions do not mirror the actions of Trinamool Congress, but they've said make it unbiased. So I am asking you, are you saying that he is guilty, or are you distancing yourself, saying that it's got nothing to do with the party? That was the question. Now, the allegation that you have made right now is that the BJP is using central agencies against the Trinamool Congress. The Trinamool today can use the state law and order and the police to go after the BJP. That's what you're saying, but we are choosing not to do that. Bharti Ghosh, please respond.
You see, every morning they are producing a political mafia, a fundraiser. A regional party having national aspirations wants to make investment in Goa, wants to make investment in Tripura. Who is going to give the funds? People like Anubrata Mondal, people like Partha Chatterjee. For 500 days, over 500 days, students have been sitting on the roads, getting beaten by the police and saying that we want inquiry because there is a ghotala. And this party, who is now saying zero tolerance, no inquiry into that ghotala. Ultimately, the High Court came up with CBI investigation, ED investigation.
But the allegation, Bharti Ghosh, is the allegation, Bharti Ghosh, is that the CBI has not done anything on the post-poll violence. The allegation is after the matter was handed over to the CBI, the CBI has not cracked down on the post-poll violence while it was alleged that it was the Trinamool Congress cadre that perpetrated the violence there.
Let me tell you, there are over 70 cases of post-poll violence being investigated by the CBI. The CBI has arrested, made significant arrests in some, has given charge sheet in most of the cases, and the CBI will take the cases to trial in the normal course of action. Law must take its own course.
Yeah, but law cannot take the allegation. Bharti Ghosh is that the law is not taking an unbiased, unequivocal course. The law, what it's doing is being selective, because those who are named in the Narda and the Sarda scam have all. Those who have decamped are not being purchased. Those who are part of the Trinamool Congress only are being chased, even in the same scam. That is the allegation that Trinamool has repeatedly made, irrespective of which scam it is.
Yes, I know. One petition has been filed in 2017 in the Honorable High Court, naming some BJP and left leaders to come within the fourfold of ED, and the High Court has accepted it. Another petition was made in High Court asking for investigation against Shubhendu Adhikari. The High Court has dismissed it. So it is not that
the High Court has dismissed it. You also know the grounds the High Court has dismissed it, because the CBI has to investigate. If the CBI can crack down on Anubrata Mondal, the Trinamool Congress's position is, why is it not cracking down on other leaders? And if they are...
I am waiting, actually I am waiting for the day when the law and order of India and the law and order of the state will go by the dictates of the Trinamool Congress. Law has its own course. If the CBI found somebody guilty, definitely the CBI will investigate.
Well,
if the CBI is not doing its job properly, opposition has do the High Court and the Supreme
Now,
Court.
we'd see. The fact of the matter is, it's a litany of Trinamool Congress leaders who are now being alleged and who are caught under the web of corruption. They have all been arrested by different departments and central agencies in different scams, with a lot of them saying that we have enough proof to show that they had their hand on the till. The charge is that there are others also who have their hand on the till who have not yet been arrested. I've lost Saket Gokhale right now, so we will try and wind up the debate right now. Bharti Ghosh, thank you very much. Saket Gokhale, thank you very much. We're going to take a move on here on the right stand to the next debate, ladies and gentlemen. 3 arrests have been made in the case of the murder that only shows a trail of hate. Is it time for a comprehensive crackdown on the PFI? There is a reason we ask this question.
We are saying that there is suspected link of these persons with PFI and SDPI. We have got certain materials. We have got that one, they belong to some group, but all these details cannot be revealed in the public domain.
Well, these are the details, ladies and gentlemen. In the murder of Praveen Nittaru, there have been arrests that have been made. The case for a mega crackdown is made because this person, Praveen Nittaru, was murdered in August 2022 in Dakshina Kannada. Now, he was named as the PFI and the SDPI cadre have been named as suspects in the murder of the BYJM worker Praveen Nittaru. The NIA decided that they will and accepted they will probe this matter when the state government said we hand over the probe to the NIA because this was an interstate issue. The murderers, after committing the act, fled to neighboring Kerala. The alleged plot to assassinate the Prime Minister during Patna visit, again the involvement of the SDPI. July 2022, Mission 2047 plan was unearthed. This was a module of the SDPI, PFI and erstwhile members, old members of SIMI, former members of SIMI, who are part of this entire plan. May 2022, hate slogans at a PFI rally in Alapura in Kerala, and children were made to chant and lead those hate chants. Storm over a child's provocative slogans, and the child was coached by members of the PFI. There were arrests made. 24 people were arrested arrested at that point in time. December 2021, an RSS worker was murdered in Kerala. PFI office bearer was arrested. December 2021, Kerala BJP sought an NIA probe into this entire matter. Multiple issues, ladies and gentlemen, a series of PFI involvements, money trail leading to them, even in issues and matters of social unrest. Is there a case for a comprehensive crackdown on the PFI and its affiliates? That's the question that we ask. Let's dive into the debate straight up. Charu Pragya, BJP national spokesperson, Khalikur Rahman, political analyst, and Gopal B. Hosur, former IGP, Karnataka Police, with us. Namaste. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. First up, Gopal B. Hosurji. When I say a comprehensive crackdown is beyond a ban, because these people seem to be involved everywhere. How is it that an organization which is an offshoot of a banned organization has been allowed to spread to more than 23 states in the country?
I should say that you have raised a very pertinent question today. I must, before I delve on that, let me compliment the Karnataka police, who in 14 days have been able to arrest at least 10 people connected with the murder of Praveen Nettar. I have worked as an IGP of that range for more than 1.5 years when it was most disturbed. I went there to set right the things. I know for sure that it is a highly disturbed area. And right from the time that the murder took place, a lot of efforts have been put in by the police to apprehend the culprits. Now, these culprits, who are these? These are the people as they are offshoots of the SIMI. They founded an organization in 1994 in Kerala. Then it spread to Karnataka because our borders are close. Then we had the KFD, Karnataka Forum for Dignity. And then the Tamil Nadu organization, Karnataka and Kerala organizations merged together and formed the PFI way back in 2006. Thereafter, if at all they were professing giving justice to people, the weaker sections, the minorities, it was very good. But the moment they began to indulge in acts of violence and having links with inimical states across the border, their links to the LET, their links to the ISI, their links with many other organizations who are out to destabilize this country. And these murders are only symptoms of that malice. Unless the government comes very squarely on the PFI and on the SDPI, which is the political front of the PFI, I don't think so we are going to be in peace. And all the more reason, now that the investigating agency has not revealed their PFI links, I'm sure they're keeping it wrapped for the time being, so that they get incontrovertible evidence. Because ultimately, if you need to ban an organization, you need to go through a process under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, for which you need a huge amount of evidence, because it has to stand the scrutiny of the judicial process. And I'm sure our investigating agencies, which was a small...
But here is the thing, Gopal Hosurji, it has to be something beyond just banning an organization. You have to weed them out and uproot them in such a way that they cannot root themselves again. Otherwise, it's like floating pollen or weeds. You weed them from one place, they'll grow in another form, and then they will take shoot somewhere else. And then again start corrupting the entire garden.
Yeah, I agree, Anand. This has got to be a national effort. It does not matter which political party is in power in which state. We need to grow beyond our political dispensations. This is a national threat. It is a threat to the nation. And the sovereignty and integrity of the nation are involved in this, because these people are taking the support from outside elements. The money flow, the trail the ED has discovered or found out during their investigations, this needs to be taken to logical end. So it has to be a comprehensive, serious effort to suppress this malice immediately. There is no time left for it.
No, but here is the thing. You have allowed an organization to have multiple affiliates, Charu Pragya. An organization which is also, as a front, is a social organization. an organization which is a recognized political party, whose affiliate is a recognized political party, whose members may have been involved. But how are you going to blame it on an organization entirely? Because this organization is today pan-India. Everywhere they are around, they are aware.
Yeah. Good evening, Anand. And yes, I agree with you. And I need to remind you and the viewers that there is a situation sometimes in our country where opposition political parties allow dangerous, radicalized, weaponized organizations to grow right under their noses because it suits their political motives. But I will come to that later. I just want to add a word and agree with Gopalji here and say that our government is immediately not rushing to ban PFI like it was done in Jharkhand. So I want to take the example of Jharkhand and say that Jharkhand banned PFI in the state, and when it was taken up in the court of law, the ban could not stand because there was not enough evidence. And we have seen that just banning an organization is not a permanent solution of security for our country, because you ban a SIMI, they re-ban themselves and they call themselves PFI. Today you will ban a PFI, they will again re-ban themselves and call themselves something else. So the solution is to stop the process of radicalization. The solution is to identify people who are in the process of radicalizing the youth of our country. And there is a process to this. For a very long time we have seen, whether it is the CAA protests, the triple talaq protests that happened, the way Delhi was set to fire during the Delhi riots, what happened recently in the state of Rajasthan, PFI was allowed to take out a public march, a celebration with the allowance and the
you are
permission
saying
of
it
the
is
Congress
political
government.
patronage. You are very clearly saying that it is political patronage.
I am very clearly saying it is political patronage of certain opposition parties in this country, because of which PFI continues to grow and flourish, and the central government is going to ensure and put a stop to this. That is going to happen, but we have to do it in an organized way with sufficient evidence.
One second, let Khaliqur Rahman respond. Khaliqur Rahman.
Yeah.
Opposition.
First of all,
yes.
Good evening to all the viewers and good evening to all my co-panelists here. I, in fact, agree with Mr. Gopal, the former IG of Karnataka, that there has to be a very comprehensive effort to ban this organization. But I want to ask my esteemed panelist of the BJP that BJP has come into power, into 2014. It's almost 8 years that the BJP is in power, and what the BJP is doing. And I think we have already collected so much of evidence against PFI, and which should be good enough for the MHA and the government to, come forward and ban this organization. Okay, Jharkhand is one example where it was banned, and later on it could not stand in the court of law. But now, after that, there has been continuous protest and the violence incidents wherein even when there was a crackdown by the ED, so many accounts were also confiscated. So which I think gives the enough arm and the evidence and the weapon in the hands of the government to ban this organization. So in some way or the other, what I feel, why BJP is, giving a long rope, that it might be benefiting BJP electorally somewhere or the other.
One minute. Anand, can I please very quickly respond to that? So first of all, let me tell you, the target is not something which is called PFI. The target is the people behind PFI. Yeah. You have to remember that they are the target. It does not matter whether they call themselves SIMI or PFI or XYZ tomorrow. Yeah. It is the people who are being targeted. It is the people who are being investigated. It is the people who are also being arrested by different state police all over the country. So it is the people we are targeting. And to do that, the effort of the central government is very, very consistent. So please don't think that something as superficial as banning an organization is the aim of the central government. The central government aims to get rid of the people who are radicalizing society, and so that in the future no other organization like this can be made. I think it's like sticking a band-aid on a very deep problem and saying that we banned PFI and the problem is over.
Jharkhand tried to ban PFI as an organization. They went to the High Court and got a reprieve because the grounds were not solid enough. See, that's how the system works. And somebody who understands how to work the system, you have to be very, very comprehensive in how you do it. See,
and Anand, they don't lack money. Anand, they don't lack money. We have seen that during the CAA protests.
Yeah.
We have seen it in the way they synchronize across the country. Do you think they cannot buy themselves the topmost legal counsel? We know there are people who don't keep morality above law. They will come and represent criminals of all kinds, terrorists of all kinds. So we have to ensure that we target the ideology, the radicalization, and not an organization.
And it's a reality that one nation's terrorists or one particular section of society's perception of a terrorist could be hero for another person. And if there are elements like that, they will sadly back them.
No, Anand, let me come in. Anand, let me come in. I want to say something here.
Yeah.
Because the terrorist is a terrorist. Terrorist, does not have any religion, or he does not.
I agree with you, sir, but there are people who do not think like that. That's what I'm saying. There are people who do not think like that. There are people who believe that they can take, they allow such outfits and such elements to grow because they believe they can tame them eventually, but right now they serve a particular purpose for them. And they don't realize that things will get out of hand and it will come back to bite them itself. So that's also happening.
I'd like to give you an example of Karnataka government. Because when Siddaramaiah was the chief minister of Karnataka, he was the one who has withdrawn cases against the PFI.
Correct. So that's what I'm trying to say. They more than 400 cases were unleashed. That's what withdrawn. Why were they withdrawn? They should not have been withdrawn at that time. It was done thinking that it will serve a particular political end and a benefit. But at the end of the day, it's come back to hurt society. That's what I'm trying to say.
National interest. National interest.
Can I come in now?
Yeah. Sir, final word. I'm way over time on the debate. Yeah, but final word, Gopal Osurji. Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you, policing is a state subject. We have central agencies.
Correct.
We are a democracy guided by the constitution.
Right.
Our criminal justice system has to withstand the test of times.
Right.
Now, unlike in the past, today we have technology to link people wherever they are.
Right.
So the recent investigations of the Shaheen Bagh, the CAA protests, and all these can be comprehensively dealt with by a national agency like the NIA. And once we produce that evidence, and I'm sure banning organization is one part of it, because if you ban one organization, we banned SIMI, we proscribed SIMI, and it took the form of STPI or PFI or Indian Mujahideen.
Right.
It will grow. But as long as we have a common understanding of dealing with an issue which is of national importance, cutting across the political spectrum.
The point is, those people who have figured out how the law works and who know how to work the law in their favor, you have to be very, very careful on how you word it and how you decide to crack down against them. So is there a policy, is there a position ready? That's the point. If you really want to weed them out, such elements out is what I'm going to say. I have to wind up on that note. I thank you all for joining us on debate number 2. We're going to take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it's the Tiranga Quiz. On the way out, here's the tease question. Pick up the phone, tell us if you know this. This is in the sea, the Tiranga being flown in the sea. Which organization did it? It's a demo, it's a test that they've done. You got 4 options: Navy, Goa Police, NDRF, Indian Coast Guard. Tell us what you think. Pick up the phone, the answer on the other side with the Tiranga Quiz.
Liquefied petroleum gas falling down a steep valley. The truck driver tries to cross a narrow stretch on a mountain but loses balance in the process, and then the huge truck is seen falling into a ravine. A Mumbai bus driver lost control of his vehicle on a busy street. Watch what exactly unfolded.
The BEST bus first rammed into an auto and then a stationary tempo and a roadside shop in Gurugram. The auto was smashed, but the driver had a miraculous escape. Post the crash, shocked bystanders ran after the bus to try and rescue the passengers. The horrific accident happened after the brakes of the bus failed. 2 passengers of the bus and the auto driver were injured. Police have filed a case and the BEST is investigating the accident.
A day after dumping the BJP and allying with the RJD again, Nitish Kumar took oath as Bihar Chief Minister for a record 8th time today. Tejashwi Yadav was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. Just minutes after the ceremony, Nitish Kumar took a pot shot at Prime Minister Modi, asking if he is sure that he will return to power in 2024.
नहीं हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे वो अपना समय.
A day before the release of his movie Lal Singh Chaddha, actor Amir Khan visited the Golden Temple today. Amir Khan also addressed calls by right-wing groups to boycott his movie based on some of his old comments. He said he apologizes if he hurt anyone's sentiments.
अगर मैंने किसी का दिल दुखाया है किसी चीज़ से तो मुझे उस बात का दुख है और मैं किसी का दिल नहीं दुखाना चाहता हूँ और आई थिंक बाकी अगर लोगों को जिनको फिल्म नहीं देखनी है तो मैं उस बात की इज्जत करूँगा. क्या कर सकते हैं.
This is a shocking incident from Nalgonda in Telangana where a college student was repeatedly stabbed by a man who had been stalking her and harassing her for months. On Tuesday, the accused finally approached the student on the pretext of discussing something and then stabbed her in the face, as well as the hands, stomach and legs. Her condition is said to be stable and the man in question has been arrested. There were shocking scenes outside a pub in Gurugram. Here's why.
Bouncers were seen assaulting patrons outside Casa Danza Club in Millennium City. The bouncers mercilessly kicked, slapped and punched guests outside the pub. Even women were not spared from their abusive behavior. These shocking scenes played out after an argument broke out between the guests and a bouncer. The incident happened on the 7th of August, but still no action has been taken against the bouncers.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000 and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court, in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse.
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, with the Tiranga Quiz. We put out the question. I've got Asif Ramiz Daudi, who's come all the way from Jeddah to our studio. Well, he's visiting India. So good to have you with us. He's a columnist and world affairs expert. Asif, so this is the question we asked before the break. So you're also going to get into this Tiranga Quiz. You're doing a lot for the country there, doing your own, you have the Indo-Arab helping hands, You helped a lot of people during COVID, didn't you?
We tried a lot and it was a very successful campaign, and that thanks to the Indian mainstream media. They were really there supporting me and my team. We could succeed achieving or reaching out to thousands of patients, families, and we supported them. So thank you and
you're playing and you are in Saudi Arabia when Saudi Arabia itself is going through a turn for the good under the new crown prince. A lot of things are changing there, which the world is also taking note of. But like I said, he carries the flag tricolor in his heart. So today we are also going to quiz Asif along with all of you. Our callers are also with us. Khushi from Jaipur is back. She's a regular, good Khushi. And I'm very happy you and your family are watching us regularly. Prince from Jalandhar is also with us. Namaste. This is the question we asked. This is the tricolor being unfolded in the deep seas. Now, this is as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga initiative. It's just a demo ahead of Independence Day. But who's doing this? You have 4 options: the NDRF, Indian Navy, Goa Police, or the Indian Coast Guard. So A, B, C, D. I'm just reading the options at random. Let's ask Asif, you want to take a guess?
Yeah, I can try it since it's deep sea. How about Indian Coast Guard?
You're trying, you're going to say Indian Coast Guard. Khushi?
It's B, Indian Navy.
B, Indian Navy. Prince?
Side A, Indian Navy Coast Guard. Oh, sorry, Coast Guard.
Indian Coast Guard. Prince, you are right. Asif, you are right. Khushi? You got it wrong this time, my friend. You got it wrong. It's Indian Coast Guard. Number A is the correct answer. Let's go to the next one. This is a very interesting one. I had a lot of people who have answered on social media also. We have digital winners. You can answer this question even on our digital streams on Insta, on Twitter, wherever you'd like. Now, this is the largest ever tricolor. It's on the tallest pole and it's on top of a temple. This tricolor is on top of a temple. Now, which is this place? Where is this place? Is this the Ma Vindhyavasini temple in Mirzapur? I have been there. Mansa Devi temple in Ranchi, that's C. B is the Pahadi Mandir in Ranchi. And D, Tara Devi temple in Shimla. So if you understand and know your Hindi and if you can get the cue, you will find perhaps among the options the answer lies there. Quite literally, it's there staring in your face. You don't even need to look at the options. So, Srinjoy Chatterjee and Dinesh Singh are our digital winners. They've got their answers right on this one. Largest ever tricolor on the tallest ever pole. It's there on which temple? Ma Vindhyavasini temple, Mansa Devi temple, Pahadi Mandir, Tara Devi temple. I'm just reading it like this, but the options are like this. Vishnu from Bengaluru with us. Asif is still guessing. But Vishnu from Bengaluru with us. Vishnu, you want to help Asif here? What's the right answer? Vishnu, can you hear me? All right, Yogesh from Chennai with us. Yes, Yogesh.
Yeah, this is Tara Devi temple in Shimla.
तारा देवी टेम्पल इन शिमला. आपने पहाड़ी रीजन चुना और वहां पर देवी माँ का मंदिर चुना, बट well, I'll have to say that's not the right answer, Yogesh. That's not the right answer. Vishnu is there with us on the phone line. Vishnu, so now out of the 3 options, which is the right one?
Pahadi Mandir in Ranchi.
Pahadi Mandir in Ranchi. Asif, what do you think is the answer?
In fact, Anand, I have been there. I belong to Bihar and I was, so I'm aware of this. And he's right. Vishnu is right.
Yeah, it is the Pahadi Mandir. It is the Pahadi Mandir. अब झारखंड में पहले बिहार में हुआ करता था. अब झारखंड में पहले बिहार में हुआ करता था. Yes. जब मैं स्कूल में था तब ये बिहार में हुआ करता था. So that's the reality. Pahadi Mandir in Ranchi is the right answer. Well done, Yogesh. Well done, Vishnu. Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling in. Now next, pick up the phone and tell me if you know this. Where is this viral image from and why is it special? Look at this image very carefully. Where is this viral image from and why is this special? You can see there are a few students. There seem to be some teachers there as well. So, आप guess कर सकते हैं. It could be a school. Now, pick up the phone and tell us where is this viral image from and why is this special? Okay. Any guesses? This became viral.
Yeah, even I am aware of this. I tell you honestly. and this was there, I mean, viral like anything. Everybody, even in the Middle East and other countries, they were quite excited looking at the patriotism, you know.
But where is this?
It's in my neighboring, I mean, very close to my state, my origin state. That's Assam, I think.
This is in Assam. My God, ये सब सारे. I'm just going to ask my team at the back end. इनको सब answers दिखाए थे क्या हमने? नहीं दिखाया ना?
These are simple but really good questions.
No, fantastic. This is Assam. This is a group of teachers and students in heavy rain in a flooded school. They went there to hoist the flag. They were present there and they're saluting the flag. So that's why this went viral, because of the Jazba itself. That's why this is so special. So that's where they hoisted. Now look at this picture. And this is all about the flag. So they've taken out the face out of it deliberately. Whose legal fight made Har Ghar Tiranga possible? That means it made hoisting the tricolor in your private premises a fundamental right. Whose legal fight was this? A. Sajjan Jindal, B. Shiv Nadar, C. Naveen Jindal, and D. Radha Kishan Damani. Whose fight was this? I've got our digital winners in Rishi Kalia, Saurav Mehta, and Max Luminati. Now the numbers are flashing on your screens, 0120-434-1895. Khushi is back with us. Yes, Khushi?
It's Assam.
Oh, the previous one was Assam. Now we move to the next question. This is the question coming on your screen. TV mute कीजिए और मुझे बताइए. Whose legal fight made Har Ghar Tiranga possible? Whose legal fight made? That means it made it a fundamental right that you, me, as in private citizens in private places can hoist the Tiranga. Whose fight was this? Legal fight was this? His team also has started the Flag Foundation. They are going around across the country erecting the tricolor. Jai Kishan is there from Bengaluru with us. Yes, Jai Kishan.
Radha Krishna Damani.
Radha Krishan Damani, D. All right, let's ask Asif, what do you think is the answer?
Well, Anand, before I answer that, I really appreciate this kind of initiative that you try to imbibe and inculcate the patriotism, especially in the youth and our own fellow citizens. I really appreciate
No,
that.
thank you.
Trust me,
But
we need such kinds of programs.
Thank you, but tell me, who do you think?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I think it's either A or C because
It is one of the Jindals.
One
That's
of the
what you believe.
Jindals, yeah.
All right.
But I'm not very sure.
This is former Lok Sabha MP. This is Naveen Jindal. Naveen Jindal is the one who in 1994 was stopped from hoisting the tricolor, if I remember the year correctly, at his factory, and then he went to court, and it was somewhere in 2004, 2005 that they got the judgment in his favor that it's a fundamental right for any Indian to hoist the tricolor. Final question. Zaka is there in the studio with brass tags. Zaka, this is where it is. Place where the largest Khadi tricolor was unfurled last year. Now I'll tell you when it happened. It happened on Gandhi Jayanti to commemorate 125 years of Mahatma Gandhi's birth anniversary.
Right.
So where was this? This is the world's largest Khadi flag. 4 options. Leh, Kargil, Galwan, Nathula. तो जो भी हुआ उसी region में हुआ है. उसी region में हुआ है. Amish and Srinjoy got it right. Rajni from Bangalore, I'm over time into his show, but quickly just asking. Yes, Rajni, do you know the answer? You want to help Zaka and Asif here?
Yeah, it is C, Galwan.
It is C, Galwan. Because Galwan, no. Zaka?
I'll go with Asif.
She attempted well,
She's
but
close.
she's very close to that.
सब कुछ उसी region में है, हाँ, but
exactly.
please.
I know the answer.
हाँ, बोलिए ना.
I think it's Leh.
Leh, you think it's Leh?
Yeah,
Leh, I think everybody in the studio knows this. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is in Leh. With that, we call it a wrap on this Tiranga Quiz. Asif, wonderful to meet you and have you here in the studio. Thank you very much.
I'm honored.
Zaka, over to you. Brass tacks.
Thank you.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. There is renewed chatter around the whole leadership question surrounding Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai. Will he continue to be Chief Minister going into next year's Assembly elections, or will he be replaced? There is speculation that the High Command is not exactly happy with his performance. There is a view that he's seen as too passive on issues that matter to the average BJP Karyakarta and, of course, to the average voter as well. But the speculation has been squashed, at least for the moment, by former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. In fact, Yediyurappa was the man that Bommai replaced exactly a year ago. there is uncertainty in leadership not just in the BJP but in the Congress as well because of this ongoing, almost fratricidal war between Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister, and DK Shivkumar, the State Congress President. So what hope do the people of Karnataka have for clear and decisive leadership if both the main parties are caught in a fight?
It is amusing me. These people are trying to do time and again, and they think that they can bring instability in the minds of the people.
Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai on the defensive amid speculation of a possible leadership change ahead of the high-stakes assembly elections in the state. The rumours have been growing stronger after Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Bengaluru last week. Then former BJP MLA Suresh Gowda added fuel to fire by indicating that if there is any change, it will happen before the 15th of August. But this was categorically denied by former Chief Minister B.S. Yedurappa.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಸತ್ಯಾಂಶ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ 7-8 ತಿಂಗಳಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದುವರಿತಾರೆ. ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಟಿವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ.
But the Karnataka Congress took a dig at Bommai, putting out tweets claiming that the puppet Chief Minister is on his way out. This too was downplayed by Congress strongman Siddaramaiah.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದ್ರಿ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುರೇಶ್ ಗೌಡ ಯಾವ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಪ್ಪ? ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿರೋದು.
Bommai completed a year in office towards the end of July. A year that has seen several controversies rock the state. From a series of hate crimes, particularly in the Dakshina Kannada region, to the ban on hijab in educational institutes, the alleged saffronization of textbooks, and the 40% commission charge.
The opposition says where your government has not lived up to the challenge is the issue of corruption. They are often using this title of 40% Sarkar. There was also this Contractors Association that had reportedly written to the Prime Minister. There was one of them who committed suicide. Can you clarify for our viewers how your government is fighting against this perception of corruption?
First of all, that letter was written before I became a Chief Minister. That is a basic thing people forget. That letter was written before my becoming Chief Minister. After becoming Chief Minister, I have reined in corruption at all levels. We have built in now systems where the payments for the people will be done directly into their accounts. Secondly, I have established a high-level committee under the judiciary where all the estimates and tender conditions are scrutinized. Hence, now everything will be almost a judicial scrutiny before it is implemented.
Adding to the BJP's headache is the massive show of strength at Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday bash. So is there any truth to the rumours? Will there be a leadership change in Karnataka?
Before we go to our guests, I want to go first across to a minister from the Karnataka state government. Dr. K. Sudhakar is the health minister of Karnataka. Thank you very much, Dr. Sudhakar, for speaking with us. There is a lot of speculation doing the rounds, both within your party and outside from the opposition as well, that there is going to be a leadership change in your state. What can you say to put to rest that speculation once and for all? Because after all, your state goes to polls in less than a year's time.
It's not me, it was our Honorable President of the party, our Home Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister, the state unit BJP's President. They've all told that Mr. Bommai is here to stay, under whose leadership our party will go into the 2023 elections under his leadership.
Okay.
This has been very clearly emphasized and told in public meetings. Secondly, the Congress people in Karnataka, I think they are politically unemployed, as we all know. So they are trying to make some case where there is nothing here. So it is absolutely absurd to speak about the leadership change in Karnataka, because our Honorable Chief Minister who is one of the finest administrators that this state has found.
But Dr. Sudhakar, the fact is that, and I'm sure you're aware of this as well, Mr. Siddaramaiah today, for example, said that this entire rumor of changing of chief minister was started by one of the MLAs from your party, Mr. Suresh Gowda, one of the leaders of your party. What do you have to say about that? Because it's not just the opposition that's saying that the chief minister will be changed. Even your own people are saying the same thing.
No. One of our former MLA legislator, he, while interacting with media, he has said something which can't be the statement of the party. It is his personal opinion which he only is eligible to answer. And in fact, our Honorable President of the State Unit has already clarified, and I think he is at the verge of giving him, issuing the notice as well, show cause notice to have spoken something which is not the stand, which is not the viewpoint of the party. Because even as a minister, I am also not eligible to speak about this.
But Dr.
This is not my mandate. The mandate or to speak such things is done normally by our national president or our honorable, very senior people in the party who are in Delhi or who is there in the state as a state unit.
But Dr. Sudhakar, what would you say on people who say Mr. Bommai's track record in the last 1 year has been a mixed bag? We've had issues from hijab to this whole halal versus jhatka. Then, of course, this perennial allegation of corruption. 40% sarkar is what Mr. Bommai's government is known as. All of these have made it into a mixed and a patchy track record over the last 1 year. What would you say to them?
One cannot attribute a few murders that have taken place during in last 1 year in Karnataka, and you can't blame Honorable Chief Minister for that, because when you compare the Congress rule between 13 to 18, if you are talking about religious
incidents,
kind of fights, we had almost 350 incidents during religious riots during Siddaramaiah's regime. When you compare to BJP's regime in 3 years, and especially in the last 1 year, it is about 38.
Okay.
And the earlier Congress Home Minister on the floor of the House has accepted that there were more than 18 deaths because of the religious riots, communal violence.
Okay.
So it's not that then he continued for 5 years.
Okay.
It's not that Bommai is silent on such things. He may be decent enough, he may be mild physical appearance, but is very strong when it comes to administration and governance.
Okay. Dr. Sudhakar, we'll leave it at that. We'll see. We will both see how this story plays out, whether there is indeed this leadership change that people are talking about or whether it's just a rumor. But for the moment, thank you very much, Dr. Sudhakar, there for joining us here on Brass Tacks. Let me now open this up to our guests who are joining us on the panel this evening. Mohan Vishwa is Karnataka BJP spokesperson, Aishwarya Mahadev, Congress Party spokesperson, R. Rajagopalan, senior journalist, and Chandan Gowda is professor at the Institute for Social and Economic Change in Bengaluru. Aishwarya Mahadev, I'll start with you first, because what Mr. Bommai and his people, you've heard Dr. Sudhakar a moment ago, what they are saying is that Mr. Bommai's track record is as good, if not better, than what the track record of the Congress Party was between 2013 and 2018. Once the BJP decides, they will go with one leader, unlike your party, which is rife with this internal fight between Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. Shivkumar.
Good evening, Zaka. I think first and foremost, heavy obviously is the head that wears the crown for the BJP in any of the states, because job security is something that's not very easy to come by. When you look at the 2009 period onwards, you saw 3 chief ministers for the BJP, of course, because infamously the previous chief minister went to jail, Mr. Yediyurappa. Then you see Mr. Bommai now mired with not only his own party people talking against him, but his common karyakartas on the ground also talking against him. And now your interview, very funny things I want to talk about is Mr. Bommai is talking about, oh no, corruption, that letter happened before I came into power. Who was in power, before Mr. Bommai became chief minister? The BJP itself. He says he's reined in the corruption while tacitly obviously admitting that there was corruption. One. Second, Mr. Sudhakar talks about it is not Mr. Bommai's fault. You know, he's chief minister now. When the deaths happened, he was home minister previously and law and order came under him. His inefficiency as home minister is also something that was glaring in the BJP's administration and time. Singularly, it does not matter what the Congress has to say because there are enough and more people in the BJP talking about the leadership being in trouble.
Okay.
We have kept quiet about it. The speculation was started, whether it's Mr. Yatnal, there's Mr. Nirani saying, I also want to be. There are so many leaders talking about their aspirations about CM. But the BJP will not focus on the trauma and the problems in their own house. They will talk about the fact that there's some problem in the Congress. How does it matter to you?
No, there is a problem in the Congress too. Let's not brush that under the carpet. But let me get Mohan Vishwa to respond to it. You know, to be fair, I think this time around the speculation started after Suresh Gowda came out and said that there's going to be a change of leadership. Many others in the BJP have also thrown their hat in the ring, from Ishwarappa to Mr. Jagdish Shettar, others who have chief ministerial aspirations. So this time at least, it has not come from the opposition, it has come from within your party, Mr. Mohan Vishwa.
Zaka, see, if anybody's common sense, they should understand that we are going for election another next to 8 or 9 months. Probably post-December, you know, there will be no much of activity. Everybody will in the election mode. Hardly for 5 to 6 months. I don't think so. Anybody who's having a common sense should understand that nobody will change the chief minister. That too for a state like Karnataka, which has 224 assembly constituencies. Please remember. Okay, that is point number one. Point number two, when you hear the entire speech of Suresh Gowda, who was talking in front of a, you know, the TV reporter, at the end, he just says that, you know, if something happens, it might happen before 15. That's what he said. He never said that, you know, there will be a change in chief minister, there will be a change in, you know, some other leadership. Nothing. Okay. The Congress, you know, which is what I can say is Gar Ek Darwaza Anek. Okay, so there are at least 7 to 8 chief minister contenders from Congress. Okay, who don't have guts even today to say who is their chief minister for 2023 and under whose single leadership they don't want to go for elections in 2023, and they are commenting on our leader. Okay, it's totally unfortunate.
Okay.
Okay. So they were not able to prove anything till now. You take anything from past 1 year or 2 years, the allegations is made by Congress, which are totally baseless. It can be even Bitcoin also. Mr. Karge came out with some stupid paper. He was not able to give, you know, the basic.
Okay. You know, let's stick to the leadership issue. I want to ask R. Rajagopalan also, and also Mr. Chandan Gowda. R. Rajagopalan, the speculation is also on the back of some senior leaders in the Karnataka BJP having come to Delhi and met with the senior leadership of the BJP here in Delhi. I don't want to take any names, but that is also leading to this speculation that Mr. Bommai may be changed. And of course, all of this is being fed by the fact that Mr. Bommai's track record, at least the perception is not as good as what the BJP was hoping for when they removed Mr. Yediyurappa over a year ago. How much truth is there? Is something going to happen in Karnataka, or is this just speculation? Because, you know, at one level, Mr. Mohan Vishwa is right. If you're going to change the chief minister with just 8 months to go for polls, it's as good as an admission of defeat.
Zaka, I understand because I follow the Karnataka BJP Congress politics very closely. There is a confusion in BJP leadership, but that does not mean that they are going to change the leadership. My understanding is it is a crucial stage. BJP has got high stakes because of the Prime Minister and because of Yediyurappa. And secondly, very recently, Yediyurappa's son was also accommodated. Yediyurappa's, you know, choices were honored by the Prime Minister, like Shobha Karandade becoming the Union Minister. So therefore, BJP is in a fighting mode. But that is not seen in Congress. In Congress, Zaka, you compare Punjab and Karnataka, who is going to be the Charanjit Channi of Karnataka? And Siddaramaiah, maybe even Amarendra Singh. Navjot Singh Sidhu kaun hai? Because Congress is totally confused, because Ma, Beti, Beta confused. Here it is reflected on the ground level. So therefore, in another 250 days, Karnataka is going to have a new assembly. 224 is the major, the mark. I am very confident BJP will have a major edge and Congress will be divided into three parts.
Okay.
You wait and watch. Siddaramaiah will have the blessings of Rahul Gandhi, which will provoke Mr. D.K. Shivkumar either to walk out or become Navjot Singh Sidhu of Karnataka.
Chandan Gowda, in as much as Mr. Rajagopalan's point is that because of this internal fight in the Congress between Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, which seems to be far graver a problem for a challenger party as opposed to an incumbent party, is that going to blunt any confusion that the BJP may have about its own top leadership in the state of Karnataka?
Thank you, Zaka. It's true that there seemed to be a tussle, and maybe there is still continuing tussle between Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar about who might become the chief minister. But the August 3rd birthday, event in Davangere, I think has made for very new dynamics. The number of people who showed up was beyond anyone's expectations, and it did show that there was a grassroots anti-incumbency was also. It's not just about Siddaramaiah being liked by a large number of people. There was visible or sort of tangible resentment against some of the policies of the government. In this case, it need not only be the state government, it would also be the price rise issue, which is an all-India issue. So, and the reconciliatory sort of gestures that were made on the stage seem to be, at least to watch the event on television, and 8 months long time, we don't know, how things might pan out. But one can't be sure that the differences or the competing interest in being CM is going to surely remain and will surely fracture the party rank and file, the way the other panelists were just saying.
But there's been no resolution. There's been no resolution, and that's the problem.
I think it's a good thing. I don't see why a CM phase needs to be an absolute necessity before you go to an election. I mean, I don't know. The different parties have different strategies. It may be good to just go without any names in front of them right now. Zaka, the other thing about Bommai, very quickly, the other panelists haven't mentioned the fact that over the last 6 months, the Chief Minister Bommai has been repeatedly visiting Delhi and asking them for a chance to reshuffle his cabinet, and that has been denied to him. This has been seen as a sign that the center, the High Command with the BJP may want to change him, which is why they're not allowing him to shuffle the portfolio. This is the one major.
No, but I keep coming back to this question of the fight in the Congress, because two things. One, I think for a challenger party, it's that much harder if they are seen as not united, divided, and that too with such two powerful players. And secondly, I want to take that point that Professor Gowda made forward with Aishwarya Mahadev. It's not like things got resolved in Davangere. Yes, I mean, it was a great photo op. There were people who turned up. Rahul Gandhi was there. He said, we're not going to be discussing the leadership issue now. The priority is to displace the BJP, so on and so forth. But what's the resolution to this? Are we any closer to knowing today if the Congress party were to come to power in Karnataka, will Mr. Siddaramaiah be Chief Minister or will D.K. Shivkumar be Chief Minister? That question has not been resolved, unfortunately.
Zaka, before I answer that, Mohan Vishwa talks about common sense of replacing chief ministers before polls, and you saw what happened in Uttarakhand. But besides that, the singular fact remains, and I think we've made this emphatically clear everywhere. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has, the High Command has, the in-charges have, is that the Congress is going to face these elections on that plank of collective leadership. And Mr. Rajgopal, and I'm very certain he's not prophetic about this, but when he talks about, somebody will be the face, the other person will leave, that is the problem where you assume that power is the only driving force behind the congressmen in question here. First and foremost, both of them have agreed that they will work together, and it is the plank of bringing the party to power, and that is what what we're going to take forward for the polls. And knowing Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, he's a congressman through and through, and nothing and no amount of any changes is going to obviously coerce him to pull the plug or move, or even like Mr. Sudhakar, who talks about the period of 2013 onwards when he himself was in the Congress in Karnataka. And the reality is this speculation, this media sort of hype around this idea of divided house and whatnot is basically distracting away from the fact that the Congress party is still actively working on the ground. There is nothing that is keeping them from not working. You see, the next 2-3 days, we have a monumental Padyatra that is happening. The leadership is together on it. I'm sure there are observers of decades who are very senior and who observe this. But from what I see as a card-carrying member who works closely on the ground in what is happening in my party, I think everything is quite all right. The BJP needs to be far more worried
you're
about
perfectly entitled to have that view that everything is all right in your party. But I guess the pictures speak louder than words and sound bites speak louder. But anyway, Mohan Mishra, coming back to the question, I mean, irrespective of what happens inside the Congress party, fact is that there is such a thing as anti-incumbency. Now, you heard Professor Gowda saying that to him, the large crowd that turned up in Davangere is a reflection of not just, you know, what is happening in the Congress or support for Siddaramaiah, but he believes it's also an indication of grassroots level anger against your government. Otherwise, that many number of people would not have shown up for that rally in Davangere to celebrate Mr. Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday. Please respond.
Saka, before responding to your question within 10 seconds, I want to say one thing to Aishwarya. Uttarakhand hardly had 80 assembly constituencies. Please understand, Karnataka has 224, 3 times bigger than Uttarakhand. Okay, this is the basic sense which everybody should understand. Point number one. Coming back to your question, Zaka, in what do you say? Taking an example of this Davangere Siddaramaiah itself, see, we being a BJP party, you are also, heading a national news channel. You would have seen from past 10 years, after Modi ji, or past 8-9 years after Modi ji took over as the Prime Minister of India. So the kind of rallies we have done across India, similar to that, at least more than 500-600 rallies we have done across India. In Karnataka itself in 2018, we have done more than 40-50 such rallies like that. So once, there is a rally about Siddaramaiah and people gather, it doesn't mean that, they will come to power and they're dreaming of becoming chief minister. No, that will not work. Purely, the fight within the Congress is very clear. Okay. So initially, if you take DK Shivakumar, what did he do? He consulted some PR agency from Delhi. They suggested him to go for Mekedatu Padayatra, which was never discussed. Just 1 week before in the assembly session in Karnataka. So just went like that and he showed his power. Post that, Siddaramaiah with the fear of losing his chief ministerial leadership, he did Siddaramaiah. Now, next MB Patil will come. He will do his MB Patil Utsava. Then you have Dalit ex-deputy chief minister, Mr. Parameshwar. He will do his Utsava. Then Zamir Ahmad Khan, even he wants to show. He will start doing his Utsava. You take it from me. So these are the things. Congress with one house divided by 40 doors. Let me tell you, each and every person, and you take their leadership itself in Karnataka, they took almost 2 years to appoint their office bearers after DK Shivakumar becoming president. And also, they have some 40 vice presidents. They have more than 100 general secretaries. Come on. So when you have
all right. Let me go to Mr. Rajgopalan. Mr. Rajgopalan, the point is also that to remove first of all, to remove a sitting chief minister shows lack of confidence in him and probably would show weakness going into an electoral fight, and that to this close to an electoral fight. But more importantly, in the case of Karnataka and in the case of Mr. Bommai, 2 factors are very critical. Number one, he's a Lingayat. They are the biggest voting bloc in that state. They've been a steadfast voting bloc for the BJP. So to remove a Lingayat chief minister would be very, very difficult. That's number one. Number two, also if you were to remove Mr. Bommai, then how may that play out with Mr. Yediyurappa? Because ultimately, the temporary truce, if you will, that was bought when Mr. Yediyurappa was removed because he had crossed the 75 years age, sort of cut off in the BJP. The temporary truce was that Yediyurappa said, okay, I will give Mr. Bommai my blessings. He will take forward the mantle from me. But if Mr. Bommai goes, how may Mr. Yediyurappa react to that?
Who said Bommai is going except Congress? BJP is not saying. And second thing, Zaka, as I have understood the politics of Karnataka, it is only reflected in Rajya Sabha with Mallikarjun Kharge and Jairam Ramesh, Prahlad Joshi. Nowhere in the picture. Congress is nowhere in the picture in Karnataka. The reason being, even a short while ago, the Congress spokesman has accepted DK Shivakumar is a congressman, not Siddaramaiah. So therefore, it's a divided house. Siddaramaiah is from JDS. he is not being treated well. That is the grouse he has. He has the blessings of Priyanka Gandhi, not Rahul and Sonia. So therefore, under the groundswell, I see Bommai has a bright chance. He is not going to be removed. And at the same time, Congress, which is having an infighting, Siddaramaiah will be Amarendra Singh of Karnataka.
Okay, Aishwarya, a quick response and then I'll give the final word to Professor Gowda. Yeah.
First of all, it wasn't us who started the speculation of this man being changed. The sort of fact that there was uneasiness about people against Mr. Bommai came internally. And second, Zaka, it blows my mind because I cannot fathom the sort of links and the speculation and who's an outsider, who's an insider. At this point, the man has been chief minister. He is very clearly a part of the Congress family. He very clearly has been accepted. And all our issues aside, our leadership has already sorted it out. It is the BJP at this point that needs to sort itself out, look at the administration that they're giving and not, because their internal skirmishes cannot affect administration in my state, which is what is happening, what happened in the previous chief minister's term and now, and that is dereliction of duty. As an opposition party, our house is in order. We will go forward on a collective plank or collective leadership. It is for this BJP to obviously administer instead of miring themselves in who's going to obviously wear the throne next.
All
and
right,
I think that is what they need to do.
Let me give Professor Gowda the final word. Again, whether Mr. Bommai will be changed or not, the fact of the matter is that the caste combinations are absolutely critical in a state like Karnataka. As far as the BJP is concerned, the Lingayats have been a steady block with them for a number of years, maybe because of Mr. Yediyurappa, maybe even beyond Mr. Yediyurappa. Will that voting bloc continue to back the BJP? Because on the other side, you have a tall Kuruba leader and you have a tall Vokaliga in D. Keshav Kumar.
Yeah, Zaka, that's a very, very crucial point that you've touched on. See, if you noticed, Yediyurappa very recently announced that he would retire and that his son would contest from his home constituency. And the very next day, you have Amit Shah meeting him. And clearly, it shows how important Yediyurappa continues to be as someone who can mobilize a community's votes for a party which needs it desperately. Bommai, as you said, was someone who Yediyurappa preferred to have replaced him. But think about what has happened to Yediyurappa's son. He's not been able to secure anything in the new dispensation, which shows Bommai has been fairly powerless. So it's, the BJP is in a fix. Even if it wants to remove Bommai for whatever reason, it cannot if Yediyurappa is backing him, and we don't know what the equation is right now. But Yediyurappa continues to matter, and BJP is in a fix.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. I want to thank all our guests, Mr. Mohan Vishwa, Aishwarya Mahadev, R. Rajagopalan, Professor Chandan Gowda, for joining us. It is going to be a fascinating election, this, in Karnataka. We, of course, have Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh before that, but then Karnataka is going to be just as fascinating because it is open season. It is absolutely open season. Between the BJP and the Congress. If there is infighting in the Congress, there is, of course, leadership uncertainty in the BJP. Ultimately, as they say in electoral politics, may the best man prevail. Let's move on here in the program. Let's talk about the other big story that's happened today, and that, of course, is in West Bengal, where after Partha Chatterjee, now it's the turn of Anubrata Mondal, who is another senior functionary of TMC. In fact, he's the guy who came up with the slogan Khela Hobe in last year's assembly elections. He was arrested today by the CBI, and embarrassingly so for Mamata Banerjee, Mondal has been linked to a cattle smuggling scam. The TMC may have distanced itself from Anubrata Mondal. They're calling for an unbiased investigation. But how long can Mamata Banerjee be seen as distancing herself from these open cases of corruption? The pictures are speaking very, very loudly, whether it's the wads of currency discovered in Arpita Mukherjee's house, or of course the manner in which today Anubrata Mondal gave the investigators the chase. All of that. How much damage is this doing to Mamata Banerjee and to the TMC?
2 weeks, 2 aides of the Bengal Chief Minister, 2 big setbacks for the Trinamool Congress. After the Enforcement Directorate arrested former State Minister Partha Chatterjee in the SSC scam, today the CBI arrested TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in a cattle smuggling case. He was arrested for not cooperating in the probe after twice failing to turn up for questioning. This morning, a CBI team of 8 officers turned up at Mondal's house, but he locked himself in a room on the second floor. He allegedly refused to sign the arrest warrant brought by the CBI team. Only after the CBI threatened to bring in paramilitary forces to break open the door did he reluctantly step out. Mondal is known as the Bahubali leader of the TMC in Birbhum. He is the founding member of the party in the district and is a close aide of Mamata Banerjee. He popularized the political slogan Khela Hobe, which dominated the 2021 West Bengal Assembly elections.
Khela Hobe! Anubrata Mondal je ekjon mafia. এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের প্রশ্রয়ে আশ্রয়ে একটা মুদির দোকান থেকে যে ভাটে মাগুর মাছ বিক্রি করত সে আজকে 1000 কোটি টাকার মালিক তো মমতা ব্যানার্জির সৃষ্টি
এটা একটা ওয়েল অর্গানাইজড ক্রাইম হয়েছে ওয়েল অর্গানাইজড সিন্ডিকেটের মাধ্যমে হয়েছে যেখানে পুলিশ জড়িত তৃণমূল জড়িত নেতা জড়িত বিএসএফ জড়িত
Days after Partha Chatterjee was arrested, the TMC removed him from all posts, claiming it has a policy of zero tolerance towards corruption.
Trinamool will be the last one to tolerate any kind of irregularity or corruption when it comes to such kind of incident which is cropped up in the public domain. And there will be zero tolerance approach towards corruption.
Citing the same policy, TMC has now distanced itself from Anubrata Mondal and called for an unbiased investigation. But is it too little, too late?
All right, we're getting some breaking news. These are highlights of Anubrata's remand order, and I'm reading from it. There can be no physical or mental torture of the suspect. The Eastern Command Hospital in Kolkata is required to set up a medical board to monitor the suspect's health. Mondal's health checkup at the command hospital will take place every 48 hours. The suspect should be allowed to meet his lawyers for 30 minutes every day. Let me go across to Shogata Mukhopadhyay, who has more details on this. I think the health part is important because Mr. Mondal had, at least on more than one occasion, tried to take refuge in the SSKM hospital, which I believe the court turned down. So walk us through the highlights of this remand order, particularly on the health part.
Well, you see, Zaka, the health condition of Anubrata Mondal, especially when he himself pleaded in the court today that he has ailments in multiple organs, including heart, lung, kidneys, and other parts of the body. The court obviously took that plea seriously and has directed the CBI to ensure that Anubrata Mondal's health is well taken care of during the period of custody that he is remanded in. And that happened. That custody is till 20th of August, as we know now. And the command hospital in Kolkata, which is the finest military hospital in the Eastern Command area, will be entrusted with the job of maintaining the health of Anubrata Mondal at the time when he remains in CBI custody. And the court has directed the command hospital authorities to set up a medical board comprising doctors from both the cardiology and medicine departments to ensure that his health is taken care of in due condition till the time he remains in custody.
Okay, Shogata, we'll leave it at that. Shogata Mukhopadhyay there reporting for us from Kolkata. Let's now open this up to our two guests. Priyanka Tibrewal is spokesperson of the West Bengal BJP, and Dr. Shantanu Sen, Member of Parliament of the Trinamool Congress. Dr. Shantanu Sen, I'll start with you first. First it was Partha Chatterjee, now Anubrata Mondal. There are also some IPS officers linked to a coal scam. How long can Mamata Banerjee and your party continue to distance yourselves from these grave allegations of corruption? Because at some point it's got to stick, and it's got to stick at the top.
I would answer your question in two parts. Number one, BJP is running the central government, having 303 BJP MPs, out of which 116 MPs are accused of criminal cases. And number two, I would like to let you know once again, Trinamool Congress and our Trinamool Congress run West Bengal government, we completely believe in zero tolerance to corruption. That's why what Trinamool Congress can do, no other party in this country can do. That's why Trinamool Congress politically banned Partha Chatterjee, and the government has temporarily kept him out of the ministry. On the contrary, few weeks back, we came to know that in the state of Gujarat, one minister was accused of raping one lady repeatedly, and she was accused of unlawful confinement. He is doing his ministry. Once again, in UP, one minister's son ran over 4 agitator farmers. He has got bail, and he was used in UP to run the election. And his father, the renowned minister, is very much openly enjoying the parliamentary politics, sitting behind Narendra Modi ji. Here lies
but
the
Dr.
difference
Sen,
between Trinamool
no, I
Congress
have
and other parties.
I have one specific question for you. You are on the one hand saying you have zero tolerance for corruption. Fair enough. Yet at the same time, why are you tomorrow? I believe from 3 o'clock, TMC will be protesting outside the CBI zonal office in Kolkata. Why are you doing that? If you believe in zero tolerance to corruption, then you should allow the investigating agencies to do their job.
100%. Yeah, kindly allow me to answer your question. Kindly allow me to answer your question. Don't confuse. We have 100% faith and trust on judiciary, but we have several questions in mind regarding the neutrality of these central agencies, because there are tons and tons, thousands and thousands of evidences. You just tell me why CBI is not touching the person whose name is very much there in the CBI FIR and he is present with the leader of the opposition. You just tell me why CBI is not touching Hemant Viswa Sharma, who is accused of so many things. You just tell me in several states run by non-BJP governments.
All right.
The opposition political leaders are getting affected by CBI and ED. On the contrary, the BJP leaders who are very much involved in several scams, they are getting excused.
Okay, Priyanka Tibrewal, respond to that. What the TMC is saying is similar to what Congress is saying, Aam Aadmi Party is saying. So once again, sir, let me ask the question.
One second. So just 1 second. So our tomorrow's rally is against the biased activity of the central agency, not against the investigation.
Okay, got it. Priyanka Tibrewal, so this is what most opposition parties are saying, including TMC, that you are using ED, CBI, IT as agents, as instruments to settle political scores. And number two, the question that you get constantly asked, what about Shuvendu Adhikari, what about Himanta Biswa, what about Mukul Roy? When these folks joined your party, suddenly, it's like they've all become clean and the cases against them are in the deep freezer.
No. Again, I will start by saying that I really pity Mr. Shantanu Sen, because at times they have to defend something which is undefensible and undefendable by them. So see, now whoever is at the receiving end, they are crying foul, and we all know that. So my suggestion to them will be that instead of shouting and yelling on the television, kindly go to the court of law, file your petition, mention all the names you are having difficulty with, speak against the ED, speak against the CBI, go before the judiciary, at least take the initiative of doing that. And when they question and they say that nobody from BJP, nobody to sir, get your data corrected. I'll tell you, in 2021 in Uttar Pradesh, Ajay Singh, he is a member MLA of BJP. His house was raided. His other relatives' house were also raided. In Madhya Pradesh, Om Prakash Dhubr, they are also MLAs of BJP. Their houses were raided by the CBI. Madhya Pradesh 2016 also, BJP Neta Sushil Vaswani, in their house and their relatives' house were also raided. So now, let me correct him that they may be, alleging that BJP is running the ED and the CBI, but they do not have any proof. If they have, I will tell them, go before the Supreme Court, file the same. People like Mr. Chidambaram and Mr. Deshmukh, they had gone a few days back. They have got a proper and befitting reply, and you will also get a befitting reply. So please go, but without any proofs. Do not just allege things, because that won't help. Now I will also say this, that they are saying that, no, they are not getting arrested, we are getting arrested. There is no denial to corruption. That means they are accepting that there is corruption, but they want that others on whom the charges are, they should also get arrested. Why only we?
But Dr. Shantanu Sen, it's not just about these isolated cases of a Partha Chatterjee or an Anubrata Mondal. What is worrying is, the larger question, and it plays, I guess, to this image or this perception that there is cut money culture, there is syndicate that is ruling in Bengal. So how are you going to negate that? And two, Sir, may I please ask, and I'd ask my producers to play those pictures of that wads and wads of currency notes, 500 rupee notes, 2000 rupee notes, that were brought out from Arpita Mukherjee's residence. For the ordinary citizen of Bengal, it is almost revolting. It's almost repulsing. You say on the one hand there's price rise, no jobs, and then you have one a close aide of a TMC minister having God knows how many crores stashed inside her pillows, stashed inside her mattresses.
I am not disagreeing with you in this at this particular point, but I would like to answer your question in three parts. Kindly allow me. Number one, Madam Priyanka was citing some example which is nothing but a small spoonful of water in an ocean. Number two, you are talking about the public perception and the culture. Had it been worse, then Trinamool Congress would have been losing in each and every election. On the contrary, in each and every election, public is bestowing Trinamool Congress with much more blessings, much more supports, and much more voting. That's why, madam, do not interfere kindly. I didn't interfere you. And last but not the least, my one humble question before Madam Priyanka. Just tell me who was Narayan Rane. Forget about Subhendu Adhikari. Just tell me who was Narayan Rane, who is presently your cabinet minister. You people alleged Narayan Rane. Now once he joined BJP, he became cabinet minister. Can you just deny it? You are talking about the money recovered from this Arpita. Madam, kindly do not interfere. Please do not interfere. I didn't interfere you, madam. Maintain this courtesy or I will quit. Maintain this courtesy. My humble request to the anchor, kindly ask her to maintain the courtesy.
Ma'am, I'll give you a chance to respond. Let him finish. Yeah, let him finish. Yeah, thank you.
Kindly ask her to maintain the courtesy.
Yes. Mr. Dr. Sen, finish your point. Yeah.
You will overpower because of your number.
Yeah, Dr.
I would
Sen,
like
finish.
to let you know, you are talking about the huge money recovered.
Yes.
Do you know the amount of PDS scam involved, BJP involved, 36,000 crore. Do you know the amount involved in Bepo scam, Karsi BJP? Do you know the amount involved in mining scam, Karsi BJP, 45,000 crore? Do you know the DHFL scam amount, Karsi BJP, 34,000 crore?
Okay,
Do you know the scam amount, Karsi BJP, 200 crore?
I'll give Priyanka Tibrewal the final word.
23,000 crore.
Priyanka Tibrewal, the point that no, once again, let me ask my question, ma'am. The point that people like Dr. Sen are making is twofold. Number one, whether it's a Narayan Rane, there is a minister by name Sanjay Rathod. He's now again been made minister in the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena plus BJP government. Sanjay Rathod, when he was in the old Shiv Sena, the Thackeray Shiv Sena, every day BJP leaders used to take out, procession marches and campaigns out against him. There were serious cases against him. But suddenly when he's joined hands with your party and in alliance with your party, he's fit enough to be minister. And you've dropped the campaign. It is just, the question that's being asked is, this is symptomatic of what the BJP says, that corruption is, yes, an issue when the person who's being accused of corruption is an opposition leader. But when he or she becomes a BJP leader, suddenly the corruption vanishes.
Not at all. See, no cases have been dropped against Subhendu Adhikari or for others for that matter. Cases are continuing, and now once again I will repeat myself that whatever is the working of the ED and the CBI, the actions are being done by them, the investigations are being done by them. We do not run them. Whatever is happening here, be it the arrest of Anubrata Mondal or be it the arrest of Partha Chatterjee, has been done on the Honorable High Court's order, not on the order of BJP or any agency for that matter.
Okay.
So if he is having any difficulty, he should proceed before the court of law. Because, there is no point accusing the agencies. There is no point questioning the process of law and the credibility of these agencies. And if you have questions regarding that, go before the judiciary. Take out whatever proofs you have and tell them that others are not being arrested, we are being arrested.
All right.
Because top to bottom, everybody is corrupt in TMC.
Okay, I've got to wrap up. I want to thank Priyanka Tibrewal, Dr. Shantanu Sen for joining us. We'll see how this story plays out because, like I said, tomorrow the TMC is taking out a protest. Anubrata Mondal is going to be in custody till the 20th. We'll see how this story plays out over the next few days and weeks. Quick break. When we come back on the other side, one man didn't get the memo that smoking on flights is banned. That story right on the other side. all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Ratar, who was murdered, Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, and television artist Amreen Bhatt was killed in today's encounter. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Himachal Pradesh and led to some hair-raising scenes.
In Chamba district, several roads were washed away due to incessant rains. But this group decided to risk their lives in order to cross the heavily damaged road. With rainwater falling like a waterfall, they pushed their motorbike over huge chunks of rocks and stones. The terrain was so tough that one person had to pull the front wheel of the bike to take it forward. They were right on the edge of a gorge. One false step and they could have fallen to their death. Together they lifted and pushed the bike and finally made it across the half-broken road.
Scientists have claimed that days on Earth are getting longer. Now, why exactly is that? The Earth's rotation around its axis has slowed down. In fact, the rotation of the axis is slowing down because of friction. 2.3 milliseconds have been added to the length of each day. The tidal changes have also increased. Therefore, the length of the day is also having an impact on how time is measured. It will also have an impact on technology like GPS. A former professor of Kolkata St. Xavier's University has moved the Calcutta High Court against the university authorities. This after she was allegedly forced to tender her resignation following complaints from a parent over some pictures of her wearing a swimsuit which were posted on her private Instagram. Justice Uday Umesh Lalit has been appointed as the 49th Chief Justice of India after President Draupadi Murmu signed his warrant of appointment. He will assume charge on the 27th of August, a day after the incumbent Chief Justice N.V. Ramana retires. Justice Lalit will have a brief tenure of less than 3 months. He will retire in November. Comedian Raju Srivastava suffered a cardiac arrest while working out in a gym in Delhi. The 58-year-old was working out on a treadmill when he had chest pain and he collapsed. He was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences where he was given CPR twice and revived. He's now said to be out of danger. A Samajwadi Party leader's car was hit by a truck in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri district.
The truck rammed into Devendra Singh Yadav's car on a relatively busy road and then dragged the vehicle for more than 500 meters before finally stopping. Bystanders ran after the truck and helped the passengers out of the car. The SP leader was in the car. He was returning home from the party office when the accident happened. His condition is believed to be stable. The errant truck driver has been arrested and an investigation is underway.
The centre has given the green light for biological ease Corbevax being administered as a precautionary dose. So those who've taken Covishield or Covaxin as their dose 1 or 2, they can take Corbevax as a booster 6 months after their second dose. This is the first time that the booster dose is different from the one that's been used. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. A video of a man smoking on board a SpiceJet flight has gone viral.
This is Bobby Kataria, a bodybuilder from Haryana who has more than 6 lakh followers on Instagram. He's lounging at the emergency exit, hogging an entire row of seats as he lies on his back. And he's busy smoking a cigarette. The video, which was clearly shot for social media, has gone viral, with many asking how Kataria managed to pull off what he did. Because under the law, in-flight smoking is banned in India. Passengers are not even allowed to take lighters on plane. SpiceJet claims the incident took place in its Dubai-Delhi flight on January 20th. When the passengers were boarding the plane and the cabin crew member were busy, Bobby was put on no-flying list for 15 days in February.
Hundreds of people thronged a mall in Kozhikode in Kerala to attend the promotional event of a movie. Shocking videos of people clinging on to escalators triggered safety concerns. Reports say that the organizers cancelled the event at the mall because of the huge turnout of fans who had come to see the actors of the film. Ahead of Independence Day, the tricolour was beamed onto the cascading waters of the Idukki Dam in Kerala, which is one of the highest arch dams in Asia. These days, the dam had been a centre of attraction because its shutters were raised to discharge excess water from heavy rains. A DMK councillor's husband went on a power trip in Tamil Nadu's Trichy district.
Vetri Chelvan had borrowed more than 2 lakh rupees from a man and didn't bother to repay it. But when he was reminded to pay the money back, Vetri Chelvan lost his cool. He grabbed a machete and lunged at the man. When the man noticed the weapon, he ran away. But Vetri Chelvan chased him down the road, swinging the machete. The accused was later arrested by the police. He runs a TASMAC liquor unit in Trichy.
Well, more than 2 years after the coronavirus was detected in China, a new zoonotic virus has been discovered in the country. It's called the Langya virus. It can be transmitted from animals to humans. Human-to-human transmission has not been reported yet. Symptoms include fever, cough, muscle pain, low platelets, liver and kidney function as well, which could be a fallout. Over 35 patients have been infected in Shandong as well as in Henan province. Rain and cloudbursts have caused landslides across Himachal Pradesh.
In Kulu, shops like this one crumbled in seconds and got washed away in the flash floods. Shocked bystanders looked on helplessly. Fortunately, there was no one inside the shop when it collapsed. Rains have wreaked havoc across the hill state. In some areas, several homes were hit by debris following landslides. Even bridges were at risk of being washed away. The national highway to Kulu from Mandi was blocked too, following a landslide near Pandu. Traffic had to be diverted as a result. At Bharmore in Chamba, the Hindu pilgrimage of Mani Mahesh was halted due to flash floods caused by a cloudburst.
At least 2 people were killed after cloudbursts triggered landslides in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district. Dramatic visuals of flash floods washing away everything in its path are going viral now. The Srinagar-Jammu National Highway has been blocked because of fresh mudslides as well as shooting stones that were triggered by rains. A liquor shop loot in Madhya Pradesh's Jabalpur was caught on camera. The miscreant entered the shop and threatened people with a sharp object. While people ran for their lives, the thieves stole nearly 1 lakh rupees from the till. Police are scanning CCTV footage and are on the lookout for the accused. Ahead of Independence Day, actor Salman Khan took a day off from his busy schedule and spent time with the Indian Navy sailors in Visakhapatnam. From cooking to push-ups to hoisting the tricolour, the actor spent some quality time with sailors on board the stealth guided missile destroyer, the INS Visakhapatnam. Prime Minister Modi celebrated Raksha Bandhan along with the daughters of staff working at the PMO. Young girls were seen tying beautiful Rakhis to the Prime Minister. He shared the pictures on Twitter and called it a very special Raksha Bandhan with youngsters. A horrific bus accident in Gujarat's Panchmahal was captured on camera.
A speeding bus came hurtling down the road and knocked down a group of people standing on the side. These people were waiting for a bus to get to their destination. They tried to flag down the bus that was coming their way. But instead of slowing down and stopping, the bus driver rammed into them. The impact of the crash was so strong that one person was flung several meters away. At least 3 people were gravely injured in the accident. The crash happened after the brakes of the bus failed.
The world is facing a massive chip shortage because of its limited supply, but it could be an opportunity for India because India has a strong base for semiconductor chip design. In fact, the centre has rolled out about 76,000 crores in a massive PLI scheme that happened last year. The incentive scheme is for international manufacturers to come and set up base here in India. Uninterrupted power supply has to be a necessity, as well as access to millions of litres of pure water, both of which are absolute essentials for the semiconductor industry. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman countered Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and demanded a debate on the distribution of freebies. She's accused Kejriwal of giving a perverse twist to the issue. The centre has said it is wrong to classify loan write-offs as being freebies or to say that corporate tax rate cut was designed to benefit corporates. 3 main accused involved in the murder of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru in Dakshin Kannada have been arrested. According to the police, the 3 men are the assailants who carried out the murder. The trio's link to the Popular Front of India will be investigated. 3 soldiers were killed in a pre-dawn attack on an army camp in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri. 2 terrorists who were trying to scale a fence to enter the army camp were shot dead. This is the first major terrorist attack on an army facility in Jammu and Kashmir since February of 2018, when terrorists attacked the Sunjwan camp. China has renewed its threat to attack Taiwan, but the island nation is hitting back.
China claims Taiwan's collusion with external forces to seek independence and provocation will only accelerate their own demise and push the island into the abyss of disaster. Beijing alleged that Taiwan's pursuit of independence will never succeed, and any attempt to sell the national interest will be met with a complete failure. China held a week of war games around Taiwan in response to the visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Ballistic missiles were launched and simulated sea and air attacks were carried out. Taiwan has called Beijing's claims to the self-governing democracy wishful thinking and launched its own military exercises.
Amid its Cold War with Taiwan, China is now upgrading its nuclear test sites, rapidly expanding facilities in western Xinjiang. There is extensive construction that is happening at the Luknur test site, which is building a 6th tunnel for underground testing. Power cables, possible storage facilities are also seen in this particular test site. China may conduct nuclear-related tests anytime, given the heightened tensions with Taiwan. China has blocked a move by India and the United States to Jaish-e-Mohammed's Abdul Rauf Azhar as a global terrorist at the United Nations Security Council. This is the second time that Beijing has resorted to such a step in less than 2 months. Rauf is the younger brother of JEM founder Masood Azhar. Former Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is taking refuge in Thailand after his short visa pass for Singapore expired. He's been granted a 90-day tourist visa in Thailand. In fact, Rajapaksa fled the country amid mounting pressure from Sri Lankan public. New satellite images show at least 7 destroyed Russian fighter jets at an airbase in the peninsula of Crimea. This contradicts Russia's claims that the explosions at the airbase Tuesday did not cause any serious damage. Russia's military said that no aircraft was destroyed and blamed the blast on the detonation of stored ammo. Kim Jong-un's sister has revealed that the North Korean leader was seriously ill. He had suffered from a high fever during a recent COVID outbreak. She's also accused South Korea of causing the COVID outbreak in her country and warned of retaliation if Seoul were to continue to pass propaganda leaflets across the border. That's a wrap. In a moment, Maria Shakil will join you with News Epicenter.
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. It was deja vu of sorts for the Trinamool Congress today as an 8-member CBI team turned up at the house of party strongman Anubrata Mondal to arrest him, saying he had been evading summons for weeks. What rings out is a very similar crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate, another central agency, on Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee just 2 weeks back. The sheer repetitiveness of crackdown by central agencies against Team Mamata rings out. Anubrata Mondal arrested today by the CBI for the cattle smuggling scam. Last month, ED cracked down on Minister Partha Chatterjee, MLA Manik Bhattacharya, and earlier Minister of State for Education Paresh Adhikari in its probe into the SSC scam. Looking back further to 2020, the Enforcement Directorate stepped up investigations into the coal smuggling scam and the roles of Abhishek Banerjee, Maloy Ghatak and Sushanto Mehato. Anubrata Mondal has been sent to CBI custody till the 20th of this month. Amidst the expected opposition offensive, the TMC has stressed again that it has zero tolerance for corruption and demanded a full an unbiased probe. The party also points at double standards and investigations against past TMC turncoats. And once again, the question that takes center stage is this law finally catching up, or is it all about political vendetta? First up, a report on the developments of today.
2 weeks, 2 aides of the Bengal Chief Minister, 2 big setbacks for the Trinamool Congress. After the Enforcement Directorate arrested former State Minister Partha Chatterjee in the SSC scam, today the CBI arrested TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in a cattle smuggling case. He was arrested for not cooperating in the probe after twice failing to turn up for questioning. This morning, a CBI team of 8 officers turned up at Mondal's house, but he locked himself in a room on the 2nd floor. He allegedly refused to sign the arrest warrant brought by the CBI team. Only after the CBI threatened to bring in paramilitary forces to break open the door did he reluctantly step out. Mandal is known as the Bahubali leader of the TMC in Birbhum. He is the founding member of the party in the district and is a close aide of Mamata Banerjee. He popularized the political slogan Khela Hobe, which dominated the 2021 West Bengal Assembly elections.
Khela Hobe! Anubrata Mondal je ekjon মাফিয়া এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের প্রশ্রয়ে আশ্রয়ে একটা মুদির দোকান থেকে যে ভাটে মাগুর মাছ বিক্রি করত সে আজকে 1000 কোটি টাকার মালিক তো মমতা ব্যানার্জির সৃষ্টি
এটা একটা ওয়েল অর্গানাইজড ক্রাইম হয়েছে ওয়েল অর্গানাইজড সিন্ডিকেটের মাধ্যমে হয়েছে যেখানে পুলিশ জড়িত তৃণমূল জড়িত নেতা জড়িত বিএসএফ জড়িত
Days after Partha Chatterjee was arrested, the TMC removed him from all posts, claiming it has a policy of zero tolerance towards corruption.
Trinamool will be the last one to tolerate any kind of irregularity or corruption when it comes to such kind of incident which is cropped up in the public domain. And there will be zero tolerance approach towards corruption.
The party is set to stage massive street protests tomorrow, terming the crackdown by central agencies as biased and motivated by political vendetta, with no signs of flashpoints easing anytime soon.
Let me bring in my guests at this hour. Priyanka Tibrewal, spokesperson of the West Bengal BJP. Babul Supriyo, Bengal Minister, will be joining me shortly. Loknath Chatterjee is a lawyer. Shantanu Sen, former Joint Director of CBI. I'm going to begin with you, Loknath Chatterjee. When you look at the investigation, of course, it cannot be just a coincidence that multiple agencies are tracking various developments in multiple cases, because there is coal smuggling case, Rose Valley's case, SSC case, and all of that happening in a matter of few weeks.
Yeah, if you look at it, you know, the recent arrest which has happened is basically the CBI had registered a regular case way back in 2020, September 21st, 2020. This was under the Indian Penal Code. It was under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. So it was a lot of provisions involved. And in fact, if you look at overall the situation in Bengal, in fact, he was also called regarding the post-poll violence matters, his involvement. So here the matter in which he was arrested, this related to definitely that smuggling matter. But if you look at him and the way he's been going about it, and if you look at the overall situation in Bengal today, so it is the involvement of, you know, a lot of money with a lot of corruption, with a lot of people, with central agencies, you know, including the Central Bureau of Investigation, the Enforcement Directorate, and multiple agencies probing and, you know, looking into various kinds of corruption,
yes, that is exactly my question, and I've not got that answer, because Shantanu Sen, help us understand. Enforcement Directorate, Central Bureau of Investigation, multiple cases, multiple leaders of the TMC, all heading to that state almost at the same time.
You know, what is there to explain? Corruption has been exposed. Corruption is being investigated.
Okay.
And the very act of Anubrata Mondal in hiding, staying away from summons, shows that he has something to hide. CBI is under the orders of the High Court and with the consent of the state, enforced by the High Court, is investigating these cases. And I really am amazed at the remarkable patience shown by the CBI.
Okay.
10 summons and he does not appear, and then it goes to arrest him. It should have arrested him long ago. Corruption, there should be no, the TMC chief also says there is no quarter given to corruption. They have no quarter at all for corruption, yet they do not see that here is their man summoned by the CBI. He does not appear before the CBI 10 times. It's good that he has been arrested and he has been given police remand and he will be investigated.
Okay.
Corruption now is open and is before everybody's eyes in the TMC.
Okay. In February 2022, the Enforcement Directorate had arrested smuggler Inamul Haq in connection with this case, and Inamul Haq was earlier arrested by the CBI in November 2020 and January 2022. He was granted bail by the Supreme Court. So, their investigations are going back several years. So, in that case, Priyanka Tibrewal, the charge that is coming from the TMC, of course, is that there is zero tolerance. But when we look at two events, one being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, another leader arrested this time by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Of course, there are two different cases, but what does it speak politically about your political opponents?
See, politically, everyone is seeing this, and this is quite visible that corruption and TMC go hand in hand. So anybody denying the fact that they didn't have any kind of knowledge regarding the same is not true, because these cases, even the education scam in which Mr. Partha Chatterjee has been arrested, that started way back in 2017. So the investigation was going on, but there wasn't any kind of stand taken by the government. These students who were sitting on the streets and they were asking for their rights, the government didn't speak a word then. So it is not that the government didn't have any idea or knowledge about it. They absolutely had. See, we have seen their party spokesperson saying that keep 25% of the cut money with you and give the 75 to the party. It clearly speaks about the character of TMC and the way they are proceeding. Now they are crying foul. They may be abusing the agencies. They may be calling it names. They are saying it is political vendetta. But I will say that these investigations are not happening in a day or two. These have been carrying on from last so many years. And that's the reason that the ED and the CBI are now involved in this by the Honorable Court's order. So BJP has no business to play in this.
Yes.
Whatever is happening is on the court's order.
Yes. So, Loknath Chatterjee, I just want you to recall for our viewers what exactly has the court said in multiple cases, be it the SSC scam or in this smuggling scam, where the larger sense is that this investigation only has begun after the Calcutta High Court intervened and said that there is prima facie enough evidence to say that there is need for further investigation.
No, see, I'll tell you, I'll quickly take, to the this cattle smuggling one. There in the charge sheet, you find mention of Vikas Mishra, brother of Vinay Mishra, Saigal Hussain, who was the bodyguard of Anubrata Mondal, and Abdul Latif. So of them, Saigal and Vikas are in judicial custody. So this has been going on for quite a while. And in fact, this has seen involvement of several people, including, CBI has been issuing summons to police officials, administrative officials. So therefore, this has taken on a very, as you were mentioning, this has taken on a very, very wide shape as of now, the cattle smuggling one. And, also in regard to coal pilferage, you will find mention of Vikas Mishra. So this was also seen involvement of, others who were there. So several thousand cows were seized by BSF. So this is an old story, people are aware of it. And if you look at the court's observations in the SSC scam, if you look at the courts, so, you will have to keep in mind that till some point of time, under the Delhi Special Police Establishment Act, there is a section, sanctions granted. So there was a standing consent by the government. That standing consent was withdrawn. So therefore, cases could be referred to the Central CBI for investigation only by the court. And several other investigations have been awarded to the CBI by the High Court at Calcutta. If you look at right from these illegal appointment matters to the Rampurhat Bokpri, which is in one needs to remember that.
Why is it that all the actions are happening in the last 1.5 months or 2 months? If these are cases that have been ongoing for years,
correct.
then what has led to all
Yeah,
these cases being expedited now?
No, I think you're trying to hint at something, but I'll quickly, there are no elections around the corner, so therefore nothing to be hinted there. But if you look at it, he's been evading summons for 9 times. So he was issued for the 10th time as a notice under Section 41A, if you look at Anubrata Mondal's case. And despite having received the notice, he was feigning illness. And if you look at it, the reason a doctor had to write on a white paper saying that he requires bed rest. And in fact, even prior to this, if you look at, Calcutta High Court made drastic observations about one of the most premier hospitals in Calcutta. In fact, your viewers would be aware, you would be aware that whenever notices would be issued to these guys, they would suddenly land up in the SSKM hospital.
Yes.
So
I'm hoping Babul Supriyo will join me any moment to answer all these questions.
So if you look at, he can answer those. So if you look at the SSC scam also, the court said that in case, Partha Chatterjee, in fact, if he does not cooperate, CBI is free to take any action. Then you had the ED coming in. So therefore, and if you look at the Rampurhat Bokri, where that carnage happened, it was in Anubrata Mondal's district. He was the district president of the Trinamool Congress. In 2013, this guy went around and said that you can burn homes of your political opponents. This was the guy who said that, who was called regarding post-poll violence matters. There were at least 3 murders in his district in post-poll violence, which is being investigated by the CBI. There are several rapes which have happened in his district. So therefore, this is just the tip of the iceberg if you look at it. And therefore, there are other agencies also who are looking for him. And the way he was going about.
That's what you're saying. Priyanka Tibrewal, of course, your political opponents will see this as some kind of witch hunt, and that BJP feeling the heat perhaps and not reconciling with the fact that you lost the elections.
See, there is no point on talking about the mandate which was given to them by the people. We have accepted that very gracefully. But you tell me something, just because someone has won elections, do they have the right to do any sort of corruptions? Do they have the right to do any kind of illegality in the state? No, not at all. So whatever is happening now is all within the limits of the law. And whatever action is being taken is by the agencies. I will repeat once again, by the independent agencies which are not run by the BJP, and on the orders of the Honorable Court. You see, what were the observations of this Honorable Court when Partha Chatterjee was arrested? That the Lady Justice will be cursed by tears if hundreds and thousands of deserving candidates are not answered. So this was the observations. They also shamed the hospital, SSKM, where Mr. Anubrata Mondal came running day for yesterday and asked him to admit him. He also went to the extent of telling the doctors to operate him.
Okay. I can see Babul Supriyo now. Babul Supriyo, a lot of questions being raised, but the fact is that it's almost like a scam a day that is happening in Bengal. SSC scam, your minister arrested. Coal smuggling scam, another senior leader of the party arrested. What exactly is happening? Why was Anubrata Mondal running away and evading all the questions and all the summons?
Well, you see, the stand is very clear. The spokesperson of BJP who's sitting here is someone that I've introduced to politics. I heard what she said while you tried to connect me to the video. They have a very good reason to bring up political points, but I have a logical question. Anyone, firstly, the party has made it very clear that anyone who resorts to, blatant stealing of public money, that's the word that Chandrima Bhattacharya, one of our ministers, has used, that cheating people or getting into this kind of activities, or where we have already been embarrassed with what Partha Chatterjee, what we have seen with that, and will be dealt with very, very strongly. Now, I have one question, that for everyone, law is the same, and anyone who's resorting to this kind of illegal activity must be punished, but not only by the legal system first, the judiciary first, and by a constitutional law, and also by the party. But I have one simple question, which is a logical one. Yes, we are going to have political debates in this situation, but why is it so that the world's biggest political party, BJP, everyone who's a criminal or anyone who has jo dagi neta ke jisko kehte hain, everyone goes to BJP and they're exonerated. I heard Priyanka Tibrewal say she's a sister to me, but I must say that Shubhendru Adhikari has no right. Ask him to surrender to the CBI or to the ED, because he's charge sheeted. So the question is, yes, the ED, the CBI, the NIA, all the central agencies, they definitely need to do their jobs, and everyone who's resorting to this kind of practices should be condemned and should be dealt with the law in the stringent possible manner. But why is it that in all the states, all the political parties except BJP are facing the wrath of stealing public money, and it's only
Priyanka
only
Tibrewal,
the
why
BJP,
this
which is the biggest party in
selective
the world.
action by the
Yes, that
agencies
something
is
that
what
BJP
being
has to
said?
answer. Yes, every party in
See,
every
I
state
have been
is being
answering this
harassed.
since evening,
One
and I
second,
will
let me
repeat
finish.
myself that
I
if
will
you
finish.
if they have any kind of
Babul,
grievance-
finish your point. Please
One
go
second,
ahead.
let me finish my point.
Yes.
I see what we are seeing on television. What you see is what you're seeing. What is going to happen beyond this is something which is absolutely in the hands of the judiciary. The state not only did not interfere in that. Yes, when you are a party, I think when BJP, the BJP minister's son ran over agitating farmer. The father is not expelled from the party. He's not expelled from the party. He's given the benefit of the doubt till the investigation reports come out. If that is the standard, then let's not have a trial by the media. But in this case, yes, you are saying that, like we heard Saugata Roy say, that we are ashamed by what Partha Chatterjee was caught with and whatever we have seen with him. But with Anubrata Mondal, everything, all the allegations are yet to be proved. Let the law take its own course, let the judiciary do its job.
Okay.
But my question is, why is CBI and all the central agencies, they are not only losing the credibility, Maria. Let's understand this is a dangerous thing that is going out in the society, that if you are a Dagi Neta, if you are someone who has stolen public money, if you have resorted to any kind of mischief, join the BJP. And
Okay, Priyanka Tibrewal, this charge of BJP becoming washing machine is not coming for the first time, won't be the last perhaps, but all your political opponents say the same.
See, I'll once again say that I have seen Babulda. He has immense faith in the judiciary, and I have seen him number of times, going to the courts and fighting for the rights. So once again, my suggestion would be that if you have any kind of proofs or anything to say with that the ED is not doing its work, or when you are questioning the credibility of the ED, please go before the court of law, go to the Supreme Court, go to the High Court and express your views on the same.
One second. Priyanka, you are a lawyer by profession. Do you know the meaning of a charge sheet? What is Suvendu Adhikari accused
Yes,
of?
Yes, of course, I understand the meaning of the charge sheet, but here again, I will repeat myself.
One second. Let me give me 30 seconds only for the sake of seniority. One second. I ask you one thing. I will name a few, the constituencies know the people on whom the same question mark lands. The same question mark is hanging in terms of all this kind of illegal activities. Are you not aware of any such BJP netas? You're saying the biggest party in the world is full of only noitic people, only people who are doing the right, and every other political party in the country is all chores. You please arrest everyone who's connected with any kind of
no, but how can I arrest? Now that is what I am trying to defend. I am from BJP. I am not the official of ED or CBI.
Why are you saying go to the... No. Why
yes,
are you saying
should.
that go
we
to the
went to the court of law.
One second. Why are you saying that go to the Supreme Court? Why isn't Suvendu Adhikari made the LOP when he has a charge sheet in the Sharda case? When Sudipto Sen has 100 times said that he is the man who took money from him and blackmailed him for that. Aren't you aware of that?
How about Kunal Ghosh? How about Kunal Ghosh, who accused Mamata Banerjee of the same, is now a spokesperson of your party?
That is
how
exactly
about Madan Mitra? How about
That
Madan
is-
Mitra? He's the MLA of
Madan
your party.
Mitra went to
The
jail.
case is not
Madan
yet
Mitra-
over.
Once
The
again,
case is
Madan
not yet
Mitra,
over.
you-
The investigation
correct
is going
Priyanka,
on.
Priyanka, correct yourself. Madan Mitra and Kunal Ghosh has both spent a long time in the jail. What is happening with Suvendu Adhikari? Why is he out? Answer me the question.
Now
Why
again,
is anyone in the
my
country
answer
using
to
that
you
BJP?
is that this question
there's
you
no
need to
answer.
ask this question to the
You
ED
know-
and the CBI.
No, you
and
need
if you
to.
don't
No,
get
why?
an answer, go to the court of law. Go before the judiciary. BJP is not supposed to answer your questions because
if you
BJP
are-
is not running
why-
the ED or the
why-
CBI.
Then why is BJP talking so much? First preach at home. Charity should begin at home. Ask Suvendu Adhikari, who's the leader of opposition, tell him to exonerate him from the
Mountains
sports
and
first,
loads
and
of
then
money
give up
was not
wait,
found
let
in
him-
any of the
let
BJP
him-
Neta's house here
let
in
him-
Bengal.
because-
It was
because
found
they
in
have not-
it was
because
found in
they are
Partha
not raided.
Chatterjee's close aide's house.
No, because
That is the
because
reason
they
he's
were not
behind the
raided.
jail.
Because they were not raided. You have netas in your party
Number
who
of
do
raids.
not
Now
have the capability to earn
I can
100
make
rupees
you
for themselves.
now, sir.
No,
I
they
will
cannot-
say that
they
from
cannot-
2016 till 21, see Uttar Pradesh, see Madhya Pradesh, see Jharkhand. I will name the netas of BJP MLAs whose houses have been raided, and there are cases against them.
Please name two netas.
Uttar Pradesh, yes, Uttar Pradesh, it was
anyone?
Ajay Singh. Uttar Pradesh, it was Ajay Singh. Madhya Pradesh, it was Om Prakash Dhruv. Their relatives, their houses were raided.
Those are all.
Not political. It was raided by the CBI.
All
when
vendetta.
They were
All
in,
vendetta politics.
when
you are scaring.
They were BJP leaders. They are BJP leaders.
Okay. Let me give the final words to Babul since he joined us late. Babul, go ahead.
You are scaring the opposition, and you are making a bad name for the central agencies because they are not doing the same thing which should be done for everyone. You spoke about Kunal Ghosh, you spoke about Madan Mitra, you spoke about Partha Chatterjee. They have languished behind the jail.
Quickly join issue here.
Partha Chatterjee is in jail.
There is
Anubrata
nothing
Mondal
to feel
has been
scared.
given.
Why is the opposition getting scared?
No, why? No, what is the question of scare? Why? You are saying that no money has been caught in the BJP netas' houses because they have not been raided.
All right, Babul Supriyo, Priyanka Tibrewal, Loknath Chatterjee and Shantanu Sen, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to another story now, Commonwealth Games bronze medalist Divya Kakran today lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming she did not get any support from the Delhi government despite tall promises made. Kakran in fact said she has been in Delhi for 22 years and has brought Delhi 58 medals, but had to go to Uttar Pradesh after the Delhi government did not help her. Divya lashed out at Aam Aadmi Party's Saurav Bhardwaj for saying she had not played for the national capital. Replying to a Twitter post, Divya shared a picture of certificate from the Wrestling Federation of India stating that she represented Delhi in freestyle and Greco-Roman style at the 19th Female Senior National Wrestling Championship. The BJP has termed a sporting icon having to produce certificates an insult to India's sportspersons. Joining me is now Divya herself. Divya, thank you so much. आपने अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया और उसके बारे में अपनी पूरी घटना के बारे में बताया है. काफ़ी मुश्किल रहा होगा, पर्टिकुलरली इसलिए क्योंकि आपने देश के लिए मेडल्स जीते हैं. क्या बोलना चाहेंगी, किस सरकार ने आपके साथ सही नहीं किया?
हाँ जी, क्योंकि ट्विटर पे कोई लोग गलत बोल रहे हैं, कोई सही बोल रहे हैं, कोई कुछ बोल रहे हैं, कोई बोल रहे हैं कि मैं दिल्ली से की नहीं हूँ, यूपी की हूँ. तो उन सबको जवाब देने के लिए आज मैंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस रखी और अपनी बात रखी कि मैं कोई झूठ नहीं बोल रही हूँ. मैं 2011 से 2017 तक मैं दिल्ली से ही लड़ी हूँ और 2017 के लास्ट में मैं यूपी से लड़ना स्टार्ट किया है मैंने.
और आपने ये भी कहा कि आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री, आपने उनसे भी मुलाकात की, उन्होंने एश्योरेंस दिया था कि वो मदद करेंगे, तो फिर क्या हुआ?
हाँ जी, मैंने किसी से कह के उनसे अपॉइंटमेंट फिक्स करी थी जिससे कि मैं उनसे मिलूं, क्योंकि इतने साल हो चुके हैं, मुझे अब तक कोई प्रोत्साहन राशि नहीं है, कोई मुझे सम्मान नहीं मिला है दिल्ली से. तो उसके बाद मैं उनसे मिली, मैंने उनको बताया कि ऐसे दिक्कतें हैं, मैं बहुत ही गरीब परिवार से बिलोंग करती हूँ, बहुत ही निचले इस स्तर से हम उठ कर आए हैं. तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है आपकी मदद होगी. उसके बाद भी कोई मदद नहीं थी और 2018 में उन्होंने हम सबको मिलने के लिए बुलाया था कि सभी बच्चे से मिलेंगे, उनकी बातें सुनेंगे. तब मैंने उनको बताया कि जब मैं आपसे मिलने आई थी तब जब मुझे हेल्प की ज़रूरत थी आपने मेरी हेल्प नहीं करी है, और आज आपने बुलाया तो उसके बाद जो कि उन्होंने शायद प्रोत्साहन राशि देने के लिए बुलाया था या फिर मुझसे मिलने के लिए बुलाया था, उसके बाद वो उस चीज़ से नाराज़ हुए. क्या वो उन्होंने मेरी कोई मदद नहीं करी. उसके बाद से बिल्कुल बायकट हो चुका था वहीं से ही.
दिव्या, और आपने कहा कि 2018 में आपने दिल्ली को छोड़ दिया और आप उत्तर प्रदेश चली गई, तो क्या मदद किया उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने?
हाँ जी, यूपी सरकार ने 2019 में मुझे रॉयल इलेक्शन बाई और जो उसमें 2.5 लाख रुपए मिलते हैं वो दिए, और 2020 में मेरे उन्होंने आजीवन 20,000 रुपये बांध रखे हर महीने जो मुझे मिलते हैं, और जब तक मैं जिंदा हूँ तब तक मुझे मिलेंगे वो पैसे. और दूसरा उन्होंने अब मुझे 50 लाख की इनाम राशि और उन्होंने मुझे रजिस्टर ऑफिसर की नौकरी की घोषणा करी है कल ही.
आप दिल्ली सरकार से क्या उम्मीद रखती हैं कि वो माफ़ी मांगे या कुछ और आपको लगता है कि कुछ मिलना चाहिए? What do you want?
मैं ये चाहती हूँ दीपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी ने ये डाला है कि जो बच्चे हरियाणा के हैं पर लेकिन वो लड़ते दिल्ली से हैं, उसके बाद भी हम वो दिल्ली से ही पैसे लेते हैं और हरियाणा से ही पैसे लेते हैं। सुशील पहलवान जी रहे, साइना नेहवाल रही, उन्होंने खुद बोला है कि मैंने खुद उनको राशि, हमारे हरियाणा ने खुद उनको राशि दी है, तो इस बच्ची को क्यों नहीं मिल रही है? इसको अपने हक के लिए क्यों इतना लड़ना पड़ रहा है? क्यों इसको सबको सबूत देने पड़ रहे हैं, बयान देने पड़ रहे हैं? क्यों उसको मीडिया के सामने ऐसे कितने लोग जलील किया जा रहा है, या क्यों इस चीज़ को राजनीतिक मुद्दा बनाया जा रहा है?
और जो आप राजनीतिक मुद्दों की बात कर रही हैं, ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि आपने ये पूरा इशू इसलिए उठाया है क्योंकि आप यू वांटेड टू मेक दिस पॉलिटिकल। आप इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगी?
नहीं, मैं तो राजनीति में घुसती नहीं हूँ, ना मुझे राजनीति के बारे में इतना ज्ञान है। अगर होता तो मुझे नहीं पता कि मैं इतनी बड़ी खिलाड़ी बन पाती कि नहीं बन पाती। ना मैं राजनीति में कभी घुसी और ना ही अभी मैं घुसना चाहती हूँ। मैं सिर्फ अपने इसमें घुसाया जा रहा है मुझे, वो अखाड़े में उतार रहे हैं मुझे, पर लेकिन मैं उतरने वाली नहीं हूँ। मैंने सिर्फ अपने हक की बात बोली है। अगर वो देना चाहेंगे मुझे ठीक है, और नहीं तो फिर अब मैं इससे बात कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहती, क्योंकि अब मुझे कल से परसों से अपनी प्रैक्टिस दोबारा शुरू करनी है। आगे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है, वर्ल्ड कप है, एशियन गेम्स है, मैं उनकी तैयारी करूंगी।
बिल्कुल, बहुत अफसोस की बात है कि एथलीट्स को एक पूरे पॉलिटिकल मामले में ड्रैग कर लिया जाता है। दिव्या, अगर दिल्ली सरकार माफी मांगती है तो क्या आप रीथिंक करेंगी दिल्ली को रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए?
नहीं, मैं खेलूंगी अब यूपी से ही, मैं यूपी से ही खेलूंगी। मैं रहती दिल्ली में हूँ, रहूंगी दिल्ली में, 20-22 साल से मैं दिल्ली में ही रह रही हूँ, और मैं कोई उनसे माफ़ी मांगने के लिए नहीं कह रही हूँ। उनसे ठीक है, भूल चूक हो चुकी है। अगर वो मुझे सम्मान देना चाहते हैं तो मैं उस चीज़ के लिए बहुत खुश हूँ कि मैं अपने हक के लिए लड़ी और वो सम्मान मुझे मिला। तो मैं बस ये चाहती हूँ, पर लेकिन अब मैं यूपी से ही लड़ूंगी और मैं यूपी से ही रिप्रेजेंट करूँगी।
आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट दिव्या, मोर medals and more success for you. Thank you so much. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be a special show with women DCPs of Delhi. Did you know that out of 15 districts of the national capital, 6 are policed by women? What do these cops think about breaking gender barriers as India celebrates 75th Independence Day? That conversation coming up after a very short break. Stay with us.
The hands, stomach and legs. Her condition is said to be stable and the man in question has been arrested. There were shocking scenes outside a pub in Gurugram. Here's why.
Bouncers were seen assaulting patrons outside Casa Danza Club in Millennium City. The bouncers mercilessly kicked, slapped and punched guests outside the pub. Even women were not spared from their abusive behavior. These shocking scenes played out after an argument broke out between the guests and a bouncer. The incident happened on the 7th of August, but still no action has been taken against the bouncers.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000 and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court, in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Ratar, who was murdered, Kashmiri Pandit government employee.
Hello everyone. In this journey of the nation, women, right from the birth of the country till now, have played a crucial and decisive role. These are women who have shaped the nation.